Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. You can see that we have all 10 players in the game, and more excitingly, we are into bans and picks. Giants have just thrown up the go, go, go. They place the lowest seed in this matchup, and they will be facing off against FNATIC, who get first pick and first ban. Both of these teams, as I've mentioned already, will be playing at the DreamHack Winter. That's going to be taking place this Thursday and Friday. Myself and Panky will be covering that. And yeah, maybe Panky's going to join us a little bit later. We'll see. He's actually subbing at the moment over on the Curse EU roster. So we'll keep in touch with him and see how Curse are doing in their game. In terms of bans, Irelia, Rengar, Malphite, and Jace have all been removed thus far. Rengar and Jace, sort of the super powerful champions at the moment. Rengar in the jungle or the top lane. He's probably one of the favored bans in almost every single ELO bracket, no matter how high you go or how low you stay. It's just an incredible, powerful champion. Seeing a Kassadin ban coming out from FNATIC, so that's an interesting one. That's definitely a targeted ban over at the Giants team. And it's not one that you see all too often these days. You know, he's incredibly powerful, great pub stomp champion, deals loads of damage if he can get fed, but he's got an incredibly difficult early game. That laning phase, as we all know, it's very, very challenging with Kassadin. Final ban, Amumu comes out from the Giants. So a couple of interesting champions, a couple of interesting bans. And how is it going to affect the gameplay? That's all we really care about. Ezreal is available, as is Sona, as is Lulu, Morgana, etc. But first pick is going to be Shen. There we go. Sorry about that. My headphones needed to get plugged in for some power. So, first pick is Cyanide on Shen. We're most likely going to see him in the jungle, but of course sOAZ can take him top lane. We do know that Cyanide has done Shen a couple of times in the background, a couple of times in that serve, in that position. And over on the flip side, we've seen Ezreal being hovered over for a brief second, and then being switched to Lulu. Now, this is a combination that we've seen over and over and over. The Lulu Malphite, Lulu Irelia, Lulu Nocturne, even, for example. Just because of the power of that diving champion in the form of Malf or Nock, and then with the wild growth that gets thrown up on the top. Since the Season 2 World Championship Finals, Lulu has just grown leaps and bounds. She's been there for a while. She was played AP middle, was very, very popular. We know the Korean scene played her in the support role for quite a long time, but she didn't really see the same level of mainstream play that we see out of champions like Sona once upon a time. And this is another one that we're seeing once again, is the support Zyra. So much utility from that champion alone. The ability to just completely shut down an aggressive push, to completely lock up 5 people. She throws out that snare, holds everybody in place with that very long range, and it really, really helps out. So I've just got an update from Mr. XHD, also known as FNATIC Harry. He is the League of Legends team manager, and he's adminning the cup this evening, that all of the remaining games have got underway. So at the very least, we're getting this one going. This is going to be the first game of the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, because of time constraints, we can't cover every single match, but I'm hoping in the next round to jump into either a Moscow 5 or Eclipsia, if they win in their semi-final games, of course, or their quarter-final games, rather. But I'll pull the bracket up once all the champions are locked in and show you guys the potential. But I know there's a lot of guys out there wanting to watch Moscow 5, so if they pick up a victory in this first round, we'll be jumping into that game. So we're going to see Cho'Gath in the jungle. It's going to be an Ezreal Lulu bottom lane, Twisted Fate in the middle, and Exter is going to be the last member of Giants to lock in a champion, and he's leaving that top lane counter pick available. He's leaving that to see what do FNATIC show, how do they reveal their hand, and then he's going to allow himself to pick a counter for that role. And this is one of the basics of League of Legends. Counter pick your enemies, win in champion select if possible. And welcome everybody, 2,800 viewers. It's awesome for you guys to tune in. Thank you so much for stopping by. This is the Raidcall Dominance Invitational. It is sponsored and hosted by Raidcall. They're the guys that put up the money. $1,000, winner takes all. And it's going to be a single. This is a best of 1 quarterfinal, and we're going to go into a best of 3 semi-final, and then a best of 3 grand final. So there's a guaranteed 6 more games coming your guys' way after this one. And we are going to see a Xin Zhao being locked in. So this is interesting. Because you can put Xin top, you can put Shen top, but my assumption is we're going to see sOAZ rocking out Shen in the top lane and Xin in the jungle. It's a champion that we've seen a couple of times. We know that Diamondprox, for example, from Moscow 5, loves to play Xin, and it's one of the trending champions, as it were. He's growing in popularity, not so much in solo queue. I must say, I'm not seeing him quite as much as I thought so. In terms of the stream delay, for the guys who are asking, there is a 60-second delay built into the stream. So while the champions are swapping around and wondering about summoner spells, we're not going to give anybody the chance to ghost or anything like that. So if you guys head over to FNATIC.com, you can see up one of the first news posts is the Raidcall Dominance #1. And this is the bracket. Eclipsia versus I Want Cookie. That's game number 1. Mighty Midgets versus Moscow 5. Curse versus Alternate Attacks. And Giants versus FNATIC Raidcall. Major props to Lord from Alternate, by the way. I think he's the only player to have broken 3,000 elo. And he's remained there for a couple of weeks now. So props to Lord. Really, really nicely done. And Alternate, I've been playing extremely, extremely strongly the last couple of weeks. So definitely one of the favorites for tonight. I had a brief chat to a couple of the casters before leading to this, and quite a few guys believe that Giants might be one of the underdog teams to watch for tonight's Cup. They're a contender for this one. So as I said, if Moscow 5 managed to pick up a victory against Mighty Midgets, I'm thinking I'd like to jump into that game, but it is just a matter of waiting to see how that plays out. I would like to say as well that Rekkles is going to be playing the AD carry role for FNATIC, at least until the end of the year. I had a brief chat with FNATIC Harry, the team manager, and they didn't say he's 100% confirmed just yet, but they did say that he's going to be at least there till the end of the year, so we'll see how that one plays out. In terms of the final compositions, Olaf in the top lane against Shen. We're going to have Xin in the jungle against Cho'Gath. And then, of course, in the bottom lane, it is going to be Ezreal Lulu versus Zyra and Vayne. So let's have a look at Cyanide's account. Mastery 2190, 21 MR level 18, some physical damage, armor, and armor penetration. So going for that very early, very aggressive damage build on that Xin. And of course, when you add in his 3-talent strike, the amount of damage that goes down is immense. This is interesting as well. With the preseason, there's already a couple of games with Xin from Morden, so he knows how to jungle Xin. He knows, how to play the champion, and potentially how to counter him. Cho'Gath is great against melee champions that dive onto him. He just puts a rupture on the ground, holds him in place. Now this bottom lane is going to be interesting for me. We've got 3 cleanses. All right, you've got cleanse for Vayne, cleanse for Orianna, as well as a cleanse for the substitute here for Giants in Blitx version 2. He's playing Ezreal, and it's going to be scary because you've got 2 non-sustained supports, 19-11-0 on Ez, and on the flip side, let's see how Rekkles is doing on Vayne, and what runes he is running. 19-11-0 as well in the masteries, physical damage, armor, and MR. So guys, we're into the last minute and a half before we get this game up and running. I do need to throw a very quick advert break up. While that's going, I'll keep some music playing for everybody that does have ad block or doesn't get ads, and we'll see you in 90 seconds.
Sometimes I don't make sense. What you never want to say, but I've never had a doubt. It's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you for once just to hear me out. So let go, watching you turn your back like you always do. Face away and pretend that I'm not, but I'll be here because you're all that I got. I can't feel the way I did before. Don't turn your back on me. I won't be ignored. Time won't take this damage anymore. Don't turn your back on me.
Welcome back, everybody. The ad break is officially over. Let's pull up the overlays as we wait for the server to just wake up and get us into the game. So we are into the matchup. The first thing I want to do is move all of our champions to their respective slots. Let's get our top laners, our junglers, our mid laners, and then of course our carries and our support. So everybody's lined up together. Everybody's lined up against one another. A little bit of extra gold over in the hands of Giant, so it looks like the support mastery has been selected. But overall, nothing too exciting just yet. FNATIC going for a slow invade. We'll see how this pans out. We'll see if this is actually going to secure anything, because with that Zyra line snare, may be powerful. Babeta may be in trouble. Flashes immediately. Really, really nicely done. Unfortunately, nRated was a little bit far away, so he couldn't get himself into a position where he could actually lock somebody up. And yeah, early flash on Lulu. In the next 3 minutes, if they do decide to go a little bit aggressive, that Vayne and Zyra combination maybe going to be able to do something. Boots, Pots, reigning supreme. No ward from Zyra actually. How much gold is in hand? Only 15, so that's interesting. No ward. Opting to go Boots, Pots. Over on the flip side, Babeta rocking 4 sight wards, which is an extremely high number at this early stage in the game. So I'm going to keep a close eye on the matchup. I do have my stream open on the side, so I just want to check if anybody is getting a little bit of lag. Please let me know, because I am listening to everybody. If the video is lagging but the audio is not, unfortunately that is coming from owned, so just keep that in mind. So, FNATIC starting off, and it looks like they're going to do a lane swap. So it's going to be Zyra and Vayne up top against Olaf, and they're going to leave Shen to solo against Ezreal and Lulu. Now that's not too bad, because he's going to be able to just use that shadow dash to put some distance between himself and Lulu if he does get slowed. And of course, having that faint damage shield, it'll help him out just a little bit. But we'll see how it plays out, how this lane swap works, because of course what we need to keep our eyes on is the farm and which carry is going to get more fed. If they allow Vayne time to farm items, to get CS, and to build, you know, Phantom or IE or something early, it's definitely going to play into their favor. So as Duke's a Mystic Shot, but he's already lost a third of his HP just from a very, very gentle invade. Morden forced backwards. Cyanide and nRated on a little bit of an invade. And a very aggressive start from FNATIC early on. They've played, you know, they played their hand, they've gone for the invade, they put an early ward down on blue, so they knew when Morden was heading for his red. And having that duo up top means they can leave Vayne to safely farm. Leave Vayne to safely look after that top lane and CS, because Olaf really needs a couple of levels, a little bit of items to jump down onto Vayne. And of course you can just use Condemn, you know, knock him back, tumble to roll away, knock him back and carry on with her usual self. So early game advantage, Vayne 21, Ezreal 15 already. And in the top lane, this may be a very low level dive. Ghost comes out, Samux level 2, going to carry on chasing. 1, 2 procs of Silver Bolts. First blood goes to Xin Zhao. And a very, very nice 3.5 minute first blood to FNATIC. Could we potentially something similar on this bottom lane? Babeta and Blitx doing so much damage to this tower. With that massive, massive creep wave. Turns sOAZ into a little critter. How's he doing CS-wise? 7-5. 7-5. So that's an interesting one. Oh, huge damage from the tower. 2 tower hits. Is Ignite available? It is. So maybe a Vorpal Blade plus Key Strike, if it was enough, could put Blitx in trouble. Although he does have cleanse, so he'll be able to just cleanse himself out of it and you know, get away with that one. So early advantage to FNATIC. First blood was picked up by Xin Zhao. Luckily that didn't go to Vayne. Vayne started her snowball and would definitely have played into her favor already. And with a little bit of luck, maybe Panky will be jumping into us, jumping into cast later. Although I know I say that, but it's a bit rude, because in order for Panky to join us, it means that Curse have to lose, unfortunately. But Panky and I, we will be doing DreamHack Winter, and we'll see both of these teams, both FNATIC and Giants, taking place at the DreamHack event. So I'm definitely looking forward to that one. You see Zen playing a little bit aggressive. He's got the blue buff. He's coming now in towards this bottom lane. So let's see how this plays out. Shen has decided to dive. Babeta, Ignite is now down. Going to carry on chasing. Ignite, return onto sOAZ. Zen, 3-charge strike. 1, 2, third hit's going to knock Babeta up in the air. He tries to get the Gliukoze out, but the Vorpal Blade actually picks up the final hit. And FNATIC with a very early 2-0 and a very, very nice start to this matchup. This is a best of 1, so whoever loses is going to be out, unfortunately. In the middle lane, xPeke. Cleanse has been used, but Ignite has not been from Exter. So xPeke got a bit aggressive, and he's decided to actually burn, or he's been forced to burn that Cleanse. Going to carry on running. Still has Flash available. Very nice Duke. Waits for the Rupture. Are we going to see Exter coming forward? He's got to be careful, but xPeke with no mana means he can safely ignore that Tango Twisted Fate. And unfortunately for Giants, no reply kill onto xPeke, and FNATIC find themselves 1,000 gold up at the 6-minute mark. CS-wise, 12 on Shen to the 13 on Olaf, but Shen does have a kill to his name, so he does have that additional gold. Vayne 41, Ezreal 43. Double Dorans and Boots across the board. That is a damage proc. Lulu goes very low. Got caught out. Did we see any Ignite being burned? Yeah, nRated actually burned his Ignite for that one. So they tried to go quick onto Babeta, and unfortunately couldn't close out the kill. So, lanes have now done a bit of a swap. We see Olaf and Shen in the bottom lane, and we see the carries and supports up in the top lane. Unfortunately, this is very overextended for Ezreal. nRated goes aggressive. Means he puts a little slow wards down. Misses his little deadly bloom, unfortunately. But a little bit of poke. Oh, Twisted Fate is coming up. Let's see the cards. Rekkles is going to go very aggressive. Exter's chasing on to Cyanide, or onto nRated. We'll see how that one goes. Does pick up the kill. Cleanse in the background means that Ezreal gets away from the stun against the wall. Rekkles is now the next one in trouble. Gold card comes up. That's going to hold Vayne in trouble. Very nicely done from Ezreal. Arcane Shift lands all of his abilities. Third strike still available for Cyanide. He's not going to get anybody knocked up. Flash forward. Gets stunned. Closer to tower range, and he gets away with his life. So a quick 2-0 exchange. Twisted Fate picks 1. And Ezreal picks up the 2nd. So a nice return play from Giants. They didn't lose too much faith. They didn't lose too much positioning or anything early on. Oh, look at this. Zin going very aggressive. Stangenite comes up from Shen. And now Orianna joins the party as well. xPeke has decided he wanted to go for one player. Now turned over to Babeta. Flash, Shadow Dash, Taunt, Stun, Attack. Where is the shockwave from xPeke? He decides not to use the ultimate. And they allow him to pick up the kill. So, once again, an immediate reply from FNATIC. And they pick another one up for their cause. So, 3-2 up. They keep a small lead. They still keep a small gold advantage. And luckily for us, we've had a fairly aggressive game already. And it's always more fun to cast these matches than the slower farm fests. Rekkles has decided to go into this bottom lane. So, a very clear call from FNATIC saying, look, we're going to do this dive top. We're going to put this pressure up on the top lane. So, Rekkles, you head bottom. The thing that's a bit strange here is Zyra is still up top. So, Zyra shoved out that lane, picked up 9 CS of her own. He's busy recalling now, so got a couple of gold to spend. And Rekkles with the Ninja Tab by Boots is now in that position. Shockwave, the taunt lands, couple of auto attacks. Are we going to see the ultimate had already actually been used, and yet another kill to FNATIC, just a little too easy. xPeke set that one up. They're allowing nRated to push, and this is a very aggressive play from the FNATIC players. Pentakill Olaf. That's actually, believe it or not, the first time I've seen this skin in game. Rekkles now, he's going to be farming up this bottom lane. Shen, 10 CS behind, but 2 kills and an assist. And he's got the Heart of Gold taking over. And a very early dragon. 9 minutes 10. There's no wards, no vision here from Giants, so they have no idea that this is going on. And they're going to pick that one up. So, a very good start to this match by FNATIC. And what are the Giants going to do? In terms of team compositions, they all scale fairly well. Ezreal is going to get better and better. Olaf is going to get better and better. Cho'Gath is going to get better and better. And of course, Twisted Fate and the power that he offers in terms of split pushing, in terms of damage, mobility. It's going to play into their favor, and it's going to help, especially when you consider that they could potentially have Twisted Fate countering that split push potential of Shen or something like that. So, you know, they're not out of the game yet, but they need to stop giving away these kills. They need to stop giving away these advantages and hold FNATIC in place a little bit. Snake comes up from nRated, and she is maxing first as well, actually, grasping roots. And take a look at this now. We see Morden coming in, red buff. Glitzalance lands into Rekkles. Twisted Fate comes in with Destiny. A flash from Rekkles go out. There comes a Stranglethorns. Manages to knock up 3. Vayne manages to get 1 with the Condemn and another auto attack. Gonna carry on chasing. The true damage comes out. Rekkles is trying to chase. Can xPeke get in there though? That's the question. A good Shockwave may be able to pick up Darien, but it's on cooldown. It's not available just yet. Or he decides not to use it. Rupture comes out. That misses as well. Not enough mana from xPeke. And Giants pick up a kill and a tower, and they do trade 1. They lost their AP mid in exchange for a support. Not necessarily the best, but it is the first tower of the game. So not too bad. Over in the background now, xPeke and Cyanide thinking about chasing. Shockwave and defense comes out. Dissonance and defense rather for that movement speed. But unfortunately Cyanide can't get in range for his audacious charge. Have a quick look how each of these champions are actually maxing their abilities. Rekkles is deciding to go 4 points into Silver Bolts. Orianna deciding to max out Command Attack over Dissonance. So that's a slightly different one. Let's have a look at sOAZ. Pretty standard. He's maxing his Vorpal Blade, followed by Shadow Dash. Babeta going to try to catch up. If they can get a slow, maybe. The Glitzalance does actually land. Now, we can see coming in from the rear is Xin Zhao. Xin onto Cho'Gath. This could turn out badly for him. 3 versus 2, so got to be very careful. Cyanide is considering 1, 2, third attack. Now Shen has joined the party with Stanch United. That's going to knock Morden up into the air. Vorpal Blade comes out, waiting for the Shadow Dash. Is it going to be enough time for the silence though? Unfortunately not. Now we're going to see sOAZ. They consider the dive. They're actually thinking about it, but decide against it. Very, very nice play from FNATIC. Coordinated calls working together, but they just did not secure that kill. And actually a very nice silence from Morden. You have to give credit to how Cho'Gath played that particular matchup. You know, he managed to put himself in a position where he could apply the silence. There was no taunt. There was no flash taunt that could come out from Shen. And they got to safety. So very, very nice play. But this is a very different FNATIC that we're used to seeing. They're a lot more aggressive. They're all over the map. And we can see already an invade here. Xin and Shen, busy recalling. They've allowed Samux in the top lane to farm out. But look at this. The fact that they've allowed Olaf time. He's got 2 GP10s rocking, a 20 CS advantage, and they're going to pick up yet another tower. And that's going to balance out this gold graph, the gold differences. In terms of AD carries, 89 to 88. Mid lanes, 113 to 78. So just keep an eye on the CS, so you can see exactly who is where. How does that turn out for gold? There's the gold numbers down on the bottom. According to a couple of the guys in chat, apparently 9 to 3 for M5. They are super in the head. Destiny comes out from Exter. Gold card goes down. Stranglethorns come out. Rekkles is thinking about that kill. Does actually manage to pick it up with the Silver Bolts proc. Tumbles, gets a mini stealth. Continues putting damage down, and now they're going to jump into this fight with Cyanide. Cyanide has red buff, and they decide against it, actually. And once again, the exact same trade comes out from Giants. They give Vayne 1 kill, or at least they give up the kill of Twisted Fate in exchange for killing their support, who is currently 1-3-2. So I don't really think it's worth it at the moment. She's not going to be giving up, not going to be worth as much gold as you would like her to be. So, it's a bit disappointing. And the entire time, all of this pressure has been happening. Olaf has just been left alone up in that top lane. He hasn't really jumped in, hasn't got involved in these fights. He hasn't shown his presence yet. And we're going to have to see whether or not he can actually exert some form of control on this game when they eventually decide to jump in there. Now let's see how this plays out. I'm expecting an audacious charge into Shockwave. Let's see how this goes now. They're going to know Twisted Fate is there. Command Attack and Dissonance. And actually it was a smite. Oh, beautiful. Jumps onto X at 1, 2. Shockwave pulls him back. Third strike is going to knock him up. Rupture whole side on his place for a brief second, but I think it was the Ignite that did that final bit of damage. And FNATIC just with, all the ward coverage. They have perfect vision. They know what the Giants are doing, where the Giants are, and they're playing really, really well at the moment. Let's pull up our full vision. FNATIC going to pick up their first tower of the day. Shen opening with Ionic Spark as his first item. I should point that out, guys. Make sure you keep an eye on that. Let me see that. nRated. He's going for the grasping roots first. He's maxing that out. Getting the cooldown down. Going to get the slow from those towers as well. And potentially a tower on this bottom lane as well. So really nicely done across the board. They've been in control of the game. They've been in control of the lanes for most of the time, even though they've lost their towers. But now that the Giants are going to be forced into this teamfight potential, this teamfight area, and Olaf is going to be there, can they protect Vayne and Orianna from Olaf? Can they deal enough damage to get rid of the carries before Ragnarok, takes effect, before Ragnarok allows Olaf to just get through absolutely everybody? We haven't seen any duels at all with this drummer, with the pentakill drummer. And I think it's about time the Giants started working together as a team, started playing together and forcing 4 versus 4 and 5 versus 5 engagements now. They've got a composition that can do well. Tanky Cho, Tanky Olaf. You add the wild growth and, Gliukoze from Lulu onto that, and it's going to be even better. Oh, and take a look at this from FNATIC. We can see a ping coming down, but can they chase? This is the question. They're going to come out here. Let's get the full vision on top. Audacious Charge actually decides not to get used from Cyanide. The Feral Scream Silence got to him just in the right nick of time. And being unable to cast means you can't, use that ability. You can't dive onto your enemies. Zyra farming away, actually. So nRated not afraid to pick up some CS this game. Not something we're used to seeing, but nonetheless, it appears to be working. Rupture from Jurassic Choke. Going to carry on chasing. Some good damage down onto Blitz. And half the damage of the tower. They've allowed Twisted Fate the time to attack the middle tower, and now Samux is looking for a buff, looking for something to take. But unfortunately, he can't find anything. Exter's running away now. I'm expecting a Destiny. No, he's not. He's not. He's just taking a safe route back. Safe route to get out of that middle lane and get himself behind enemy lines or behind his lines once again. 4,000 gold difference between the teams. We're approaching the 20-minute mark. 2 towers across each side. Morden avoids those grasping roots, gets himself to safety. And now we see FNATIC just on this very, very hard, push focus. They've got the buffs, they've got the towers. They're getting to the point they're just farming themselves into this game. They've made a couple of very, very nice plays in terms of champion dives with the use of Stand United and picked up a couple of kills, but the game is stalled now. The game is slowed down, and this plays into Giants' favor. Giants need to take advantage of the slower pace. They need to actually pick up some farm, pick up some gold, and bring themselves back into this. Vayne has finished a Phantom Dancer, but Ezreal is getting relatively close to his Trinity Force. He's got enough gold for the Zeal, a couple hundred more, and he's going to be able to finish that Trinity Force. Destiny comes out, gold card down. Samux is going to carry on chasing, misses the undertow. Now Stand United. Are they going to chase? In fact, no. Shockwave comes down. Shadow Dash Taunt doesn't manage to catch anybody. Wild Growth into Twisted Fate. That was a desperate play from Giants, one that they needed to make, and unfortunately they did not. So FNATIC get away with their lives. They also save the tower. Rupture goes down. That doesn't manage to catch anybody, but Cleanse, Flash, and Shockwave is all burnt for Orianna. So a very nice sequence. If the Giants decide to push another team fight, that's a very, very big ultimate, which is no longer available for the next... what's the cooldown on that? It's 1.5 minutes, so it'll be available soon enough. But the Flash and the Cleanse, the land a Rupture, land that Feral, and all of a sudden, that's one dead Peke. So I very much like this play. I like what I'm seeing. I believe as well, I stand to be correct on this. Somebody in chat help me out, but didn't the Giants qualify for IEM Cologne as well? I believe they're in there along with FNATIC and Eclipse. Eclipse defeated Moscow 5 actually. I'm secretly hoping for a Moscow 5 versus Eclipse semi-final to see how that game plays out. And that will be a best of 3, guys. The semi-final, the next round. So just keep that in mind. So, vision-wise, FNATIC, a couple of wards and some seedlings up and around near the Baron area. On the flip side, Giants, very little happening at the moment. They do have an Oracles and Morden, but Morden not really doing all that great. 002, 88 CS. He's got the double GP10s ticking over. Oracles over on Xin is available there as well. So just keeping an eye on this. Alright, 7-4 up. Blue buff is now being collected. Olaf versus Xin. the game's slowed down. You know, the game's hit this tentative pace. Giants are scared to move. Giants are worried to push anywhere or to overcommit somewhere, and especially when you consider that, you know, you've got Vayne that can chase you. It's difficult to outrun a Vayne. You've got Stand United from Shen that can jump in on absolutely anybody, and also a Xin Zhao who's got the ability to knock you up, dive onto you, etc. It's precarious placement for this team. 20 minutes has officially gone by. The gold has stalled at 3,000. It has not gone further than this 3 or this 4,000 bracket, and they are holding themselves in place. If they can make another play like they did earlier, where they tried to dive onto xPeke, using the Destiny, using the Wild Growth, you know, Olaf coming in, if he landed the undertow, that slow may actually have been enough. Taunt lands onto it. Rekkles uses the ultimate. Hunter and the Knight is now going 1, 2, 3 procs. Tumble will be available soon, and you have to feel that Samux is going to go down from that pressure. It took a long time to go down, but eventually he did. nRated does land the Grasping Roots through the wall, but it's not going to be enough to pick up the kill. And the tower is now going to be taken down. So 3 towers to 2. FNATIC have now extended the gold lead. They have also picked up some kills. So there we go. It's MYM, FNATIC, and Eclipsia qualified for IEM Cologne. Thank you for correcting me there for IAM, something like that. That is down in Cologne. Destiny is available for Exter, but if he gets interrupted casting it, it's not going to matter. xPeke is coming in from above. You can see how this plays out. Stun card goes down. Very nicely done. Does he have the time? Shadow Dash taunts. Attack. Shockwave. Auto attack. And xPeke picks up that kill. In the middle lane, nRated was almost able to solo Ezreal, who's a little bit low there as well. And you just got to feel that the game right now, it's in FNATIC's favor in a very, very strong way. So they're holding themselves in this. You know, they've taken control of it. Interesting. Take a look at that build actually from Blitx version 2. He hasn't put a single point into Essence Flux. Now, admittedly, it no longer reduces the attack speed of your opponents, so it is somewhat less valuable. However, interesting that, you know, it's safe farm. You know, the attack speed buff would play into Olaf's favor, a little bit into Cho'Gath as well, especially with those Vorpal spikes of his. So, yeah, a little bit strange. Another dragon to FNATIC, so that's 3 dragons without reply, in additional to, you know, in conjunction with an additional turret. The amount of gold is just so much higher, and I believe I'm being told that alternate attacks have already defeated Curse in the other quarterfinal. Now Ragnarok is about to run out of time. Samux is in a little bit of trouble. He's got that Sunfire Cape ticking, so that's definitely going to play out, at least in terms of some defense. Going to try keep an eye on the HP bars here. Cho'Gath getting away to safety. Stun goes up, manages to actually stun Twist of Fate, but not against the tree line they were hoping. Now the Shockwave comes down, that actually misses. Let's take a look down on the bottom line. nRated is trying to get to safety. A flash from Blitz, he manages to get one. Arcane Shift is not available. Taunts it up, immediately cleanses it away. The true shot, or the true damage from Zyra does actually come down. And now they're going to carry on chasing. So that was a good kill there. The question is it enough? They've lost a lot of HP. Potentially going to lose this middle lane tower, and now also this bottom lane tower, although there's not a lot of creeps there, so, you know, that may not actually go in their favor. But I mean, it's just so much damage from the FNATIC roster that once they do jump onto somebody, it's very, very difficult to get away from that. Taking a quick look at that, 16-7, according to xGuzAx. That's 16-7. Moscow 5 versus the Midgets. And that means potentially we'll be watching a Moscow 5 semi-final. That's who I would like to see. And it just depends on how these games play out. I'm going to quickly have a look at my chat to see how the rest of the gaming. That is correct. So, alternate attacks have actually picked up their victory, their first match. Eclipsia have, in fact, lost their game as well. So, let's go M5 versus IWC. It's going to be I1 Cookie versus Moscow 5 for the first semi-final, and potentially FNATIC versus alternate attacks once FNATIC actually close this game out. Flash from Rekkles to pick up that kill. Now on the bottom lane, sOAZ wants to catch one onto Blitx. I think xPeke may be able to run him. Attack, Shockwave Dissonance. That's going to be enough to pick up that kill. And as we see, I'm just checking for updates, guys. So, semi-final number 1, I1 Cookie versus Moscow 5. I'm going to ask FNATIC Harry, just to let them know not to start that game without me. And the winner of this game earns the right to challenge alternate attacks in semi-final number 2. Both games are going to be best of 3, so we will be jumping back and forth between them to see who, who's victorious, and how the time goes between the different games. 2-0-4 on Shen, 4-0-1 on Peke's Oriana. It's just been a game of control. sOAZ, Vorpal Blade, Key Strike, lands a couple of auto attacks, is going to land, and just so much damage. He does get a stun from his troubles, I believe that was, or at least a snare. Gold card, that just wasn't enough. True Shot Barrage comes out and hits absolutely nobody, I'm afraid. Now, Babeta, and the surrender comes out. So Giants calling it a day, conceding the victory. And you know what? Unfortunately, FNATIC were just a little too far ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to quickly pull up the bracket. Here is the final game scores. As you can see, FNATIC just really in control of that game from the 3.5-minute first blood the whole way to the end of that matchup. And unfortunately, Giants just fell too far behind. I think this should be updated, so I'm going to do a quick refresh on the matchup. You can see it's I Want Cookie versus Moscow 5, FNATIC versus Alternate. I believe we're going to do the Moscow 5 game, as I Want Cookie have defeated Eclipse. Yep. So while I talk to the admins and get that sorted, guys, I'm going to put some music on and an advert break, and we'll be back in about 1.5 minutes.
And I heard, as it were, the noise of thunder.
Moscow 5 и командой, название которого не знает никто. Или знает кто-то. Они играют против Mighty MIDGETS. Во. Она неизвестна на профессиональной сцене, но тем не менее сейчас сразится с Moscow 5 в первом туре. Это турнир от Raidcall и FNATICов. Насколько я понимаю, здесь играют 8 команд, и в первом же раунде Moscow 5 сразились с этими ребятами. Здесь Moopz, известный кому-то, возможно. Ник 760, который находился в первое время у М5 и смущал меня этим самым делом, потому что я уже Алексича спросил, что это за замена Дариена, у которого в соло-ранкеде счет 5-3. Вот, но оказалось, просто человек не свапнулся. И здесь у нас баны Ариана Джакса Зиллиана. Ну, Moscow 5 сами показали мировому сообществу Лиги Легенд, как можно доминировать за Зиллиана. И теперь не хотят, чтобы оппоненты этим пользовались. А сами, видимо, хотят сыграть через что-то более агрессивное. Насчет Джакса. Джакс очень силен. По каким-то причинам М5 его берут очень редко. И решили на этот раз хотя бы забанить. Ариана, я думаю, в комментариях не нуждается. Комментарий один из... Ой, комментарий. Катарина не знала, что ее так можно называть. Катарина один из самых сильных АПК на данный момент. И Алексич берет Диану. Вот он, агрессивный мид от Moscow 5. Посмотрим, как он будет бегать за этого героя. Напишите в чате, пожалуйста. Живой Вадим, да, я жив? Да, я такой. Да, вроде все нормально, судя по всему. Да, мы увидим отлично Алексича на Диане. Он будет бегать туда-сюда, всех уничтожать. Надеюсь, это будут постоянные ганги. И в дань уважения великому и ужасному Diamondprox'у забанили Лисина и Ксинджао, двух его любимых героев. Официальный стрим, насколько я знаю, там сейчас показывают FNATIC. А мы вместе с вами сможем наблюдать за московской пятеркой. К счастью, стрим официальный, так что бояться мне нечего. Так, здесь Ренгар. Видимо, ребята знают, что Дарien, возможно, возьмет этого героя, и выбрали именно этого кошачьего персонажа. Но дело в том, что Darien не показывает чудеса за Ренгара, так что ничего страшного нет. И Зира, которая доставит массу хлопот Диане, постоянно до 6-го левела будет ее жестко харасить. Давно хотел посмотреть на лайнинг этих двух персонажей, потому что они оба довольно агрессивные, но агрессивные по-разному. Все-таки Диана это ассасин, а у Зиры есть довольно много АОЕ дэмэджа. Вот, посмотрим, кто в итоге одержит верх здесь, Алексич или вот его оппонент. Пеппер берет Тарика, то есть сейчас топ мид они посчитали в отсутствие Арианы и Катарины лучшим вариантом Диану. Топ они палить, скорее всего, сейчас не будут. И возьмут какого-нибудь AD Carry. Изрила наши не любят по каким-то причинам. И, скорее всего, это будет Корки, либо что-то в этом роде. Тарик уже взят. И Аша. Ну, наши, пожалуй, единственные ребята, кто играют за Ашу, то есть, в принципе, сейчас предпочитают героев с эскейпами. У Аши же билет только в один конец, она не может отпрыгнуть, как Изрил, как Корки улететь и так далее. 2 пика от правой команды, скорее всего, это будет AD Carry и саппорт, потому что, опять-таки, они на втором пике, и поэтому они могут вообще не брать своего топера до последнего пика и за контрпикать Moscow 5. Много было в моей речи пиков, ведь как будто кто-то матерился. Изрил, да, здесь ничего удивительного нет. В отличие от Генжи, который раньше отлично играл за Изрила, а сейчас этого парня не берет. Ребят, скорее всего, возьмут, да, Лулу плюс Изрил. Очень сильная линия, которую показывали нам многие команды. CLGU, Эклипсия и так далее. Мощная, очень мощная линия. То есть дамага много. Выживаемость благодаря Лулу у Изрила хорошая. А что еще надо, в принципе? Урон, маневренность и выживаемость — это секреты успеха на нижней линии. Diamondprox Мумия, я бы посмотрел на это. Diamond обычно берет героев, которые наносят урон и по соло-цели. То есть, это всякие лисины, ксины и так далее. Которые могут в одиночку иногда сражаться с топером в случае чего. Которые могут убить дракона. Которые остановят коня на скаку. А сейчас вот он показал нам сначала мумию, потом дерево. Интересные варианты. А Дарien какого-то вообще Юика показывает многоглазого. Надеюсь, что Юик это шутка. Мунда. Ну, Мунда это уже более уверенный герой в руках Diamondprox, пожалуй. Он и дамажит, как всякие Ксинджао. Он и обладает хорошей выживаемостью и контролем. Видели мумию, это было печально? Возможно, не помню. Так, Шен. Вот Дарien очень любит Шен. Ой, а что у меня... Что-то у меня какие-то подвесоны непонятные. Плеер сюда вешается. Дарien очень любит играть за Шена. То ли ему команда постоянно заставляет играть за Шен, то ли что. Надо будет, кстати, уточнить этот вопрос. Но Дарien постоянно берет Шена. И, к счастью, здесь нету Джакса, который этого Шена контрит на линии постоянно, а в лейте еще и полезнее в разы. Он пушит его, и он, не давая нормально улететь. Если Шен все-таки решает улететь, Джакс его станет и так далее. Дамага у него больше. А с покупкой Фейджа он еще и замедляет Шена, не давая ему отходить. И Релия будет стоять против Шена. В принципе, тоже неплохой лайнер. У нее также в случае чего есть стан. То есть она, если что, полезет под таверку, сбить ему ульту. Но это, конечно, не ключевая вещь. То есть Релия может и подпушить ультой. И главное, что он будет фармить, а Шен, понерфленный, ей особо не помешает. Ну что ж, посмотрим. Ренгар джангл будет все-таки играть здесь. Джангл Ренгар, интересный вариант. То есть он будет стараться гангать из кустов там своих прыгать. Не, в принципе это нормально, но... Конечно, это слабее Лисина, Ксинджао и так далее, но они, в принципе, и забанены, так что и говорить. Топ-1 команда Веста на данный момент, второй коллектив, мне сказали. Игра Эклипсия. Ксюша. А, это Холидео. Ну что ж, посмотрим, кто одержит верх. Этот матч Best of One. То есть всего лишь одна игра решит, кто же пройдет во второй тур. А дальше нас ждет либо Эклипсия, либо команда I Want Cook, что-то типа этого. Интересный вариант. То есть, ну, здесь, в принципе, можно сделать ставки, скорее всего, на Эклипсию. И в случае победы Moscow 5, скорее всего, снова сразиться со своими давними оппонентами. Ну, не такими давними, конечно, как CLGU, но очень уверенными. Эклипсия. Французский коллектив. Который занял второе место на Tales of the Lane, который комментил ваш покорный слуга. Ждем стандартные 3 минуты. Будем надеяться, что риоты введут какой-нибудь режим, где будет задержка поменьше. Ну, там какой-нибудь там ультра-мега турнамент драфт, и там задержка, например, минуту, полторы, там, я не знаю. Ну, 3 минуты это, я считаю, перебор. Это дольше, чем стоит вард. Но что же делать? Если говорить по саммонер спеллам, бот у нас агрессивный, нету ни хила, ни клинса, это Exhaust и Ignite. А вот Изрил все-таки играет через хил. То есть он, видимо, надеется, что на нем не будет висеть традиционный Ignite. не будет столько агрессии. Но на самом деле битвы Лула плюс Изрил, они довольно скоротечные. То есть оба героя обладают бурстами. Изрил это не тот герой, который стоит и планомерно дамажит с руки. Так что экзост здесь не самое идеальное решение. Потому что просто пока эти герои, пока Изрил внесет свой основной дамаг вместе с Лул, они вообще могут убить противника до тех пор, пока тут сможет нанести какой-то ощутимый дэмэдж, в принципе. На топе все стандартно с игнайтами. Ну, на миде, кстати, Зира с экзостом. Очень редко я наблюдал, к сожалению, за Зирой. И ее либо банят против сильных игроков, либо ее не берут. И поэтому вот Зира, не знаю, как вы, уважаемые зрители, а я за Зирой наблюдал крайне редко. И сейчас посмотрю. Я даже, наверное, на саппорте ее видел в профессиональных матчах чаще, чем на АП-кэре, потому что, ну, реально, ее боятся, ее банят. Сейчас посмотрим, на что способна Зира с экзостом. Это не Алексич, кстати, говорил, а Пеппер. Кто не знает, это отрывок из турнира с финала второго сезона, когда там периодически делали вставки от игроков различных. И вот когда играли Moscow 5, там Пеппер говорил, что Дарien должен навалять всем с лопатой, очень экспрессивной лексикой. Как жизнь, как здоровье? Да, все нормально. Здоровье лучше, чем жизнь вроде как. Игры я сейчас записываю и, скорее всего, выложу на YouTube. Ну, если не будет каких-то там сверхтребований от организаторов, а их, скорее всего, не будет, так что я выложу на свой канал на YouTube. youtube.com/2khouse. Там все просто. Без всяких юзер. Без всякой фигни. Ну все, игра наконец-таки загрузилась, и сейчас мы с вами посмотрим, кто же одержит победу в этом противостоянии. Насколько хорошо Зира либо Алексич загангают, насколько хорошо будет бегать Мунт на топ и другие линии. Опа, ну здесь просто цвет рамочек не поражает воображение своим разнообразием, алмаз у всех. Какие-то алмазные короли. Не, очень, конечно, авторитетно выглядит вот эта вот алмазная рамочка. Экран загрузки намного, по моему мнению, красивее, чем в прошлом сезоне. Особенно вот когда все игроки высокого класса. Мунда, кстати, не с экзостом, а с флешом. То есть у него будет возможность прыгнуть через стенку и спастись, как-то заинициировать и так далее. Ну, то есть с экзостом иногда успешнее ганги в начале, с экзостом он в лейте с большей уверенностью может сесть на AD Carry. Ну, а с флешом он подстрахован от всяких неприятностей. Интересно, получит ли когда-нибудь кто-нибудь из Moscow 5 ленточку Honorable оппонент или еще что-нибудь? Потому что у многих они есть, но видите, что опять пока не награждены этим. Genja, как обычно, играет без скина, в отличие от всех абсолютно в этом матче. То есть 9 человек со скинами, но Genja считает, что это лишнее, что скин это переделки прошлого. Все загрузились, игра ждет, но надеюсь, сейчас все быстренько и хорошо пройдет. Так. Новый скин у Лулу. А, вот все, игра загрузилась и началась с паузы, нашей любимой паузы. Куда же без нее? Так, я пока героев раскидаю. Кстати, все так довольно уверенно расположилось. Только всего лишь одну вещь надо переделать. Ну вот, чтобы АП-кэри были. Ну, какие проблемы! Пишет Ирелия. Напишите в чатике, пожалуйста, откуда этот Gliukoze, который отлично владеет русским языком, какая-нибудь Болгария, что-то в этом роде. Gliukoze. Возможно, у кого-то какие-то проблемы с интернетом. А учитывая, что московская пятерка сейчас тренируется на буткемпе, скорее всего, проблемы с интернетом у всех. Paper rejoining, latency bug, пишут ребята. Ну что ж, подождем. Кстати, странно, по идее... А, ну да, паузы не считаются. Было бы прикольно. У тебя проблемы? Пишет Ренгер. Причем я русская. Ну это то ли Google переводчик, то ли что. Diamond показал, что русский язык ребята знают не так хорошо, как другие. Ready пишет Diamondprox. Решили все поматериться по-русски. Зира написала да. Но в долгих матчах с московской пятеркой русский учат многие. Поляк он. Да, Google Translate хорошая вещь. Все, Алексич анпаузит игру, и сейчас начнется наконец-таки битва. The battle has begun, как говорит нам какая-то женщина на Кристал Скаре. Снова Пеппер с сапогом, как и все вообще в этой игре, никаких исключений. Причем Пеппер уверенный парень, он не любит бутылочки, он сразу же взял себе 2 варда. То есть он, в принципе, может завардить топ против Ренгара, который, скорее всего, туда выйдет гангать из кустов. В принципе, это Шен, у которого есть спасительный прыжок. Но вы же знаете Дариена. Так, нет ли жалоб на стрим? Игру никто не расскажет, что тут происходит. Сейчас происходит турнир Raidcall за $1000. Это первый его раунд, где Moscow 5 сражается с относительно новой командой. Игра Best of One, то есть до одной победы. Изрил прыгает, прямо в него влетает флэш. Причем он не выучил Ешку, лол. Изрил-то разведчик. Это исторический матч, ребята, это исторический момент. Сейчас Пеппер сделает еще стан, но команда сзади, давайте бегите. Лулу с дорогущим скином, в него Алексич попадает, но, к сожалению, чемодан Diamondprox не летает так далеко, и Лулу еще дает отпор, оппонентам прибежал Genja. Дарин остался, чтобы задефать. Вот это корни от Зиры. Genja один, ребята, влетает Зиру, и сейчас ее, скорее всего, убьют. Да, это второй килл от Moscow 5. Продолжает стрелять, причем Аша. Все-таки Аша очень сильная на первом левеле, Мунда тоже. Аша со своими валеями и критом, конечно, выдает. И сейчас ребята еще здесь стоят в кустах, ну, для того, чтобы реколнуться. Это исторический момент. Moscow 5 побеждают в first fight. Я видел очень редкие игры, где Moscow 5 инициировали. Чаще всего они теряли 2 либо 3 до выхода крипов. А сейчас М5 пошли в первый файт и победили в нем. Вы представляете, ребята, что происходит? Причем ассисты получили все, абсолютно все получили ассисты. Это очень хорошо. А килл взяла Аша и Тарик. Ну, Пеппер без килла уйти не может. Если кого-то убили, то Пеппер обязательно в этом замешан. Вот, ну, а Genja, то, что достался килл, это хорошо. Правда, он почему-то решил ничего не покупать. Можно было, я считаю, потерять 2 крипов, но прийти на линию с новехоньким Доронсблейдом. Вот, видите, вот Тарик шел, и то, на самом он бы ни одного крипа не потерял, если бы пришел сюда. Вот, но зато был бы там, с Доронсблейдом, либо еще с чем-то, продав хилку. Ну, хотя там все равно же вначале особо, ну, то есть на Доронсблейд не хватает, надо было бы подождать, ждать не хочется. А зато потом он купит какие-то клевые артефакты. Так, последняя проверка, нет ли жалоб ни от кого, нету лагов от... Так, отправьте ему смс. Зачем мне отправить смс? Нету лагов, все вроде хорошо, но я через какое-то время еще проверю. Здесь в Алексича попадают корнями, но он щитом доджит этот урон. В этом плюс, конечно же, Диана на миде. У нее есть щит, который позволяет впитывать весь урон на первом левеле. Вот он, обещанный ганк на топ у этого парня, причем... У него прокачаны уже все 3 скилла, Дарин, естественно, рядом с вражеской вышкой, все по стратегии, но Бонифаций спалился, и поэтому ничего особо не выходит здесь, ребят. Поздновато Алексич прожал щит, поэтому часть дамага прошло по родным хпшкам. Он пьет баночку, у него еще 2 осталось. Аша, естественно, в агрессию против Изрила вначале идти не может, там хотя бы надо какой-то левел. Здесь врыв, Тарик станет Изрила, и очень больно достается Лулу. То есть Изрил, во-первых, отпрыгнул, во-вторых, стоял под станом. И Moscow 5 начали фокусить с саппорта. Но, ребята, учтите, что все это было после того, как Изрил потратил свой прыжок, стоял под станом и отошел в сторону. То есть просто так бить саппорта нельзя. Скорее всего, убьют вашего AD Carry, а потом и саппорта. Мунда бежит сюда, и сейчас он замедлит Лулу. Лулу сразу флешится и отлично станет. Флешится также и Diamond, и минус Лулу. Это 3-й килл от московской пятерки. И прошу вас обратить внимание на интересный момент, что Diamond решил врага не добивать, чтобы оставить килл Genja. Но Пеппер был не столь щепетильным парнем, достал свой красный молоток и дал Лулу по голове. Ренгар бежит на бот, но у Тарика есть стан, поэтому бояться нечего. Флеши есть у всех, кроме Genja. Но Genja издалека стреляет, а Пеппер контролирует куст. Так что если Ренгар будет по ниндзе заходить, то все будет нормально. Вот он, Ренгар идет по ниндзе. Но ниндзя у него какая-то кривая, он вышел из куста по пути. Видимо, как-то этот парень не совсем уверенно управляется с мышкой. Все, последний этап на все ли хорошо. Это лаги отлагало, блин. Что же? Ну я потом качество могу уменьшить, конечно. Но вроде кто-то писал, что нету лагов. Печально, ребята. Пушат у нас ребята из верхней команды. Алексич здесь постоянно щитом доджит заклинание Зиры. Потратил за все время всего лишь одну хилку. Зира, в принципе, тоже выпила эту самую хилку. Возможно, еще в начале, правда, когда ее убивали. Бьют телегу. Возвращается на базу Diamondprox. Если у кого-то лагает, не переживайте, вы потом в записи можете посмотреть. А после этой игры я перезагружу, скорее всего, компьютер и перезагружу вообще все, что только можно. Так, да, кстати, надо выключить левые программы довольно быстро. Так, сейчас пока никого нет. Давайте я выключу все левое, хотя... А, у меня все левое и так выключено, в принципе. Нет, лагов лагает. Ну, в игре потише, окей. Так, ладно, ну, к сожалению, сейчас не разберемся мы со всеми проблемами, поэтому я просто продолжу комментировать. Ренгер приходит на топ, Дариен здесь, у него, к счастью, есть таунт, он его не тратит. В Ирелию, пользуясь горьким опытом прошлых матчей. И вот Ренгер прыгает, и сразу же Дариен уходит своим таунтом. Но он не флешится, только сейчас он флешнулся, получив кучу лишнего дамага, и, скорее всего, сейчас умрет. Игнайт на нем горит, но Игнайт заканчивается, и Ирелия сейчас погибнет. Но Ренгер оказался тоже пронырливым и добивает Дариена. Ну, в принципе, неплохо, на самом деле. Могло быть и хуже. В этот момент Diamondprox приходит на бот, и они сейчас еще из Рила, возможно, убьют. Да, чемодан в спину, это значит, что белобрысый мальчик, скорее всего, не убежит. Нет, у него был прыжок, а вот у Genja сейчас ляжет от крипов. В принципе, без разницы. Ну, конечно, хорошо было бы эту пачку получить, но он теряет всего лишь 6 крипов, что, в принципе, не важно. Счет 5-1. Да, откатился вовремя прыжок у этого парня, и он спас благодаря этому. Здесь ребята пушат, естественно, потому что Изрил вынужден уходить. Причем уходит он очень сейфово, потому что туда выдвинулась Диана. Поэтому уходит он из этих кустов, и крипов он потеряет тонну. Вот эти вот все ребятки сейчас, скорее всего, умрут сейчас. Телегу довольно быстро сложат и начнут умирать окрестные крипы. Так. Да, то есть Лулу, конечно, сейчас подфармит, но Изрилу это особо душу не греет. Он потеряет много мобов. Ренгер здесь сражается с крипцами, как обычно. Лулу продолжает фармить, у нее уже сколько? 9. Сейчас, возможно, будет опять-таки исторический момент, что какой-то саппорт перефармит Пеппера. Это случается очень редко. Здесь Шен дерется с Ирелией, он купил пояс на ХП, и поэтому в райт-клике он сильнее. 430 жизней дают о себе знать, и у него, к тому же, есть реген ХП неплохой. У Ирки всего лишь одна баночка. Шен даже особо ХП не потерял. Он там щит прожимает, кинжал регенит ему жизни и так далее. Так, у Изрила 34 крипа. У Генжи, кстати, 33 всего лишь. Это фейл. Надо больше фармить. Ну, в принципе, он накилял, так что... Ну, точнее, наассистил, на линии с Пеппером сложно килять. Снова неплохое комбо, но Лулу, видите, тоже огрызается и показывает Генже, что тому расслабляться нельзя. Бежит у нас Diamondprox на топ, он уже купил очень быстрый оракул, что характерно для Мунда. И также бежит сюда Диана, она все думает, через какие кусты побежать. Но в итоге Диана никуда не подбежала, а вот Ирелия сейчас зажат под таверкой. Дианы, конечно, здесь не хватает. С двумя прыжками Ирелию она сложила бы на раз. Ирелия вообще уходит из-под башни, боясь оппонентов. Давить Ирелию не лучший вариант, здесь почти забрали голема, Ирелия сражается с Мунда, но в любом случае она сейчас отправится на базу и будет терять крипов тонны. Очень больно Мунда бьет, Ирелия ощутила это на себе, и Мунда продолжает, особо не тратя время, забирать големов. У него вторые сапоги Доранс Шилд, это идеальный затар на Мунда, потому что это скорость и дополнительный реген ХП, дополнительный армор и так далее. Ирелия теряет кучу крипов, Ренгер бежит куда-то сюда на помощь. Даймонд, он, кстати, тоже 6-й, может быстро бегать. Но и на апогее своего величия сейчас Ренгер, у него 6-й уровень. Даймонд включает свой ульт, прыгает на него с ульта Ренгер. Но Даймонд очень хорошо регенится, все-таки не хватает дэмэджа. Отличный прыжок от Шена, но почему-то Даймонд решил не драться. Хотя уже, в принципе, свои стаки слил. А не почему-то, потому что сюда бежит Зира, а вот Алексичек, к сожалению, нет. Дарья на экзостер подкидывает, и сейчас этот ниндзя отправится к праотцам. К сожалению, Алексич не вышел вслед. Ну, давайте отмотаем назад, посмотрим. Да, Алексич просто был на базе, он не мог выйти вслед за Зирой. А вот Moopz зря времени терял. Moopz, насколько я знаю, тоже из Польши, и он опасен. Видите, он красиво так приколывается. По традициям Ирелии, ой, точнее, по традициям Зиры. Алексич сам себе забирает синий баф, то есть не ганнул топ, наказан. Сам разбирайся с големами. Ну, Олег сейчас особо не парится, правда, он слил 2/3 маны, но это не так важно. На боте наши уже доминируют, то есть уж что ж... Опа, здесь Diamondprox чуть не убили, но Шен продолжает агрессию, и сюда приходит еще и Алексич, и сейчас он уже не простит. Второй прыжок на Эрелию, и она умирает. Даймонда-то почти забрали. Ну и Зира здесь с Ренгером как-то вяленько походили. Так вот, минус, конечно, у линии с Ашой в том, что там довольно мало дамага, но есть очень сильный плюс. От Аши убежать сложно. У нее есть замедление. Вот, ой, здесь почти уже Пеппер улетал, он боялся, что в него прилетит кушка, он что-то остается. Но вот такие моменты совершаются ошибки, потому что игроки мысленно уже на базе. Мысленно Генджа купил уже себе улучшенные ботинки и так далее. И в такие моменты можно совершить ошибку. Наши выдвигается в сторону к дракону, то есть, опа, Даймонд встретил вард, сейчас его сломает, для того, чтобы противники ничего не видели. Генджа нету маны, но приход Дианы заставляет ребят уйти назад. Так, серп сюда, чтобы можно было прыгать еще раз. То есть один прыжок фактически на халяву. Конечно, хорошо бы серпом попасть и в Изрила, но если не попадаете, то хотя бы кидайте его в крипов и прыгайте через этих крипов. КД очень маленький, вместе с синим бафом это какие-то дешевые 4,5 секунды. Ну, точнее, 4, ну, почти 5 секунд, в принципе, не важно. Так, здесь чемодан Мупза. Мупз тоже хотел бы получить синий баф, а его нету. Так, здесь драка на топе, в принципе, и учитывая доминацию Дариена на линии, он в случае чего отойдет, и он постоянно, учитывая доминацию, он имеет возможность пушить. Учитывая, что он пушит, он спокойно может вернуться назад и реколнуться. Здесь что-то снова Иреля дерется с ним, но, естественно, не передамаживает. Все-таки щит, все-таки кинжал 5-го левела, который наносит 220 дэмэджа. Так, Даймонд подходит к дракону и много сносит ему своими топорами. Пеппер похилял своего мейта. Приходит Диана, кто-то из них будет танчить. Танчит Диана, у нее есть щит. Вот, и дракон забирается довольно быстро. Очень уверенно играет московской пятерки. Алексич встал вот здесь вот внутрь, надеясь, что оппоненты сагрятся. И оппоненты сагрились. Отличная стрела от Алекса. И в итоге Ренгер успевает отхилять себя на 15% хп. Алекс отлично попадает серпом в Мупса. Здесь забайтили ботлайн, и очень больно бедной девочки. Но учитывая, что Moscow 5 доминирует, то они могут позволить себе бить даже саппорта. Потому что дэмэджа здесь намного больше. Улучшенные ботинки, там кулачок. Здесь все-таки в деф пошел у нас Изрил. В такой ситуации можно, в принципе, фоксить саппорта. Потому что у него Руби Кристалл, у него ботинки на армор, и они не очень повышают его боевую эффективность. Дариен сломал таверку. Теперь Дариен может чаще участвовать в файтах. Он, кстати, пытался прилететь, но его застанили. Видимо. Так, по крипам. 70 крипов каким-то мифом у Изрила. Его теснят всеми силами, но Ирелия не такой чудо-фармер. В отсутствии какого-то превосходства на линии она нафармила всего лишь 44 моба. А вот Зира молодец. Мупс умеет фармить. Но с другой стороны Диана особо проблем ему не доставляет. Серпик, прыжок. Стандартное убийство крипов от Дианы, практически мгновенное. 2 кольца и 2 конца. Я имею в виду ботинок. И он уже наносит довольно серьезный дамаг. Потом будут сильные какие-то артефакты, типа маски, скорее всего, абусала и часов. Потому что часы очень нужны Диане. Так, Диана врывается прямо под таверку, на нее летит Шен. И прыжок, таунт сразу же -2. Вы видели, что творят эти ребята. Диана прыгает, там же вылупляется Дариен, который делает таунт по 2. И сейчас они сломают еще и таверку. Ничего не могут противопоставить оппоненты московской пятерки. Вообще ничего. Счет 9-2 и в принципе нету никаких шансов. Потому что дракон, потому что много ассистов, то есть килл дает не только 300 голды, но еще 175 за ассист. Дарин прямо в наглую начинает бить таверку, хотя крипы были совсем близко. Получил он еще последнюю плюшку от таверки. Ломается башня, Ирелия пытается нафармить что-то на топе, но ее Затар не дает никаких перспектив пока для нее. Так, сейчас стан в Ренгера, у него 5 стаков, попытается сейчас убить Ашу, но Аша уходит из-под приковки, достается Госу Пепперу, и сейчас Moscow 5 все-таки решает развернуться и драться. Нет, они отдают Пеппера. Вначале мне показалось, что все-таки будет сражение, но Moscow 5 были в не очень удачной позиции, с малым количеством маны и так далее, и они решили не драться. принципе, решение верное, потому что отдавая... Опа, вот это был телепорт от Шена. Шен ничего не боится. То есть, скорее всего, даже в файте они бы победили, но неизвестно. А отдавая Пеппер, они ничего особо не теряют, так что, ну, лучше не рисковать. Лучше идти в файты, в которых вы уверены. Шен покупает себе вармок, и теперь он может вначале всех уничтожать, не боясь никакого возмездия. Отличная стрела в Ренгера, сразу же в него прыгают, его увеличивает Лулу, ульту Зира, сейчас всех подкинет. Ренгер под ультой спасается. Ну, по крайней мере, заставили его прожать ульту. То же самое сделала Зира. В принципе, если у Зиры синий, да, у Зиры есть синий, конечно, ульта будет через 60 секунд. Но у Алексича ульта есть уже. Прыгает Алекс на синий баф, станет его Пеппер для того, чтобы Алекс побыстрее забрал синий. Аша бежит на бот, у нее есть кроме кулачка еще и меч. И она сейчас очень много нафармит. Валей из Рила достается. Так, Алексич бежит вместе с Тариком сюда. Тарик вардит куст, и сейчас будет драк с Ирелией. Сразу же прыжок в Ирелию, и сейчас Ирелия умрет. Потому что будет второй прыжок. Нет, даже серпом. Серпом отрезали Ирелии голову. И даже не стал Алексич на нее прыгать. Здесь Даймонд хозяйничает во вражеских джунглях, проверяя все кусты со своим оракулом. У него особо затар не изменился. Добавился только Руби Кристалл. И сейчас они будут пушить таврку. У Алексича есть все. Генжа потихонечку удвигается, но дойдет он не скоро. Но в любом случае, московская пятерка заберет эту таврку. Хотя Зира сейчас хорошо придет, может ультануть очень жестко. У нее появился ульт, она кинула корни, Пепперу больно. И сейчас будет ульт от Зиры, который подкинет всех. Дариен пытается до последнего добить таврку. Все, он ломает эту башню, но Пеппера приковывают. Дариен дерется один против толпы, прыгает сюда из Зрил от врагов. От Алексича, потому что Алексич опасный. Чемоданы летают с деньгами. Никто деньги не подбирает, Алексич не попадает серпом. Дариену больно, куст дамажит его очень больно. Дариена превратили в какую-то фигнюшку. Он таунтом и флешом неизвестно что делает. Ему прям в лицо прыгает из Рилы. Сейчас постараются убить Ренгера. Довольно много дамажит по Ренгеру, но в итоге Алексич схватывает экзост. С другой стороны, Генжа вообще не приходит в тауэр, в файт. Зачем ему? Зачем ему тимфайт? В итоге Москва 5 оставили трупы 3 своих бойцов, а Генжа, как бы в извинение, ломает еще одну башню. Конечно же, он ее не добьет. Хотя... Генжа очень осторожный игрок, так что, скорее всего, он бэкнется. Не будет рисковать, хотя рядом его прикрывает Diamondprox. Но все равно чемодан в Ренгера. Так, ну что же, очень неудачная ситуация для московской пятерки. Они отдали толпу своих людей. То есть, во-первых, били башню до последнего. И вроде как уже хотелось ее добить. Но оппоненты уже дамажили. Уже били их, а Москва 5 только отступали. Ну и к тому же битва была 4 на 5. Что опять-таки не очень удачно. Ну, то есть, более-менее приближается счет к равному. Но Москва 5 впереди все еще на... Сколько там, на 6000 золотых монет. Что, в принципе, неплохо. У Зиры очень все хорошо. У нее счет 2-1-3. У нее улучшенная чашка, ботинки на пенетру и палочка на 40 АП. Ну, Алексича все, конечно, получше. Он уже собирает часы. Учитывая довольно большое количество физического урона и возможность спрятаться, это очень хороший артефакт для Дианы. То есть она инициирует вызрила, наносит ему кучу дэмэджа, а то и ваншоты, и стоит в часах. Ну, то есть наплевать ей, в принципе. Ну что, обычно, конечно, в файт впрыгивают толстые герои, а Диана не обладает большим запасом здоровья. Шен в стороне, как обычно, для того, чтобы в случае чего прилететь. Релия схватывает чемоданы, потому что у нее мало МДФ, для нее это больно. Довольно много хп, относительно МДФ, по крайней мере. Снова сейчас будет чемодан, Даймонд уворачивается от кушки, все здесь стоят. Нету таврки, на самом деле, здесь, и поэтому Москва 5 могут спокойно враться. Таврок вообще нету, вторую башню Москва 5 тоже ломали. Алексич обходит врагов, вардов-то особо нет, попадает он в Ирелию. Ирелию сейчас убьют очень быстро, ее делает большой. На Алексича летит Шен, его подкидывает, пытается убить, он делает прыжок еще один в Ирелию. Очень много дэмэджа, пока слили эту чертову Ирелию. Здесь двое бегает за Лулу. Ренгер убегает, Зира делает отличные корни по троим, но Генжа не отпускает Ренгера, попадая по нему валеем, птичка летит, но, к сожалению, ускорили Ренгера, и он спасается. Да, неприятная ситуация, Ирелию как-то долго очень убивали, очень хорошо ультанула Зира, ну и вообще Moopz очень хорошо играет за Зиру. Если бы это был бы Best of 3, то я рекомендовал бы Москва 5 в следующем матче банить бы Зиру. Но это игра до одной победы, Best of 1, поэтому второго шанса ни у кого не будет. Если победят если победят ребята из М5, то они уже будут сражаться во втором туре с кем-то. Если то же самое будет в случае победы их оппонентов. Но, конечно же, болеем за нашу родную московскую пятерку. Тем более, у Шена скоро будет Тринити после Вармога. У Ирелии тоже когда-нибудь будет Тринити. Ну, кстати, смотрите, уже все приближается. Уже есть Фейдж, уже есть Шин. Почти собран Зил. То есть, на самом деле, вот этих крипцов бесплатных она заберет, и уже можно будет подумывать о Тринити Форсе. Ну, не просто подумывать, а купить его. Алексичу сейчас, конечно, часов не хватило очень сильно. Он проходит по варду, хочет обойти Изрила. На него потыкали бэк, говорят. Вот, Изрил все-таки получает ульту и уже даже особо ничего не пытается сделать. Но у него и прыжка, в принципе, не было. Неплохо Алексич ворвался, несмотря на наличие варда, Изрил уйти не смог. Но это Шен постоянно его байтил, типа я слабый, побей меня. Включил режим мазохиста и в итоге забрал оппонента. Помог, по крайней мере, забрать оппонента. Так, Пеппер занимается своим любимым делом, у него 20 крипов. Это мечта Пеппера фармить. Красный баф забирает очередной себе Ренгер, он уже с Аегисом. Учитывая, что у него 6 ассистов, довольно много это голды. Теперь он с красным, Ирелия с Тринити, небось уже, да? Покажите. Да, Ирелия с Тринити, правда, ботинок еще не улучшен. Но у Шена все в этом плане тоже неплохо. Шен собрал Шин. Легкая тавтология получается. Почти есть... А, кстати, Зеку. Зеку у нас собирает все-таки... Точнее, нет, эмблему Валор он собирает. С регеном и армором. Неплохо, в принципе. То есть, довольно много полезных аур будет у Мунда. TX. Ну что ж, главное Алексичу поскорее нафармить часы. По деньгам у него сейчас 1785 монет. То есть не хватает, еще там 700 где-то, что ли. Вот, то есть есть палочка на 80 АП, но самого рецепта он купить не сможет. Как-то верхняя команда навязчиво выдвигается в сторону на шор, поставили вард, но Diamond сейчас этот вард легко сломает. Несколько ударов. Алексич забрал крипов здесь, реколается. Все еще мечтает о часах. А, он взял и собрал Guardian Angel, то есть особо не парись. Здесь, правда, Ренгер сломал таврку. Да, гварды тоже хороший вариант, но часы, я считаю, в принципе, получше, потому что файт, скорее всего, будет не один. Даже если М5 победит в файте, вряд ли они заберут на Шора. То есть, скорее всего, если М5 победят в файте, они снесут 2 таврки, может быть, успеют ингибитор снести. Вот. То есть файтов будет еще ключевых много. Часы под каждый файт, а гварды все-таки под один ближайший. Ну и там откатится через долгое время. Ставится вар здесь. Вар довольно быстро ломает. Москва вот так вот жестко инициирует на шор. Надо реализовывать, конечно же, эти самые гварды. Больно серпиком по мупсу попадает Диана и прыгает прямо во врагов. Летит в нее Шен, ее экзостят. Прыгают в нее все. Отличный ульт от Мувза, но его забирает. Правда, Алексича сейчас тоже убьют, но у него есть гварды. В итоге минус Лулу. И Ирелия сейчас тоже погибнет. Изрила здесь вообще не было. Отличная инициация от нашей команды. То есть они заставили ребят драться. Этот вот врыв от Дианы, 1 в 5, но тут же Шен, тут же ульта от Генжи, и белобрысый парень сейчас тоже умрет. Да, неплохо все получилось. Алексич сагрил на себя весь дамаг, абсолютно весь. И в итоге выжил, потому что у него были гварды. Ломает ставарка прямо в наглую. И приятный факт, что крипов Москва больше. И в принципе они когда-то придут. Но скорее всего московская пятерка решит забрать на Шора. Потому что... Ну-ка, не стал забирать. В принципе, проблемы с ХП есть некоторые. У Diamondprox мало ХП. А, и ульты тоже у него нет. Тогда ладно. Diamond регенится. То же самое делает Алексич. И щит у нас собирает Мунда. То есть просто куча аур. Во-первых, есть у нас Аегис у Тарика, то есть, в принципе, вся команда будет находиться под эффектом Аегиса. Мунда где-то впереди, Тарик будет либо прикрывать своего керри, либо еще что-то. Вот, Зил собрал у нас Genja. Ну, пока ничего очень серьезного у него нет. У Изрила тоже все плохо с артефактами. Он сменил один ботинок на другой, у него был ботинок на армор. Сейчас у него сорки. Точнее, мерки, какие сорки, к чертям. Хотя Изрил, некоторые наркоманские Изрилы, типа нашего стримера Холидея, собирают Изрилу сорки, собирают АП Изрила на бот. Ну вот, но это перекос по дэмэджу. Так, ну что же. Московская пятерка снесла все варды у Нашора и надеется затрапать оппонентов. Потому что команда не знает, где сейчас кто. Шен будет сейчас фармить. Фармить много. У него есть тринка и синяя баночка для снижения КД. Зафармит сейчас он всех этих крипов, а в случае чего вылетит к своей команде. М5 пока не решается забирать Нашора. Диана здесь довольно нагло бегает. Уже, конечно, нету гвардов. Уже так нагло ворваться не получится. И, возможно, наши сейчас решат забрать дракона. Он уже не столь важен, особенно при таком перефарме, но любая копеечка для команды это хорошо. 16-й левел уже Дарien. У него 3600 жизней, и пробить его, конечно, здесь не сможет никто. Убьют его только если вся команда будет живой, а у Moscow 5 все там погибнут. Так, Даймонд влетает с ультой, снова стрела в Ренгара, его как-то не любит. Врыв всех в Ренгара, но это, конечно, не лучшее распределение дамага. Очень быстро сносит Алексича. Генжа прямо в толпе, Даймонд летит только сейчас. Лол, надо было лететь на Алекса, конечно же. Минус Лулу, может был КД, кстати. Дарien продолжает драться здесь, он потратил уже свой таунт. Рели убегает с лоу хп. Ну, не очень удачный фокус здесь. Ренгар флешится, еще за ним, может быть, заполетить не стал. Мувс постоянно кидает очень красивые корни. Ну, бить Ренгара неправильно, потому что у него меньше всего дэмэджа и больше всего хп. Ну, пожалуй, только у Лулу меньше дэмэджа, чем у Ренгара с Аегисом. Вот. Но в любом случае, хп у него, выживаемость у него колоссальная. То есть, ну, нельзя сказать, что он совсем ничего не бьет. Все-таки догнали этого самого Ренгара и убили, но, тем не менее, Нашора здесь не взять и даже ничего не запушить. Мувс, смотрите, как он мгновенно. Если бы Даймонд продолжил свое нападение, если бы Даймонд был Дариеном, то его, скорее всего, убили. А Дариен врывается сейчас Мувса, потому что тот потратил свои желуди, а без Рома, естественно, особо не посражаешься. Так, здесь, опа, отличный выстрел от Зиры. Изрил пытается флешнуться, но сразу же за ним вылетел Дарien и не прощается с своим Тринити Форсом. Чемодан в лицо. И белобрысый парень опять-таки ложится. Генжа подбегает, у него уже Phantom Dancer Infinity Edge. Жив Алексич. И в принципе можно забирать Нашора. То же самое, я думаю, Moscow 5. Тарик ультует, ломается вард. И сейчас Нашор будет умирать. Бежит только сюда Ренгар, нету Мупса, нету Вандер Нуба. Прикольный ник, кстати, Вандер Нуб. Напомнил мне человек, который приходит от шотландца из крутых перцев. Попытались здесь, конечно, все застились. Снова Диана прыгает в наглую прямо во врагов. Стрела пролетела мимо, учитывая, что враги особо не боятся. Все прыгают в Диану, она использовала щит. Генжа сделал крутой валей. Здесь увеличили Ирелию, чтобы она не догорела от Игнайта. Под инвизом у нас Ренгар, но Оракул довольно далеко, поэтому он спасается. И Даймонд что-то сагрил големов. Ребята понимают, что здесь Даймонд, поэтому, скорее всего, Ренгар убежал в эту сторону. Прыгает Диана, откидывает его назад, таунт. И сейчас Ренгара в очередной раз убьют. Это третья его смерть за игру. Так, ну что ж, сейчас у всех есть деньги, причем наши победили в файте. И это значит, что сейчас время пушить. Время ломать тавер. Так, синий баф отдали Генжи. Какой-то щедрый очень Алекс. А ему КДР не помешает, учитывая, что у него нет ни одного предмета на кулдаун редюкшн. Палочка на 80 АП, и в принципе он думает о шляпе. Потому что нужен урон, в принципе. Там есть чит от вот этого артефакта у Мунда. Как он там, Сан, что-то там. Вот, локет от Iron Солярий. Надо запомнить, это Солярий. Редко очень собирается артефакт, но, тем не менее, в сумме он дает порядка 1000 хп, что я считаю неплохо. Трольский пипер похилял крипа и забрал крипов ультой. Я думал, только я за Тарика забираю крипов ультой, но, оказывается, это делает и пепер. В случае чего я могу сослаться на такие же действия со стороны лучшего саппорта. Одного из лучших, по крайней мере, саппортов в мире. Зека, конечно же, стандартный у пепера. Снова Дарien. Вот в такие моменты, конечно, да, Шен очень хорош, но понимаете, что Moscow 5 и так доминировали в начале. То есть, вот то, что Шен сейчас имеет возможность пушить боковые линии, мало что значит, потому что игра решилась, ну вы сами помните, когда еще минуте на 10-й уже Moscow 5 получили преимущество и закрепили его. Именно поэтому, по моему мнению, сейчас Шен стал менее актуальным. То есть, да, он прилетает в файт, да, это довольно эффектно, но основная часть этого матча, и мы знали примерно уже, что где-то на 10-й минуте мы уже знали, что Moscow 5, скорее, если не сделают серьезных фейлов, то победят. А Шен тогда себя как герой вообще не реализовал. Так, волейбольный. Врывается Алексич прям в толпу, на него ультует Шен, вылет, и сразу же, чтобы туда затаунтил всех Шен. Минус Лулу сразу, Ирелия влетает, также сюда приходит Diamondprox. Ренгеру очень больно, отлично ультит Мувса опять. Но Ренгер ложится, Генжа жив, и поэтому он будет стрелять, а стреляет он больно. Серпом забирают Зиру. И сейчас пачка крипов заберут Тау. А в принципе, что я смотрю на бот, если можно сломать мид? Да, наши очень скоординированно себя ведут, ломают мид, и сейчас могут закончить эту игру, потому что осталось в живых только 2 героя. Стан от Изрила, но он успел флешнуться. Серп элегантно пролетел, сбрил крипов, и наши решают все-таки ломать сначала бот. Только потом приближаться к трону. Приходит сюда своим таунтом Шен, минус 1 таверка, минус 2, и сейчас будет сломан Nexus. Потому что Зиры нет. А, пожалуй, только Зира тащил эту игру. ГГ написал Алексич. Неплохая игра, в принципе, 25-8 счет. Мне очень понравился врыв от московской пятерки в начале. Это было превосходно. Force of Nature здесь у Шена, которые уберут в 3-м сезоне. Так, давайте сейчас проведем стратегический опрос на моей стене. Так, я так и не написал, что М5 стрим онлайн. Так, сейчас, давайте. Стена у меня, вот вы видите ее сейчас. Я, в принципе, что-то напишу, чтобы вам проще было перейти. Вот. Перейдите и проголосуйте. Прикрепить опрос. Есть ли лаги? Да? Нет. Ну, естественно, да, будет мало, будет в основном ответы. Точнее, вряд ли кто-то будет переходить для того, чтобы голосовать нет. Хотя нет, тут довольно много голосов. Нет лагов. Ну, ребятки, прошу вообще максимальное количество возможных людей проголосовать. Опа, 666. Как можно больше голосов мне надо? Ура, наши затащили, да? Сейчас у Moscow 5 опять поприбавится фанатов. Мне это не нравится, что наши побеждают, все такие: да ладно, ой, они победили, какие молодцы. Наши проигрывают, и все такие: М5 уже не те. Откуда лаги одновременно нет? Да, это действительно странно. Но от меня было какое-то количество дропов, но 220 дропов на 86 тысяч. Не, ну сейчас с Овнидом у многих какие-то проблемы, так что я не думаю, что проблемы... Это как, знаете, вы должны мне сказать, как девушка, когда бросает парня, она говорит: проблема не в тебе, проблема во мне. Так и сейчас фактически происходит, то есть вы должны мне сказать именно это. Лаги были во время... Нет, ну понятно, что во время игры, не во время игры лагать не может. Потому что сейчас от меня битрейта никого идет. Я вам стримлю статичную картинку, свою страничку ВКонтакте. Кто-то в скайпе мне написал: давайте я выключу на всякий случай экран. Хотя там ничего интересного особо нет. Плюшкер предлагает снизить битрейт. В принципе, разумное предложение, но пострадает 2000 человек. Сейчас, я так понял, что, лагает у 80 человек, да, из 2000. Так, вот, я еще раз пишу ссылку на свою страницу. Всех, у кого лагает или у кого не лагает, участвуйте в этом опросе. Если лагает у 80 человек из 2000, то я лучше ничего не буду делать, потому что, сами знаете, там что-то сломается, что-то и так далее. Я повторяю 40-й раз, ребята, когда я не стримлю игру, от меня не идет никакой практически картинки, поэтому лагов не будет сейчас. Ну, что я сейчас стримлю, блин, свою морду? У меня морда не настолько загружена битрейтом. Все норм, все огонь, ну все. Все 2К не напишут в чат. Нет, ты ошибаешься. Если у 2000 все хорошо, то могут не написать. Ну, я жду. Все, ребят, насчет лагов есть опрос, а в чате давайте обсуждать все-таки игру. Все-таки давайте обсуждать игру. Что вам понравилось, как вы оцениваете шансы Moscow 5 против Eclipse, или кто там выиграл? Сейчас посмотрим, обновляется ли сеточка. Опа! Опа-на! Все видят. Ребята, которые хотят готовить, I want cook. А, это команда Shushei, лол. Так это же Шушей. Шушей, HosaN, Шук, YoungBuck выиграли Эклипсию, и сейчас наши будут играть с этим веселым волосатым поляком, экс-игроком команды FNATIC. FNATIC, кстати, выиграли испанцев. Да, Эклипсия реально слила. Да, спасибо. О, Елисей вообще полезный. Почему Пеппер не собрал Infinity? Фейл какой-то. Всего лишь-то Sapphire Crystal. Да, Пеппер без Infinity деньги на ветер. И курсы слили хотите? Да ладно, что за жесть. Какой-то день... Не, ну Alternate тоже, знаете, не ребята там из... Просто, понимаете, Эклипсия, это ж... С другой стороны, да, подождите, курсы-то и выиграли Эклипсию недавно. То есть, получается, что топ-1 последнего крупного турнира слил. Топ-2 последнего крупного турнира тоже слил в первом раунде. Но наши тащат, это радует. Наши-то топ-3. Катерич, лол, вообще. Чё? Поляки, почему у меня плохие ассоциации? Я думаю, у всех 2000 зрителей при слове поляки вряд ли в голове возникает 2600 человек, которые протаскивают его во всех ранкедах. В стороне часто, да, мне тоже это не понравилось, что Genja очень часто фармит, когда команда дерется. Дарien, ой, Diamond очень давно бегает за Мунда в джунглях. Что за фотка в загрузках? А, да, это фигня. Это я просто себе на стену делал. Тарик 5214, Аша 2115. Кто тут саппорт? Не, ну вот помните тот момент, когда Diamond специально оставлял килл Аше, а Пеппер особо не парясь взял и молотком ударил по голове. Бедный Лулу. Забавно, конечно. Аша саппорт. Играли у нас ребята нормал через Ашу саппорта. И даже ранки доиграли. В принципе, не так плохо, как могло бы быть, но все же не тот вариант, что нужен. Сейчас будет игра против команды I Want Cook. Best of 3 против Шушея и его команды. Сегодня будет еще довольно много игр. Ну, точнее, будут 2 матча Best of 3. То есть от 4 до 6 игр. Сейчас будет 2 либо 3 игры с Шушеем. Ну, а потом с победителем пары Alternate FNATIC. Конечно же, хочу поблагодарить организаторов этого турнира за то, что они мне дали официальные права на стрим. Кстати, логотипчик чуть-чуть подвинуть, я вижу. Вот, это приятно. Фантики, фнатики будут сегодня. Уже создают. Ага. Надеюсь, что... Надеюсь, что не заполонят все там официальные англоязычные стримеры, но в случае чего из игры можно будет пристримить. Че? Что это за гейство тут? Я не знаю. Часто предпочитает фарм тимфайту. Да, ульты у Генжи прямые. Насчет его пристрастия к фарму тоже все знают. Битрейт не трогать. Да, я тоже согласен. То есть, ну смотрите, лагает у 100 человек, они, в принципе, могут посмотреть YouTube. 2000 человек будут смотреть более худшее качество из-за того, что... И то не факт. Понимаете, если бы еще у этих 100 человек точно бы качество улучшилось бы. Видите, у меня какие-то проблемы, кто-то вообще стримы смотреть не может. Ёшкин кот. Сейчас, секунду. Так. Сейчас зайдем в игру. Зайдем когда-нибудь в игру. Да блин. Как же ты пишешься, друг? Как-то все сложно. Ту-ту-ту. Сколько... А, ё-моё, я шоу Private Games не поставил и ищу такой деятель, блин. Блин, пароль надо было скопировать. Ту-ту-ду-ту-ду-ту-ду. Game is full. Да я спектатор. Я хочу быть спектатором скромным. Все, отлично. Отлично. Я в лобби. Поисковик мастер. Не палим, что пароль запалили. Я очень рад, кстати, что у нас приятные зрители. И хорошие. Потому что... Напомните мне, пожалуйста, сменить экран, сейчас пока я не включу его. Вот. То есть... Сейчас экран включу в начале игры. Потому что очень... Я однажды даже что-то спалил на стриме, и даже этим никто не воспользовался. То есть, ну, там 1000 человек смотрело. На самом деле, вот больше всего мне на геймзете нравитесь именно вы, уважаемые посетители, потому что очень адекватная комьюнити. Помню, на одном из сайтов... Ну, давайте, что на одном из сайтов? На Good Game... Экран включу, только напомните, когда игра начнется. На одном из сайтов на Good Game админ спалил пароль, и им воспользовались буквально через 10 секунд. Чего? Ты гомофоб? Я не до конца осознаю смысл этого слова, но ничего. Играю, да, конечно, на Весте. Откуда мы знаем, когда игра начнется? Ты же не глянешь, когда игра начнется. Ну все плохо. Так, ну сейчас уже скоро начнется игра. Все, сейчас будет масса спама. Так. Давайте я включу запись. А, я...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to jump into semi-final number 1, which is between Moscow 5 and I Want Cookie. And I'm over the top because I know that Panky is going to be joining us. Panks, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good, Trevor. It's been a while.
Yes, it has been. I need to drop my Skype volume because I may have just deafened all the viewers. All right, so yeah, dude, how you doing, Chris?
I'm good. I'm a little bit disappointed. I was kind of hoping to still be in this round, but well, Extinct Syndra, not quite up to scratch.
Yeah, I heard so. A couple guys in chat were saying Panky too heavy. Panky too heavy, apparently.
My support disconnected, and Extinct was 4 and 12, so I don't think it was my fault.
Alright, well, I believe you. I believe you. I know you're the honourable one here. So, what are the chances you've been able to spectate the bans and picks just yet for Moscow 5 I Want Cookie?
I can't just yet, but as soon as the delay kicks in, I will be able to see them.
Okay, sweet. Well, so far, Katarina Jax banned out for Moscow 5. Oriana Lee Sin banned out for I Want Cookie. 2 remaining. We've already seen FNATIC took out Giants in quite a dominant display. I believe Moscow 5 did something similar to the mighty Midgets. And Eclipsia going out to Alternate, I believe. So a little bit of a surprise, if that's the right term there.
Eclipse, I think, went out to I Want Cookie.
There we go. I Want Cookie. Sorry, you're right. You're right.
Curse went out to Alternate.
That's it. There we go. There we go.
That one hit me at home. It's, I don't know, I don't think there's anything too crazy there. I think some people would have expected Curse to take on Alternate, but if we had the full lineup, maybe things would be a little bit different. Unfortunately, that's not the case. But other than that, no, I don't think there's anything too surprising. It's set up for a great set of semi-finals. And yeah, with everyone that's left, it's going to be an exciting final.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Interestingly, Moscow 5 have actually let the third and final ban go blank. So I don't know if they just agreed to banning a third one in chat or not. Let's see if Gosu can shed some light on that one. Who was third ban? But thus far, we see Diamondprox, he's locked in his Zinzao. Over on the other side, Ezreal and Nunu locked in for I Want Cookie. I Want Cookie, how long have they been playing together? It can't be very long. I
Want Cookie, it's been maybe 2 months tops. I think it's they've they've been around quietly, little online tournaments, a couple of 4POs go for lols, those kind of things here and there. But yeah, I mean, we're waiting for them to make a big splash, waiting for them to make their say DreamHack qualify spot like Mighty Midgets or something similar. But they've been here steady in the background for a little while now.
Now, out of interest, do you know if any of the teams, sort of like, I Want Cookie or similar, are going to be heading to the Bring Your Own Computer LAN at DreamHack just yet?
I don't. I've been trying to find out if anyone will be. There was a couple of people we hoped would be there, Eclipse being one of them, but unfortunately that's not possible. And yeah, I'm waiting to see. Maybe there'll be some surprise names mixed in that BYOC section.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. I mean, it's a huge bracket, 256 team bracket, and 2 slots in a $50,000 tournament. So it's worth trying.
It's going to be a crazy day of games. It's awesome as well. And like DreamHack, it's huge. I expect we'd fill at least 200 of those slots. I can't remember the last numbers from the last BYOC, but there's a lot of people there, and we can easily fill that kind of spot.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. For everybody that's on stream that maybe hasn't heard or didn't know, myself and Panky will be shoutcasting the entire event, and it will be taking place on Thursday and Friday, and I'm more than a little bit excited.
That's one way to put it. I'm counting the days. Sweden DreamHack. It's one of these. Like, ever since I first started playing games and talking with friends and LANs came up in discussion, DreamHack's been that goal, so to speak. That's the ultimate LAN party to attend, and now to be able to do it and working and casting a tournament like this, dream come true.
Yeah, it's really, really awesome. I've been lucky enough. I attended the Winter DreamHack in 2008, and it absolutely blew my mind. But while we've been waffling about this, Moscow 5 have actually locked in their entire roster. So they banned out Katarina, Jax, and Zillion, and they've locked in Diana for mid. We've got potentially Shen or Xin Zhao. It's probably going to be Xin in the jungle, Shen up top, and a Vayne Tarek bottom lane. Over on the flip side for I Want Cookie, Ezreal, Nunu, Kayle, Janna, and we're waiting for their, I would assume, top laner now, if that's going to be Nunu in the jungle, Kayle top. No, that'll be mid laner then, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch the 5 stream, but as you said, there's a slight delay, so Moscow 5's last 2 picks still aren't actually in here. But from Ice Fantasy Ice Fantasy currently having their Kayle pick, could be switching straight out with YoungBuck. That will be your AD carry top lane straight switch.
Wow, they've locked in Elise.
Okay. Now, I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I hear Voyboy did some pretty crazy things with her in the TSM tournament this weekend.
Yes, I heard apparently he hacked the server, was the phrase that was going around on Twitter.
Okay.
So, yeah, it looks like it's going to be... Okay, currently, YoungBuck is sitting with Elise, which implies to me that's going to be Elise top. And Shushei... No, Shushei's got Kayle, YoungBuck's got Elise, so probably Elise mid, Kayle top. I have to familiarize myself with Elise because I'll be honest with you, I haven't even looked at her.
Yeah, I know what her abilities do, and I can recognize the animations as they go through, but I couldn't tell you names.
Yep. We'll figure it out. I want to see how they're going to play with this repel ability of hers, jumping in and out of different locations, getting to safety and things like that. It's going to be an interesting one. So we're down to the last minute. Have a quick look once again. It is going to be Darien in the top lane as Shen, Diamondprox with Xin Zhao in the jungle, Vayne Tarek bottom lane, and Diana in the middle. Facing off against Elise, Shushei playing Kayle, Ice Fantasy on Ezreal, Muvert on Janna, and Nunu being played by Acer Amazing. Please tell me you can join the spectator.
I can join the spectator.
Fantastic. So I'm going to take a look through some of these runes. Nunu in the jungle, and somebody we haven't actually seen too much lately. He's always there, he's always around, but you don't see him quite as often as we used to.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very controlling jungler from what I hear from Curse at the moment. They like to ban him actually at the moment. It's against a lot of teams. Eclipse here, one of them. Not going to have to do that now. But yeah, he can just control the pace of a game, whether it be by counter jungling with his consume, taking things from the other jungler, keeping them locked down from behind, or just that slow and the mobility from his Blood Boil. He's just all over the map, just being a nuisance, if not getting a kill every time, just keeping everyone that little bit on their toes, a little bit paranoid. Can control the pace of a game.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. I'm wondering about this. Is this going to be a Kayle mid and an Elise top? Because I've always thought Kayle, YoungBuck was the top player, but Elise would be the mid champ and Kayle would be the top champ in a standard meta.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to wait and see if we get it in before I make too many predictions. It is YoungBuck on Elise, so I would suggest top. Voidboy did run it top this weekend. That's the way those go. But I mean, it's not unheard of to hear players switching lanes within a team. They might have practiced this. It might be something they're up against, or maybe they do it halfway through the game, sort of thing. They can start off with Elise top, KO mid, and then realizing it's not going the right way, try and switch it back up in the opposite direction. So we'll wait and see what they decide on.
And of course, it is a best of 3, so they've got this game to play around with, test out the composition. If it works, they get an early win. If it doesn't work, then they got 2 more games to play a slightly more standard meta or something similar.
Yeah, very much so. Why not?
So,
Play a gamble, see if you can get a quick free win.
Yeah, exactly. Why not? Throw it all to the wind. If you pick it up, awesome. If it doesn't work, then try it out. Anyways, I do need to run a very quick advert break. So when we are back in a minute and a half, we'll be kicking off this best of 3. I believe I need to throw some more volume on Mr. Panky, so I'll be fixing that in the meantime. I'll check you guys in 90 seconds. And we are back. So, Panky, I've cranked up your volume. I think I've got my overlays working correctly. And in theory, this game's good to go.
Hopefully so. I'm watching everyone set up and buy and shop and get things going. Let's see what chat say about volume. But, level 1, what do we expect? Honestly, I mean, if they did fight, if they met straight face up, I'd have to give it to Moscow 5 purely on the fact they have that Tarek stun level 1. But, you also have to look in, if YoungBuck spell levels the right ability, I don't know what you're going to start with on Elise. He has a stun at level 1 in Cocoon as well. Then you've got a knockup from Janna. Does look like Moscow 5 are looking for something. Darien's going to take a Mystic Shot to the face. But then, as a group, they're going to rotate around towards that blue buff.
Yeah, we've seen this from FNATIC. They played very aggressive early on. They had a Zyra as well, so just be able to throw those grasping roots out and hold people in place. But it didn't amount to much. They got in, placed a blue buff ward, and pretty much just got all the information that they needed in terms of vision and controlling the jungle. Once Cho'Gath picked up his blue, they knew exactly where he was going. But look at this cheeky positioning from Moscow 5 and a ping on the bottom lane. So are we going to see first blood here? Muvert is walking close. Going to be so close. Is it going to be enough for Dazzle? Dazzle comes up. Beautiful flash from Muvert. Really great reaction timing there to get away from that slow missile.
It was a very slow reaction, if anything, from Moscow 5, to be completely honest. Maybe they weren't expecting him to walk past quite so soon, or weren't expecting him to walk past at all, for that matter. But honestly, if this was perhaps a LAN event, if this was DreamHack, not that they're there, we might have maybe seen a faster reaction there. I don't know. Gosu off the game at the moment.
Yeah, just a little bit slow. Interestingly, take a look at the summoner spells. We have Genja rocking Flash and Exhaust, and Gosu Pepper going Flash Ignite. So, interesting, obviously giving Vayne the ability to duel, I suppose, putting that Exhaust down into either Elise or Kayle, which I think is going to be very crucial once this game gets going.
Yeah, and then I like it. Tarek, of course, he's got to get it in melee range to pop his Shatter, to pop his ultimate as well. His Radiance, sorry. So yeah, why not? He's going to be closer. He can get that Ignite off onto the right target, and Genja only use Exhaust if someone comes in range to to do damage to him. Works in a team fight as well. If there's a bruiser running all over Genja, Gosu might not necessarily be in range of that, so allows Genja to keep himself safe. But we're already seeing a counter jungling coming out of Nunu.
Yeah, he's medium thin. There is a ward there, so he actually decided not to go for the blue buff. He's just placing the ward. I'm going to assume that's there for just, for a potential smite steal. But let's talk about these two lane matchups. First of all, Kayle in the mid. It's a champion we've seen in competitive play for quite a while. Great versatility, great damage, especially if he builds, sort of an AD. But how does Kayle match up against Diana? It's a matchup that I don't think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I don't think I've ever seen it. Even in like normal games with friends or low queues as I normally play, I've never seen that matchup. So I don't know how this is going to go. But at the moment, it does seem to be in favor of Shushei, especially with these early levels.
Well, I can imagine he's going to be able to survive. Actually, if you think about it, he's got, a range slow, he's got a heal, he's got ranged AoE, although may give up first blood here. Flash from Diamondprox, gets the red buff as well as a knock-up, and a very, very nice gank from Diamondprox. But in terms of champion versus champion, the slow, the heal, the ability to block the burst, now we see a gank up in the top lane. Is the Ice Blast going to get into range? That's the question. Darien's juked away, Shadow dashes, flash forward, Cocoon's going to hold him in place. Ice Blast does actually land, and now they're going to jump, but YoungBuck is the next member that's in trouble. Diamondprox gets the knock-up onto, amazing, and he's forced to burn his flash to safety, but it felt like a very slow-paced gank in that top lane.
It was slow, it was concise, it was persistent, but didn't quite result in the kill he wanted. Darien using his taunt actually to get back across into range of CS because he knew walking he'd end up taking too much damage. But doing so, they have kept Diamondprox here and forced Amazing to cancel his recall to save YoungBuck. So we shouldn't see any kind of crazy death action here from Moscow 5, but they have pushed that into the turret now, forced YoungBuck to fight that tower for the CS, and it should reset the lane shortly. Diamondprox though rotating around behind the turret, looking to maybe try and catch Nunu out, but he suspected it. He's made himself plenty safe enough back deep within that top lane.
Yeah, very, very smart going all the way back. YoungBuck is going toe-to-toe with Darien, and he's actually winning out. All those spiderlings and minions are doing so much damage. Darien is trying to get to safety. Diamondprox is close by, and that was the repel that I was talking about. Such a nice play. Repel's up. He's going to carry on chasing. Does YoungBuck have Ignite? No, unfortunately not. So Darien manages to get away with his life in that engagement. But in terms of dueling power, Elise seems to be able to out-duel Shen at this low level.
Definitely the indications so far. YoungBuck happily just checking on those health potions. He is out of them now, so we'll see if that makes any kind of impact. But Darien very, very low. Still has Nunu nearby. And if I remember correctly, YoungBuck has a percentage health damage nuke. If I find the right item, I'm trying to look through her abilities.
I believe it's on her spittle.
There we go, it's on her Q, yeah,
Yeah.
Venomous Bite. Lunges to a target, poisonous bite that does magic damage equal to, I don't know, she switched form. Something close to 8 or 9% of the target's maximum health. So yeah, Darien, gotta be careful.
This is interesting as well. Take a look at Shushei. Sorcerer's Shoes on Kayle. So is this going to be an AP Kayle?
Could be. Her E is magic damage, so that's going to benefit from that. And this is constant harass up onto Alex at the moment, landing that slow, landing the constant harass using that range damage from AE, making Alex locked back under that turret, fight for CS using Crescent Strike. So yeah, early bit of penetration, keep going for it. You can still always go into AD a bit later on, but for these early levels when there's very little amount of magic resist and small amounts of health, so to speak, on Alex Itch, make the most of it, go through that use that penetration. As Alex in hurt goes deep in onto Shushei, dashing forward with the Lunar Rush and the Moonfall to bring him back, landing some more auto attacks and leaving it at that, forcing Shushei to chug some health potions and get back under his own turret, as Alex is still actually a level above Shushei.
Yeah, no intervention yet either, so he's not going to be able to give himself that couple of seconds of immunity from damage. Look at this bottom lane now. Nunu is looking to set something up. I don't know if we're going to see a dive. It's something that we actually seen out of FNATIC. A 3.5 minute level 2, level 3 tower dive. And it did result in their first blood. And it does actually look like this is going to happen. But this may not work out for them just yet. Gosu Pepper, the Ignite is ticking on him. Couple of tower attacks go onto Genja. Genja and Gosu somehow still alive. Flash forward from Ice Fantasy. He manages to pick up 1. But now that Xin has jumped in at 1, 2, third attack of the 3 towers is going to be picking it up. Ice Fantasy gets a double. And with a very, very smart play from Shushei, he makes it down to this bottom lane and manages to pick up the kill. So that's a blue buff. Alex Itch does land a good Crescent Strike, but wisely doesn't commit against what was effectively 4 members of I Want Cookie. And all of a sudden, I Want Cookie in the driving seat, 3-1 up and 1,000 gold with a blue buff donation over to Kayle, so Nunu can keep his.
Yeah, very sloppy final finish from Moscow 5. It's something that you very rarely see from them. Their execution is normally pristine, but they did, unfortunately, not manage to pull it off this time. They're down by only 1,000 gold, but with this blue buff now on Kara, Alex is about to have even more issues in the mid lane. He's going to have to spam his abilities. That is sOAZ, his Righteous Fury. Alex obviously showing up to 4, trying to do what he can, but they were not low enough for him to clean up the entire fight and just had to get to safety under turret. He does go into Shushei just for a little bit of poke damage. They cannot keep going as he would have been under turret. Has to back away. Shushei looking like he wants to recall. Alex should take advantage of this, shove this into turret, force him to miss some experience in CS. But in actual fact, Sushi's going to go around and grab his own blue buff just to refresh this duration and make sure it can't be stolen by Diamondprox.
Yeah, that's quite true. And that's an interesting decision, actually. I mean, fair enough, Shushei gets the full duration again. He manages to take advantage of it. But I feel maybe giving that to Nunu, using the full duration, maybe going for a steal if they got wards, could have played into their favor. But they're the pro players, I'm the caster, so we'll leave it to them. Take a look at Ezreal in the bottom lane. On the back of that double kill, he's returned with the Dawn's Blade and a BF sword. So those Mystic shots are really going to hurt a lot now.
Was that an off the back of that comment, Quickshot? Off the back of that double kill?
Well, not just the double kill, but the double kill, the farm. Yeah.
Oh no! It's not that. It's the off the back of. It's a D-man homage to D-man off the back of.
I think I've been watching him cast so often in the last few months. I think I'm starting to cast like him as well.
It's not a bad thing. You can cast more like... I think we could all cast a bit more like D-Man. It's arguably...
Oh, middle lane. Shushei's been caught out. Manages to get intervention up. Alex, flash, Lunar Rush. Manages to pick up the kill. But beautiful play from Alex. She landed the Crescent Strike. Comboed all of his abilities. Waited out the duration for intervention. And then just flashed and said, thank you very much. I'll take the kill and your blue buff for your troubles.
And on that, they're going to go in for a dragon with the help of Diamondprox and Gosu coming up from the bottom lane. Yeah, going to leave Vayne keep on pushing until the bottom lane 4. I want Cookie coming to try and stop it. And they suddenly realize they're a little bit too late. Do immediately back away from that. So that brings Moscow 5 straight back up and to level in the goal count, despite that early double kill for Ezreal. But Genja's still going to have a little bit of an issue. Ezreal very, very strong, but in the top lane, actual fact, we do see the E used by YoungBuck gets him out of the turret aggro. Everything nice really down from Darien. Is it going to tick enough? It will do. And he falls down with Darien safely back under his own turret, continuing the CS. So an attempted dive from Elise and Nunu results in a kill for Shen.
Yeah, really nicely done. That taunt, the damage reduction, and the fact that, you know, turret aggro got pulled for a little bit, it just really played into his favor. I must admit, I love watching Repel. It is one of my favorite abilities in this game. It just looks so cool to, you know, jump up in the air and land somewhere else. Double Dorans and Sorcerer's Shoes in the hands of YoungBuck Elise. Gosu Pepper manages to stun the creep.
I don't know. I said he was off his game earlier on. Maybe there's more to it. Stunning a creep. Gosu Pepper. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I want to find out actually. I wonder how much Moscow 5 are actually playing lately. I mean, they didn't make it to IEM Cologne. They got knocked out of the qualifier for that. How seriously are they practicing recently? They're not going to be at DreamHack, so you know, I don't want to take anything away from the victories to the teams that played against them. But we know Moscow 5, if there's no LAN, they're a little more lax about their training regimes.
Very much so, and I'm just loading up Wikipedia. I'm fairly certain they're in a show match very, very soon. Organised by Tencent. So I want to find the details on that one. Let's see.
Ooh, take a look up in the top lane. YoungBuck gets taunted, manages to flash. We do see a Lunar Rush coming out. Repel goes up, going to use the entire duration. Does need to land somewhere. Actually decides to land right on top of the champions. If Alex gets his cooldowns available, which he does in 5, lands it. There's no Lunar Rush. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. YoungBuck manages to run away. And Nunu with Blood Boil and Shushei in the background, they manage to shove down this middle tower. Take a good 50% HP off of it. But YoungBuck, a slippery spider, gets away from a 3-man gank.
Very much so, and in actual fact, Genja getting dived in the mid lane, does immediately have to flash and condemn to get Amazing's Nunu back. The Ignite's still ticking, but Shushei gets in range for one last swing of Righteous Fury to finish him off under that tier 2 turret.
Yeah, really nicely done. 4-3. They give up the kill in the middle. That tower is down incredibly low. One more push and that's going to go down. But the first tower of the game does actually go to Moscow 5. That was up in the top lane on the back of that pressure. With a kill advantage, I1 Cookie are behind on gold, but that is of course due to the fact that Moscow 5 picked up an early dragon. So, you know, once they get another dragon to balance that out, actually saying that, they have a dragon and a tower, and they're only 700 gold ahead. So, you know, iWantCookie doing very, very well in the early stages of this game.
Very much so, but if we look at these comps, you've got Shen, you've got Vayne, and those two alone, that says, yeah, late game. iWantCookie need to have this advantage early on. They need to keep this advantage, or sorry, get this advantage back early on, and they need to end the game soon. If they're going to let that Vayne farm, if they're going to let Darien farm, they're going to get split push and team fought into oblivion come later on. We do see amazing chasing Alex. He's chasing straight down the mid lane. Do not quite manage to finish him off as Alex realizes he's going to fall, goes back in for the fight. Diamond comes in, and with the help of Darien, they're going to take down Shushei as well. Does pop intervention, and with the help from the heal of Muvert, he's going to get a bit of health back. The shield goes up. The Ignite is there now, but Darien's going to flash into the bush, trying to finish from one lost auto attack, and the Ignite tick is there to finish the job.
Another nice play, you know, that was on the back of falling back. We've seen Diana and Shen just doing the best to get to safety. Arcane shift from Ice Fade to see just to get out of range of a couple of auto attacks from Vayne, but you know, they're just getting away, using that taunt, locking up Nunu, and just putting enough damage down over the... That was quite a long drawn out fight, but like you said, if iWantCookie can't start stamping their authority in the next few minutes, Vayne is just going to get to a place where she can eat absolutely everybody alive.
Muvert just confusingly flashed over the wall into River to land a slow, and then the nothing. And they had to back away, so it was a bit of a waste of a flash as they tried to counteract that blue steal from Diamondprox, but oh, he got the blue buff, he burnt a flash. He's in a very comfortable position, happy with what the work he just did. So Ghost going to keep the pressure up in the bottom lane, and I haven't actually arranged my scoreboard, so this is confusing, but 10 CS between Genja and Ice Fantasy at the moment. It's not too much of a big difference, but if you actually look at the global gold, 4,500 for Ezreal, 3,900 for Vayne, so still about 600 gold difference in the grand scheme of things.
And the thing that's scary about that is, yeah, fair enough, that's 600 gold in the grand scheme of things, but look at the itemization. Ninja Tabe and a Zeal versus a Bloodthirster with, you know, 50% stacks and a Doran's Blade. I think Ezreal's going to be hitting significantly harder. 74 attack damage per hit, higher than Vayne right now. So he's in a power position for this next couple of minutes, and that's before Eye of the Storm. You know, you put Janna's Eye on the Storm on there, that's going to be another 40 odd attack damage. He's going to be able to eat through the low hit points of Genja.
Very much so, and it's not going to be far before that's maxed out. We do see YoungBuck again taunted in the top lane by Darien. Then there's Diamondprox coming in. He does get stunned up using the cocoon from YoungBuck, but it's not enough. Darien has been forced to flash away under the turret. There's the rappel goes up and he leaps down onto Diamondprox, but Shushei is here with amazing, and Diamondprox is going to fall under that tier 1 turret of Moscow 5 in the top lane, and that might be the end of the turret as well. Darien cannot come back to defend it, and these three members of iWantCookie are going to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, carry on chasing while that's happening. Bottom lane, Ezreal and Janna, they've kept the pressure against the tower. Genja and Gosu feeling it, being forced to play incredibly defensively. We'll take a look at this. Gosu going a little bit aggressive, but they can't really trade, you know, 1-for-1. At the very least, Alexich was able to pick up that mid lane tower. So, you know, trading towers top for middle. Questionable as to, you know, what you prefer, but they also picked up a kill on the back of that, and Kale got the double buff. You know, Shushei's got blue and red buff. He managed to refresh those. Take a look at this. Alexich going super, super deep, but he's alone. Vayne is not near there. Stand United comes out. He was alone for a second, but then, of course, the Shen ulti manages to close that one, and they pick up a double kill. Genja gets away with his life, and a beautiful, beautiful play. Initially, I thought, Alex, what are you doing? And all of a sudden, the shield from Shen appeared. They not only pick up 2 kills, but now they're going to challenge for Dragon. 4 versus 3 with a full health Elise, Kale, and Nunu versus slightly lower HP Moscow 5 members. This is not going to be as simple as, you know, 5 versus 3, the numbers game wins.
Yeah. Moscow 5, in actual fact, are forced to back away from that. Amazing coming across with the Oracles clearing out the wall, taking the vision away, so they're not entirely sure where everyone is, not entirely sure where the rest of iWantCookie are, but these 3 members on full health, with the combo of abilities they have, are enough to force Moscow 5 back and away. Darien comes to mid to try and defend. That takes a little bit of poke from YoungBuck, but he should ultimately be okay as he taunts to safety, and now has Diamondprox here for backup. They're going to try and push onto this turret. And what was that? Quickshot?
I was just saying, look at the itemization here, because we've got, oh, Cocoon lands into Diamond. They may decide to change. That suicidal spider goes up, puts some good damage into Diamondprox. But we've got a Sheen from Kale, followed up by a needlessly large rod. Elise currently using a Haunting Guise and Sorcerer's Shoes, so I'm keeping an eye on these items because it's you know, champions we don't see. This is the first time I've seen Elise, an AP Kale mid, who's currently sitting 4-3-0, you know. We'll see how this plays out. Dragon is going to go to I1Cookie. Speed buff comes out from Shushei. Can he get in range to apply that Reckoning Slow? And unfortunately, he does not. But I1Cookie now in a bit of a snowbally position. If they can turn this into some more kills or some tower control, maybe they can pick up some more kills. Look at the damage onto Gosu. He's forced to flash. Cocoon comes up. Repel, rather. Going to carry on chasing. Now decides to fall back. But, you know, 1 or 2 abilities, and that's Tarek 50% of his HP dropped.
Just watching as that spider stalks its way down towards the bottom lane. They do take out that bottom turret as Genja was forced to back away. That fight started, but now YoungBuck's on the prowl, looking for Genja or for Gosu. He's got that cocoon up. He's in human form, waiting to try and land it. Throws it out behind the turret and misses completely. It's going to go on cooldown for the next 10 seconds, but as the creep wave arrives, all 5 members of I1Cookie are... Sorry, 4 members of I1Cookie are down here because Shushei is fighting with Darien in the top lane and losing out. So he has to heal, speed boost himself backwards, and then continue to CS and keep this wave from the turret as Darien does golems. But bottom lane, I1Cookie have been pushed back and away from the turret as Moscow 5 grouped up in its defense. So we do see a little bit of a lull again as the teams reset, gather their buffs, and go back to shop.
Well, take a look at the ward coverage. I mean, look at I1Cookie. They've got complete ward coverage over them of the Dragon. As you know, this was in prelude to them taking the Dragon a couple of minutes ago. But you know, that's great vision, and of course, it allows them to push onto that secondary turret. You know, the inner turret on the bottom lane, because they know exactly who everybody is. Vayne on the bottom lane, Ninja tab by Phantom Dancer, as well as another cloth armor. So we know he picked up one early to deal with the damage Ezreal's putting out. That became his ninja. But he's still sitting on a second one. Do you expect to see a Rekkles Lantern? Or, well, how much gold does he have? 650. Do you think it's too late for Rekkles? And do you reckon he's going to just sell that and go BF?
I don't want to say sell that and go BF, but I think it might be too late for Rekkles. I think he might just be keeping it for the proc, the extra mag damage to go through the objectives and the jungle monsters, the neutral monsters and stuff. But I think he'll be putting something else a little bit more team beneficial, perhaps. Maybe there's no Aegis on Moscow 5 yet. It's not unheard of to see Diamondprox's Xin Xiao build the Aegis. So with that null magic mental, maybe that's where it will go instead next.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, definitely going to have to pick it up. Those aura buffs are incredibly powerful. Now that you mention it, there's no Aegis on the other side either. Nunu potentially working towards it. He does have that Ruby Crystal, so maybe going to be working towards that himself. 0-1-6, Boots of Mobility. We see I1Cookie playing very sneaky in this top lane. They're leaving YoungBuck. But are they going to take the bait? Because I don't know if they know everybody's here. They're going to jump onto Alexich. We're going to stick with the main fight. Stand United now gets used, immediately comes out. But not going to be enough because Shen actually gets completely interrupted. Ultimate comes up from Muvert. Now we're going to stick. Where on earth is YoungBuck going? He's flashed over the wall after following the repel. First one to go down is going to be amazing for I1Cookie. But now Diamondprox is the next member that is in trouble. Shushei's KL dealing so much damage until Vayne joins the party. Condemned through the wall. A stun comes out. The Dazzle's going to be enough. Now he's got the double buff. He's followed back. Where is Ezreal? He's going to join this party as well. A very messy fight all the way around. Genja with an easy kill onto Janna. Just going to carry on chasing down. Red buff in hand, and it ends up being a 2-for-3 exchange, but slowly but surely every single member of the team jumped in there. How did Shen's ultimate get interrupted? I didn't actually see.
Let's see, who was he fighting? He was fighting YoungBuck, perhaps it was a cocoon. Okay, taunts in onto YoungBuck, starts to cast his ult, and around... It didn't get cancelled.
Ah, okay.
They just burned through the shield. He landed next to... Sorry, it didn't get cancelled at all.
Alright, there we go. I didn't even see him appearing. Just such a messy, sloppy fight. Everybody jumping in there. But all of a sudden, from Vayne being on the back foot in that game, you know, being controlled in the bottom lane, he's now the one with multiple kills and a whole bunch of gold to spend.
Yeah, he's got a complete Phantom Dancer, and as he has maxed his W as the camera moves away. No, he hasn't. He maxed his Tumble, actually. So maxing Tumble while going Phantom Dancer is a new one. It's not unheard of to see him go Phantom Dancer and max W just for that ultimate true damage output, but this is the way Genja decided to do it. And with 2,100 extra gold, he's got plenty to play with. Another cloth armor is inventory. Could be a very quick Guardian Angel, perhaps.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking about as well.
With Moscow 5, yeah. But we'll wait and see. He's going to push this next wave, I suspect, and then back away as he misses the last CS in the pile. We'll watch him back. We'll keep an eye on his items at the bottom of the page, see what he goes with. they get back up to live. That's why everything was a bit backwards.
And you are 100% correct. He does manage to pick up the Guardian Angel. So Phantom Dancer, Guardian Angel Rush. Vayne not only has got a lot of movement speed, mobility, and kiting ability, but is now in a position where she can just come back to life, you know, in the middle of a fight and carry on chasing. So I like the itemization, especially when you consider the how difficult it is to hold anybody in place. You know, Repel from YoungBuck, you've got Intervention from Kale, Arcane Shift, you've got all of the knock-up and the counter-initiation from Janna. It's very, very smart to say, look, if we can't jump onto somebody and kill them immediately, I'll at least respawn and carry on fighting.
It makes it very hard to focus him down too. We do see Ice Fantasy trying to chase under Darien, but unfortunately not really being able to keep that up. The rest of iWantCookie looking a little bit lost at the moment as they wait for something to happen. I suspect Dragon may be respawning soon, which is why everyone is in and around this area. Amazing's already lost that Oracles that he had earlier, so those walls for Moscow 5 are going to stay up for their full 3-minute duration. But we're waiting. Neither team really wants to take a fight now. They know they are very, very even, within 300 gold in fact. And, of course, if you take an unnecessary fight, especially against this Moscow 5 squad, and give Vayne 2 or 3 kills more than you should, that could be game over right there. You do not want to feed that game, Vayne, when this game is so close already.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see exactly how Shushei is going to play these team fights out now, because his Reckoning is maxed out. It's dealing a very good chunk of damage. It's a 1-to-1 AP ratio, so 540 damage. Call it 550. My little auto camera swapped over, and his Righteous Fury is hitting for a good amount of damage as well. Nunu manages to pick up the kill. Alex is forced to use his Zonya's Hourglass. Now we're going to see the Repel. Where is YoungBuck going? Jumps onto Alex. Stand United is still coming up. They're still trying to focus Alex, but have not got enough damage to burn through the shield, and the Zonya's Hourglass, a flash from Ice Fantasy to try and get to safety. Alex manages to pick up the first and only kill of that entire exchange, and iWantCookie may be focusing the wrong target, trying to focus somebody that's difficult to blow up. That Pale Cascade, the damage shield, in conjunction with Stand United, in conjunction with Zonya's Hourglass. Alex took 5 members of iWantCookie and still did not go down.
That is the beauty of Diana right now. She can charge in onto 4 or 5 players, Luna Rush onto the middle of them all, moonfall them in, gets a massive shield because of it, absorbs a lot of damage, pops her Zonya's, suddenly you can't kill her, while the rest of the team has been doing work this whole time, and your opponents are thinking, well, we haven't got anything left, and Diana's alive, and oh god, she's out of Zonya's and coming back for us. But we do see Ice Fanny trying to steal the Baron, and it does go to Moscow 5. Amazing is dropped straight away by Alex Ichday in return. But he does manage to take down Tarek in the middle of that entire exchange. So 1 for 1, but the Baron now on Moscow 5. And with Genja 323, 180 CS, and a Baron buff, and a 306 Darien, this might be a little bit too late for iWantCookie. This late game is severely kicking in.
Yeah, 306, his Warmog's armor is fully stacked, currently sitting on 2,300 gold, so we'll see where he's going to go with that Negatron cloak, exactly what he wants to upgrade it to. And it's just so difficult to deal with, you know, any one of these factors. Diana, that's nearly impossible to kill because of, you know, the shield, the mobility, the Zonyas. Then you've got a split-pushing Shen that is very fed and fairly well farmed. He's got high, you know, HP, great mobility. Then you've got a Vayne that's now got Baron mobility, GA. Any one of them is difficult to deal with or try get through. And now they're going to try to deal with all 3 and at the same time. I think iWantCookie, they had a small window 10 minutes ago where they really needed to convert it into towers, into kills. And unfortunately, they've just given M5 the time that they need to bring themselves into this game.
Very much so. 12 and 9 is our score. Only 2,000 gold to separate. Not the biggest of margins, but as you just explained, all these champions, all this setup, it is huge. As Darien completes a Force of Nature. So this game is continuing its trend of very rarely seen characters, items, skill orders perhaps. I haven't watched everyone's close enough, but there's definitely some weird things going on here. Force of Nature soon to be removed, for those of you that haven't read up on the PBE changes for Season 3. So perhaps it's a fond farewell from Darien.
That's what I was just about to say. It's a nice way to say, you know what, we respect and admire the work that Fon has done in League of Legends up till this point. It's a goodbye to it. I'd love to see all of the jerseys, all of the jacket types armors. A Guardian Angel, a Sunfire Cape on Darien, just getting everything that's a chest piece. That would be a cool item build, I think, you know.
Blitz Crank and Mouse are not enough for Quickshot. We need items.
Yeah.
That would be pretty cool. I'd wear a Warmog. Warmog's armor.
I very much like this. And we'll see how this plays out now. Shushei maybe being caught up, taking a lot of damage. Flash, Lunar Rush, Moonfall, Crescent Strike is not even going to be needed because Shen can pick it up. Now Diamond manages to jump onto Nunu, and Jana needs to be careful because he's behind enemy lines with 4 members of I1Cookie there. Great skill shots actually from I1Cookie through the tree line, but it's not going to be enough to secure anything. Dazzle now onto YoungBuck. He has Repel available, so we'll see what until he waits to use it. Does switch to human form. He's going to be able to get that out. Look at the damage onto Gosu Pepper. Flash forward, gets that percentage HP. There's the Repel. Genja tanking the tower damage for a little while. Decides not to go for it, and while the rest of Moscow 5 is putting pressure onto this bottom lane, Ignite comes out now. That was down onto Ezreal, and unfortunately Diana just so much burst and utility can survive all of Ezreal damage because she's got a good chunk of armor, 200 armor when in range of that Aegis of the Legion.
It's insane the amount of armor she's got there, considering how much damage output she has as well. But Moscow 5 used it to poke him down, regen a lot of the health using that Baron buff, of course, and then take the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. 4 turrets to 3 now in favor of Moscow 5, and they are not stopping yet. Darien, in fact, going in with a taunt onto Shushei, immediately followed up by Diamondprox charge. Muvert pops his ult, but he's Lunar Rush by Alex. It misses the Moonfall, but the Crescent Strike lands. Muvert under the tier 3 turret. The inhib turret in the mid lane does fall to Alex Ich. Moscow 5 trying to back away, but Darien gets another great taunt onto Shushei. Diamondprox follows that up again. The intervention goes out. Genja's A has been popped. Shushei trying to be stealthy, get back to the Nexus turret. Genja tumbles into stealth, he tries to hit amazing. The Ezreal comes out and squims straight between the middle of Moscow 5. Diamondprox will fall after a nice stun over the wall from YoungBuck, but he's now been chased by the 3 remaining members of Moscow 5. The exhaust goes onto him. Genja takes that shield from Shen. Shen will fall before he manages to complete the teleport, but it does save Genja's life. Now the rest of I1Cookie are chasing onto the retreating members of Moscow 5. Alex Ich will fall. Genja will make it out. The Sirelius has been popped, but they don't know where he's gone, and indeed, he is safe.
Yeah, really, really good push from Moscow 5. I think they just were a little too aggressive for a little too long, hence giving away all those kills. If they'd maybe just stuck to the towers and picked up the tower kills, they could have got an inhibitor out of that. But you know what? It played into their favor. They managed to get a whole number of kills. They got a 3,000 gold lead. The Baron buff is about to wear off. And I don't think I1Cookie are going to be able to do anything other than get this middle lane tower. So 1-for-1 trade in all those kills. You got to say that Moscow 5 is still very happy. And is this going to be a Trinity Force on Shen? Is that what we're seeing with the Sheen?
Very possible. It's not unheard of. It's normally done a bit sooner than this, but it's there, and why not? He's 5-on-1. They're not really focusing him. He's getting a lot of time to just wail away onto Shushei in all these fights. Get a bit of damage, make that a bit quicker, then you can switch onto someone else. That was a very quick dragon from I1Cookie. And I wanted to point out how there is 50 CS on Taric right now. He was split pushing that top lane for quite a while there at the end of that last fight. And as a result, he's got a Zeke's Herald complete and is spamming out wars like nobody's business. It's a very, very rich Taric indeed.
Yeah, 700 gold more than Janna, his lane counterpart. So, huge, huge, huge chunk different. I seen he actually purchased, I believe, 7 wards in total on his last back, so he's running them all around. And you can see immediately what Moscow 5 are doing. If you look at their vision, it's just giving all the Baron coverage that they can. They know Baron's going to be up within the next sort of 2 to 3 minutes. And if you have a look over at Giant's vision, there's absolutely nothing around Baron. So they're just giving it all there. They're leaving all of the vision and sight that they need. So when Baron's up, they take it and close out the game.
And there is our build path complete for Shushei. That's where the nuclear arch rod went into a death cap, and the Sheen finished off into a Lich Bane. So that's his option. It is AP, but still very auto attack heavy. And with the Blood Boil coming out from Amazing, that's going to be a lot of damage in a very short space of time, using Righteous Fury as well, so he can stay at range as he goes.
Well, take a look at the numbers on this really quickly. Oh, we do have a pause, but where is my mouse? My mouse has disappeared, but it's a 1-to-1 AP scaling on that Reckoning ability. Base numbers, I think, is 260, plus 417 from his AP. So that's a huge, huge, huge chunk of direct magic damage. Follow that up with an auto attack burst from his Lichbane proc, and then all of the magic AP damage, which I believe is around 150 or 200, maybe a little bit higher now, from his Righteous Fury. And he's going to be hitting incredibly hard. But look at Elise. Frozen Heart after haunting, guys. Ooh, hello. We've unpaused a bit dramatically. What do you think of Elise's build?
Elise's, I don't know what to think of it, because I haven't seen enough Elise. I haven't seen enough options. I don't really know where to go, but there's a nice bit of spell pen in there. It's getting more or less, I see, where's Genja? No, not quite, but it's getting a long way through the magic resist Genja has there. We'll be doing plenty of damage to him. But on top of it, slowing the attack speed, being very tanky, using that frozen heart, and now starting to get some magic resist. I don't know. I don't know her numbers, I don't know enough. I know she's notoriously weak in the late game, as we now see her dueling Darien in the bottom lane, and it's actually being quite an even fight. And in fact, YoungBuck has forced Darien to back away. So yeah, maybe this build is working, maybe it's quite strong. He does come back in with a quick feint, takes another burst of damage, percentage health base, but the rest of the team are all fighting and dancing around the Baron pen up in the top lane.
Darien is still going to carry on chasing a very nice repel from YoungBuck. He's going to stay on this chase. Vorpal Blade, the exchange ignites, explosive suicidal spider goes out, trying to bait YoungBuck towards the rest of the team. Darien is going to stick around with this low health. He's got the force of nature HP ticking over. Now YoungBuck is in a little bit of trouble. Look at all the spiders going through the wall. That was a bit of an interesting one. Dazzle, Shadow Dash, Taunt. Repel does actually manage to go off, so YoungBuck stays alive for a few more seconds, flashes over the wall, Radiance comes down from xPeke, it's not going to be enough, but the Crescent Strike in the background, that's going to be able to close them up. While that's happening, Shushei, Amazing, and Muvert manage to shut down Genja. They trade AD carry for AD carry, but who has the stronger team now that you consider Diana, Xin, and Shen versus Kayle, Janna, and Nunu?
So, Genja is down. Both of the AD carries down, as you say. YoungBuck is as well, and Moscow 5 have prompted this to go in for the Baron. We do have Amazing here. He's got his Consume, he's got his Smite. It's very, very hard to try and steal from that, but when he's the one trying to do the stealing, can he get in close enough against Moscow 5? Click on the Baron, is down to 4,500 health and dropping fast. Now down to 4,000, they pull off. They're going to go in. Shushei gets taunted up by Darien. Moonfall goes in, brings Amazing in close. Alex has still got his GA. Ghost is going very low. The intervention comes out from Shushei. He does manage to finish with xPeke. That's the Oracle's down. Shushei getting saved by Muvert, so healing him back up. But Diamondprox immediately comes in with a knock-up. Now dashing onto Muvert. Alex is last doing a rush, trying to get in range. Moonfall's not going to land, and with that last slow, Amazing Muvert are out safe. And ultimately, they stop the Baron attempt.
Yeah, you got to think that it's definitely worth it. They trade 1 kill for 1 kill, and they prevent Moscow 5 from getting the Baron. iWantCookie should be happy with that, especially if Alex can carry on putting pressure on this top lane. I mean, look, there's a lot of members of Moscow 5 alive. Oh, no, I'm blind. Alex is playing for Moscow 5. He's clearing the top lane. But nevertheless, iWantCookie, good trade there. Stopping Baron, trading 1 for 1. And they're going to allow themselves to get in there, potentially defend or take this Baron when it comes up. But they need vision. The only player that's got wards right now is Janna. And they've got absolutely no vision anywhere on the map. They're behind. It's not a lot. It's only 3,000 gold. And at this point in time, that's nothing. But they need to get some control of their side of the jungle and potentially start invading and taking some map control back to bring themselves back into this game.
So, Darien back to split pushing again, solid in this bottom lane. 20 seconds on his ultimate, so they're not going to see any kind of fight from Moscow 5 just yet, and if they do, it may be a little bit of a mistake, but ultimately that should be back up again soon. Next time they start a fight, we'll see him jump in Alex Hitch perhaps, or into Genja to keep them going, keep them fighting for as long as possible, on top of the fact they both have Guardian Angels, and there's a Zhonya's on Alex Hitch, so you really need to pick your targets smart here if you're iWantCookie. And they do go into Alex Hitch. The stun comes out from YoungBuck. He immediately gets a slowdown from Amazing, but it's cancelled. The intervention goes into YoungBuck as well to try and save him. Genja does have his attack speed slowed by Amazing. YoungBuck's out safely, but Alex Hitch picks up the first kill. Second kill going in onto Genja as Amazing and Shushei fall, and immediately iWantCookie trying to back away. Ice Fancy coming forward. Needs to be very careful as Darien is closing in. He's got that Trinity Force, so he's got the movement speed buff, but he gets to get the taunt off onto Muvert. A lie, he hasn't got the Trinity Force yet. Darien, though, gets that red buff down onto Ice Fancy, and being kited by the two of these two does get a brilliant taunt back over the wall. Does get out to safety and back to a last heal from xPeke. The rest of Moscow 5, however, are completing the Baron. It's down to 2,500 health. YoungBuck's over the wall. He repels in. Can he get the steal? It's 1,000 health. No! Diamondprox picks it up, and YoungBuck does fall in the pits. Moscow 5, 21 kills to 5, 6,000 gold lead. Is this game over?
It has to be. 6,000 gold, Baron for the next couple of minutes. If they pick up an inhibitor, that's 100% sealed. But the fact that Vayne has got enough gold now to finish an Infinity Edge or the Bloodthirst or whatever he decides to go for, as well as the GA, as well as the Phantom Dancer, the fact that Shen is sitting on 3,000 gold, has got enough gold to finish the Trinity Force, I believe, if my math is correct, they're just going to get even more powerful. iWantCookie did not look like they were contributing in that fight at all. You know, Moscow 5, they set the pace. Shen joined late with Stand United, you know, as they wanted to. There's just not a lot iWantCookie can do right now to pull this one back.
So the fact that Moscow 5 could do what they just did with all this gold in your inventory, no items been, sorry, it hasn't been spent on any items. It kind of shows how hopeless this situation is here for Cookie. As soon as they go back and buy those items, as you say, they're only going to get stronger. And if you can't handle them while they're weaker, what are you going to do once they're stronger?
Yeah.
Genja and Alex still pushing mid with this Guardian Angel. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, no, not only were they, weaker in terms of that, they've got the Baron buff statistics as well as all the item statistics that they're going to get now. It's just, a very nice cocoon from YoungBuck, but that's going to actually cost him his life. The rest of Moscow 5 dive forward, intervention comes down. They've saved a lot of YoungBuck's life. Alex is just forced out of the fight and very low HP. This could be Cookie's fight, though. They're going to see them diving forward. YoungBuck forced to flash over the wall to get to safety. And we see once again a very nice reckoning. That's going to pop Alexic's Guardian Angel. Diamondprox still alive in and amongst the fight after the Monsoon from Genja comes out to heal everybody. Ice Fantasy is going to go as aggressive as possible. He's used his cleanse, so crowd control reductions are going to be a little bit lower. If they proc Genja's GA, this could be Genja going down now as well. So 2 for nothing exchange. This is going to be 3 for nothing. 1, 2, 3 auto attacks. Genja still alive before Ice Fantasy jumps in there. In the background, Ghost Pepper's taking the rest of Cookie on a little bit of a sightseeing trip. And a very, very nice from Cookie. Just as I write them out, I need to give them an apology and say, look, they've won a team fight now. But is it going to lull them into a false sense of security? Trinity Force picked up a Shen as well as a Chain Vest, so that's going to be working towards his GA. Diamondprox working towards a GA. Alexic has picked up his Death Cap. We're going to see what Genja decides to buy, but that's a lot of more big, high-value, high-ticket items in their back pocket.
I mean, you say for security, they're going to get the in-hit. They could almost get both Nexus turrets here. There's still a lot of time on these death timers for Moscow 5. That was a brilliant fight for Cookie with that intervention, saving so much of YoungBuck's health. They're on to 1 Nexus turret. There's only 2 members of Moscow 5 up. Do get a great taunt from Darien across 3 members of Cookie. Diamondprox putting them back off the turret, but the Nexus is exposed. The Nexus is going down very quickly. YoungBuck's repelling to safety. Muvert trying to do all the damage he can. Ezreal does fall. Sushi's going to be the next one. He's intervention himself, trying to do the last bit of damage, but the minions was born and got in the way. Mover's not going to be able to do it either, and Moscow 5 have saved their Nexus.
Now, do they have enough time to win? This is the question. Super creeps down the middle lane. There's a huge wave of creeps down in this bottom lane. Moscow 5 are running as quick as they can to get up. Shadow Dash taunt used by Darien. Are we going to see every movement spell there? What an amazing play from Cookie. The timers were great. The Nexus towers are down. If Moscow 5 if they don't win now and they make any more mistakes, Cookie should be able to win the game.
Should Moscow 5 have a lot of minions here in the bottom lane though? This is what Cookie didn't have. They had to take a lot of damage from the turrets in the process. Now Diamond comes in, they do take down 1 turret. They're going to work onto the in-hip. Everyone on Cookie is still dead, but there's no AD carry here. Now Genja's here is going to start to speed up a lot more. Diamondprox tanking the Nexus turrets. First one is going to drop very quickly. The Radiance comes out from from Gosu for the bonus AD. Amazing is up, but the rest of Cookie is still down. The both Nexus have fallen. It's going to get the slow eye. It's going to be cancelled. Movement is now here. Can he cancel Moscow 5? Knock back away from the Nexus, but it's dropping fast, and it will fall. It's just enough time for everyone on Cookie to spawn, but Shushei still on the fountain, and Moscow 5 take game number 1.
What a phenomenal play. That was an amazing end to the game. It could not have been closer right at the end. Even though, the Moscow 5 roster scaled better and better and better into the late game, Cookie held in there. So, Panky, we're going to be back with game number 2 shortly. I need to throw up an advert break and play some music, so we'll see you in a second.
See you in a minute.
And welcome back, everybody. I need to unmute the very sexy Panky. And how you doing, dude?
I'm doing good. I read through some Reddit comments. I'm going to try and move away from my microphone a little bit. It's a headset, so I've got to bend things a bit. 1 minute.
Alright, so he's moving away from his microphone. We are into game number 2. This time around, Cookie are in the first pick, first ban position, so they get the somewhat preferential blue squad side. Over on the flip, it is, of course, going to be Moscow 5. First champion banned out is going to be Rengar. So we're going to see how the rest of these picks and bans go for the teams and the champions. But Rengar is definitely the #1 preferred ban out of pretty much every game we ever see these days. And I just managed to sit on my toe with my chair. So that is a whole lot of fun.
Nice.
Welcome back, Panky. So
I'm back. Hopefully I should be a bit better, and hopefully Curse should stay a bit quieter in the background. So if they get yelly, I can apologise and hit the mute button. But yes, they've been warned. I'll have to backhand them if they get too loud.
Well, let's have a look at the rest of the bans so far. Rengar Lee Sin so far banned for I1Cookie. Moscow 5. Moscow 5 once again banning out Jax. They don't want to see Jax, nor do they want to pick him, it appears.
Yeah, makes sense. He's been a very, very popular pick for a while now. Anguish, it's a bit of a joke, but tells the lane to Jax. And
Yep.
since then, it's been Jax. So yeah, he's a very strong champion. He's worthy of a ban, and Extinct is going to get slapped.
As you can hear in the background, Curse getting a little bit excited during the ARAMs. You can't blame them. Panky, you guys still sitting in the offices there over at Spandau?
We are downstairs from the Interlol offices at Spandau.
Oh, no, that's not too bad. The last two bans, Oriana and Zinzao, then Maokai as well. So Moscow 5 actually removing Zin from the pool. Afraid I1Cookie will be locking him in with a potential first pick.
I want to try and comment on it, but there's a little bit of a delay, as you can see. So you can see Rengar, Lee Sin and Jax, but I don't know. First pick, there wasn't anyone in that last game which I really think we will definitely see again. Because of the way these teams go, they both have a very versatile mix of champions. Will I1Cookie try their Elise and Chaos strategy again? No, I don't think so. I don't think it had that late game enough. They couldn't get the win in early because of the way Moscow 5 play and how safe Moscow 5 play in all their lanes at that point. So I think we'll see a slightly different strategy from them. Maybe something globally orientated. That seems to work quite well against Moscow 5. Or maybe something else even more crazy. Maybe we'll get a Zed mixed in there.
Wow, that would be awesome to watch. I really enjoy playing Zed. I love the Ninja champions, and he's a lot of fun to play. I was going to point out, after all the picks and bans, we see once again, I1Cookie, they've locked in Ezreal, and then you can't see it just yet on the stream, but Shen and Diana locked in for Moscow 5. Well, not locked in for Darien, he's still hovering over it, but potentially giving Darien and Alexich the same champions they had in the previous game.
Don't fix what ain't broke. Can't really argue with that. And I mean, you can't change up your entire lineup. They could change one or two champions, I suppose, but they're getting loud again.
Yeah, and in actual fact, it gets swapped out at the very, very last second. They decide to lock in Nunu instead of Shen. So, very slow, methodical, calculated picks from Moscow 5. Took a lot of time to decide who they were going to lock in there and who they were going to take. And you know, you can see they're thinking about this. They're not just going, look, let's replicate the same team that we had previously.
Yeah, I mean, Alexich Diana, she's great, and I think Diana at the moment, I know Extinct agreed with me, is one of the strongest and most underrated AP mids in the game. And I know for a fact Maluno is counting the days till the Season 3 items and the Mastery change and things come in to hope to the Lord she's viable in the jungle again. When she was hinted at, when she was not quite released, but just before she was released, he was looking at these abilities, eyeing her up, thinking, yes, she's going to be amazing in the jungle. But unfortunately, just AP junglers as a whole are a little bit too weak at the moment. So, yeah, I know he's looking forward to a possible rebirth.
Well, I'm very, very excited about all these preseason changes once they actually start getting implemented, especially the HUD. I'm a bit split as to whether I like the straighter lines, but nevertheless, I'm looking forward to coming in. And I need to just get a bit excited about the picks. Shushei has locked in Lux. All right, so he's going to be, Lux is locked in. We have an Ezreal and a Lux on the same team. We don't know if that's going to be Lux anywhere. There's so many options. On the flip side, we see an Olaf and an Amumu. So, Diana, Amumu, Nunu, and Olaf for Moscow 5. So, a couple, again, slightly, champions we see often, but it's the first time I've seen Moscow 5 running an Amumu, Olaf, Nunu combination in recent weeks and months.
That is an amazing combination, and I cannot wait to see if they can pull it off. Just, Olaf is going to be running all over the place, wrecking faces with the axes here and undertows. Sorry, axes are undertows. Axes here, lightning bolts there. Let's see whether I1Cookie can do anything against it. I mean, one quick Lux snare. Okay, he's going to Ragnarok out of it, but it's going to slow him down slightly if he hasn't already popped it. And if she can get a nice pick onto someone, maybe not Diana, she's going to be a bit too tanky. That last pick for Moscow 5, whoever it turns out to be, if she gets picked off by Lux, that could be instant death and immediate 4v5.
It's going to be cool how it actually plays out, but we got the final team compositions now for both squads. I'm going to take a quick run through. YoungBuck on Renekton up top. He's going to be facing off against what appears to be Darien and Cogmore right now, but we know that's going to be swapping. So it'll be probably against Olaf up in the top lane. In the jungle, it's going to be Skarner versus Mumu. In our mid lanes, it's going to be Lux versus Diana, and then bottom, Ezreal Janna versus what appears to be a Nunu Cogmore combo, and we know how good Genja is on Cog and how good Gosupepa is on Nunu. I mean, it's effectively how they built their fame and built their recognition in the esports world.
Very much so. I'm just waiting for this little logo in my friends list to switch to in-game so I can jump in and
3 seconds.
watch the bans from my point of view. But what are we looking at for level 1, Quickshot? What kind of comps are there?
Well, the thing about level 1 is I would definitely say that I1 Cookie have got a slightly stronger composition. You've got the light binding from Lux that's going to hold 2 people in place. You've got the Howling Gale from Janna if she decides to put a point into that, so that's going to play into their favor, and the potential of the stun from Renekton. So I feel like they've got more in terms of the CC. You do, of course, have a Bandage Toss, the Ice Blast, and the Voidooz if Cog decides to go that way. So there's possibilities there, but I feel like I1 Cookie have got the slightly stronger composition in terms of the low-level engagements. The game 1, we've seen Moscow 5 going very aggressive, placing a ward, trying to get a kill onto Muvert, but it just didn't work out for them. So maybe we'll see the same again, but they don't have that guaranteed stun this time around.
Yeah, and as chat is very excitedly pointing out, we have Double Jungle coming on from Moscow 5. Gosupepa has a smite, as does Diamondprox. We're going to see very aggressive counter jungling coming out of Nunu, wherever he may be, whether he's going to roam or whether he's going to stick to the bottom half of the map. We'll wait and see. It's going to cause all kind of issues for Amazing on Skarner, which is a great jungler for Moscow have to do this again. Just shutting him down, keeping him below 6 for as long as possible, really hinders his gank potential. And, well, when you've got YoungBuck playing what is arguably his best champion, YoungBuck's Renekton and his Vladimir are the 2 he is best known for, take away as much jungle support as you can.
Yeah, exactly. If you lock him down, slow him down, and remove him from the game, the thing that's nice about that as well is we know how aggressive Moscow 5 like to play, especially Gosupepa. He's renowned for how deep he likes to play. If they can get in there and steal an early red buff, the first or the second spawn on that red buff, donate that over to Cogmore and to Genja, it's going to give him that additional strength that he needs at the lower level of the game, where Ezreal's going to have somewhat of an advantage over Cog until he picks up some items and becomes able to duel. Another thing that we need to point out, you've got Cleanse on Ezreal, Ignite on Janna, so that bottom lane is going to be quite aggressive, and you have a Teleport on Darien's Olaf. So, we're going to expect some global presence. He doesn't have Shen stand United this time, but he's decided to pick up the the summoner spell for the mobility.
So, 45 seconds left on our delay. Moscow 5 are certainly playing with a very, very interesting lineup, as we say. Double jungle, they've got that Amumi, they've got that Nunu, they've got the Olaf mixed in there again. That's a strong combo on its own. Darien is running teleport. Are we going to see him playing a very similar strategy to the way he was playing Shen in the last game? Okay, he doesn't have that shield to come and join the fight and leap in and save, in this case will be Genja, but he is going to be able to teleport to a creep or to a ward that he has placed down, and he's going to immediately make it 4v5 should I1 Cookie be sending anyone to stop his split push, and if they don't send anyone to stop his split push, he's just going to take inhibs and eventually take the base. So they have to send someone at some point. I want to see how this shapes up and how they handle it. And
what's also going to play into Moscow 5's favor here is if you think about the buff control that they're going to have over Dragon or the objective control they're going to have over Dragon and Baron. Consume and 2 smites, that's 3 lots of true damage that they're going to have to secure Drakes and secure Baron if they decide to go for an early one, especially I just need to maximize this, especially when you think about how much damage Cogmore's going to be able to put down, as well as Olaf. 2 champions that are very good at doing Baron. Add Blood Boil, add all the true damage, and I really like what Moscow 5 have done in theory. And we'll see whether or not it's going to work out. I also cannot wait to see Shushei's Lux. Those pew-pew lasers, one of my favorite champions and abilities in the game.
Yeah, Mint it. I absolutely love Lux. Been playing her since she was released, and still one of my favourite champions, even through the times where she was a little bit less than viable. People in chat, again, calling she's support because she's got exhaust. She's not. She just doesn't want Alex Ich to be diving in on top of her and bursting her down. You land that exhaust when Alex dives under your turret, you can then in turn land yourself a snare while he's slowed under your turret and put your own burst down onto Alex. So that's going to really negate some of the damage that he can do, and certainly stave off his aggression.
And also add to the fact that that exhaust is going to work against Olaf, it's going to work against Kog'Maw as well. So, you know, those carries that are going to be getting in there, yeah, the Ignite's going to help you pick up kills, but it's going to work beneficially, especially against a mid to late game Kog'Maw, where he's just going to be melting your faces with that Bioarcane Barrage.
Exactly. We do see a quick invade in actual fact from Moscow 5 just to plant a ward at that blue buff. They have the double smite, they have Nunu hiding in Tribush. Is he going to stay there and steal it? He's going to take Consume, I suspect. He's going to take Ignite, and he will take that away very, very quickly, while poor little...
No problem. Curse having a little bit of fun there in the background. Diamondprox may be running into a little bit of trouble here. We'll see if he's going to go in alone. There's a couple of pings, and you can see in terms of vision, they don't know it's there. So I expect a Crescent Strike maybe. We'll see if this is going to come out. Alex Ich is going. He is alone. Take a look at that. First blood. Fail flashes into the wall, and Skarner manages to pick that one up. Alex Ich panicking just a little bit. And that was what I was afraid of. We do see both teams technically invaded, but unfortunately, first blood getting picked up for I Want Cookie. And it goes to Skarner as well, a champion that they were hoping to stall, a champion they were hoping to slow down. And are we going to see a lane swap? Because I can see a Nunu Cog near the top lane for Moscow 5.
Very, very possible. They're staying up there. Looks like Kog'Maw's going to help Amumu with his red buff. Now they know he cannot take that blue. That's going to be stolen. Although Olaf is taking this wolf camp. I mean, it's not uncommon for us to see Olaf try and take the wolves, then take the blue, and try and sit in the bottom lane 2v1, spamming axes. But is he going to be able to steal this blue? No, he spots YoungBuck with that axe as he realizes Amazing is in there stealing it. YoungBuck zoning Darien away will ultimately do the job. Amazing clearing the camp out entirely, as they do see a complete YoungBuck, complete switch on both teams. YoungBuck is heading down bottom as well, so it was sniffed out by the guys over on I Want Cookie, and they are ready to fight against it as that pause comes straight into play.
Yes, and I have just been told my overlay is backwards, so let me just fix that and make sure it is correct. So there we go. I Want Cookie over on the left-hand side. Moscow 5 are in fact 1-0 up. Thank you guys for letting me know I had that score wrong. But yeah, first blood to Skarner. Pause has already been immediately done, so that's definitely going to help him out. I expect to see probably a very early Philo Stone coming out from him. And yeah, you got to question to yourself, how much slower is he going to be, you know, considering he's got that really strong early advantage.
We do see Go Superb successfully in there with the help of Diamondprox, stealing that blue buff. So Diamond's going to get that blue anyway, despite the original steals from Amazing. But he is up here again himself, and with a quick Bioarcane Barrage, Genja is there enough to just ward off I Want Cookie and send them away again. So, nicely played by Moscow 5, keeping their jungler in line, keeping him on the right track and not falling too far behind, despite the invade, despite the steals, despite the first blood already been handing to his opposition. So, Darien has teleported back down into the bottom lane, getting a lot of damage down onto YoungBuck already, spamming out those axes. But the beauty of Renekton, as soon as he can get that Culdameek, he can dash through Darien, Culdameek onto all the creeps, pick them all up again, get a lot of health back, and wow, dash away.
Yeah, so much damage at the moment everywhere. Up in the top lane, you got Poke, you got Ghost of Pepper and Genja in a very awkward position. They're, you know, really positioning themselves quite strangely. They managed to pull Janna and Ezreal down a little bit, but didn't manage to pick up any kills. This time around, take a look at the vision here from I Want Cookie. This is significantly better than what we've seen from game number 1. And are they going to fall victim to this gank? Diamondprox is coming in. Banish Shot does manage to land. Red buff is ticking away. Ignite has actually gone down onto Diamond. Bioarcane Barrage ticking onto Muvert, but it's not going to be enough to pick up the kill. 3 seconds on Banish Toss, and if Diamond can land it, it may be enough time to pick up that kill. Unfortunately, though, it looks like Ice Fantasy is going to get away with his life. Diamondprox, his recall gets interrupted. Now he's hanging around. Maybe he's going to take that personally and try set up a kill. Another interruption. Very, very nice prediction there from Ice Fantasy. They do not have vision into that bush, but he managed to land 2 good Mystic shots. And I believe Panky's busy telling off the curse team.
Yes, so hopefully that's sorted. While that was all going on, we did see a gank in natural fact from Skarner attempted in the bottom lane, forces Darien to use his Ghost and in fact base as well, so he's spent a little time out of lane and is now making his way back down there to deal with the YoungBuck once more. But Lux has been spending her time stealing Wraith camps away from Alex Hitch and is now coming around behind him with Amazing coming down the lane, but Shushei deciding not going to be able to land that snare. So they do just back on out there as Alex goes to clear out that Wraith camp, which is now missing one extra blue creep. So, the help of Diamond, he does that one. Amazing, making his way down towards the bottom lane again. Does walk straight through a ward though for Darien, so he knows exactly what's going on. He's quite happy to just sit here under the edge of his turret range with YoungBuck and Amazing close by. But they're going to come out anyway. YoungBuck going to dash across, land the stun down on the toe. The Ignite taken, Kaldameek is there. YoungBuck did have the turret, and immediately resets it back though. Amazing picks up the kill with the help of an Ignite.
And such a good gank there. Brilliant control of the tower aggro. A very nice flash, the stun, everything worked into their favor. So 0-0-2 for Renekton, a 2-0-0 Skarner. He's going back with 1,375 gold to spend. And that's definitely going to play into his favor. Light Binding in the middle lands. Loosen Singularity applied to a little passive from Lux, and she carries on landing those auto attacks. But neither champion in the mid lane with enough ability power to really do too much right now. And Skarner, Heart of Gold, as well as the Regrowth Pendant at 5.5 minutes, he's going to be very happy with how this game has started.
So, if we look at how this game has started, as you say, in comparison to the last one, it is iWantCookie in the lead by 1.2k gold so far. They did take an early 1,000 gold lead with that triple kill for their squad in the bottom lane, 2 of them being straight onto Ezreal on that last game. So, can they hold on to it this time? That's the key thing we're looking for. Haven't really seen too much from Gosu's Smite yet. We saw that first invade, of course, helping Diamondprox pick up that blue. But with the next blue buff respawning somewhere in the next 2 minutes, there should be some more jungle there for him to take advantage of. Will we see some kind of aggression, some kind of play from Moscow 5 using that Consume and Smite? We'll wait and see. They've not got too many wards on the map at the moment. They can see this blue buff, and they will do by the time it's respawned, and they can also see down this little river buff in the bottom lane. And using that ward I just spoke about, they have spotted Amazing here, waiting on Darien. So Alex is roaming around, slightly going to walk through an iWantCookie ward. Should be enough to watch Amazing back away.
Yeah, it's not going to amount to anything. Unfortunately, no Impale, no Flash, or, not wanting to burn the Flash. He's not really going to be able to jump in there. I'm interested about this team composition. They've got 2-0 up, they've got this small early lead, but Diana scales so well, Olaf scales so well, Kog'Maw scales so well. You compare them to the direct counterparts, eventually Lux does start to fall off. Yes, her ultimate is on incredibly short cooldown, so you can use it often, and that definitely plays into their favor, but it's not going to offer the same that Diana does. Now a tower dive in the bottom lane, but we do have a level 6 Darien. Ragnarok has been used, cannot be disabled, gets past the stuns, gets through all of the CC, is going to get caught after his Ragnarok ends, and a very, very nice save by Diamondprox prevents another kill onto Darien. And you can see iWantCookie, their strategy is definitely prevent Olaf getting farm.
That could have been so many more kills for Moscow 5 if Diamondprox had just been level 6. Unfortunately for them, he had not quite hit that point yet. And, well, very lucky for iWantCookie, so to speak. That would have been painful if all 3 of them have fallen down to Darien. It's already a very tight matchup between himself and YoungBuck down here now, despite the deaths that Darien already has to his name. But with those kills going towards him, YoungBuck would have certainly been in trouble. xPeke going straight out with a slow onto Ice Fantasy, as that little bit of harass from Lux is starting to force this lane into a very much even trade, just push for push. CS or CS.
The thing that's interesting here is take a look at what Ice Fantasy's done this time around. He's opted to go straight for the Sheen. So an 806 HP Ezreal to 1090 HP, Kog'Maw. If they do decide to get into an engagement or do decide to get into a fight, that 250 HP less is definitely going to start to show differences. YoungBuck and Darien trading some damage in the bottom lane, and the engagement exactly what you're talking about. Slice and dice in, reduce the armor, land Kaldameek, and then slice and dice out to safety. But Renekton just a slightly superior sustain at the moment. I'm busy hearing that apparently FNATIC have won 2-0 against Alternate, and they will be the first team in the grand final to play the winner of this matchup.
Okay, and actual fact, your scoreboard still says this is 1-1.
I will fix that.
1-0. We do see Diamondprox actually on the run from Amazing, who flash ults in, does get the snare down with the help of Shushei. Diamond's going very, very low, but he flashed away from the loosening area. The laser there, though, is enough to finish him off. But Genja has managed to take down Ice Fantasy with Elbow Goes to Pepper in that top lane. They did dive him under the turret while the rest of his team was trying to defend the blue buff. So a 1-for-1 trade, jungler for AD carry. There's no oracles on Diamondprox. He was still level 5 though, so it does delay that ultimate even longer. And when you're playing someone like a Mumu, the ultimate is oh so important.
Yeah, it makes such a big difference. As soon as you can get that curse down, you know, Curse of the Sad Mummy, you put that down, you allow Diana the time to put her damage and her combo down, as well as Olaf. And just as we talk about Diana and Olaf, let's see if YoungBuck can get out of this one. It is going to be a 2 versus 1, but the thing is, Darien is very far away. Crescent Strike lands. He's going to follow it up with Luna. Decides not to, because unfortunately Darien was just a little bit too far away. He couldn't get there in time. And very, very smart from Alexish, decides to save the damage in the cooldown and immediately fall back.
So, what do we say? There's another Oracle's in a Mumu's, sorry, not another, but there's an Oracle's in the Mumu's inventory. Is he feeling up for that? Ice Fantasy's been exhausted in the top lane, but immediately cleanses it because they are diving onto Genja. Muvert has to back away because he cannot take that turret for any longer. The minions now got it. Muvert comes back in for a heal. Genja's trying to finish him off as best he can. The Arcane Barrage doing as much damage as possible. Trying to land the ultimate is not quite there, but now Ice Fantasy taking the turret for a little too long. The slow goes out. Genja heals. Does trade 1-for-1 with Ice Fantasy, but now he's taking a Muvert for the passive, and he gets it with the help of Diamondprox. His bandage toss from Tribush.
What a beautiful double kill. That is one of the most amazing doubles I think I've seen. Managing to pick it up with a little bit of damage and that Akithian surprise going kaboom. Interestingly, look at this. Kog'Maw opting to go triple Doran's Blades. There's so much talk and discussion. I remember reading all sorts of numbers and facts and figures about whether you go double, whether you go triple. But with now that double kill, 811 gold, probably Zeal into Phantom Dancer next?
Possible.
Although with the Nunu Blood Boil, maybe saves up for some damage.
I don't know what to think, because you normally, regardless, especially when you're 3-1, would not go 3 Doran's Blades on Kog'Maw. Like 2, yes, everyone's seen 2 and Zeal, 2 and Phantom Dancer, 2 into some damage perhaps, especially as you say with the Blood Boil, just go straight BF Sword, but 3 Doran's Blades, you normally do that if you're really struggling or a long way behind. So I don't know what to predict with Genja. He's definitely trying something new.
Now we'll see how it plays out. 5 members of Moscow 5 onto the Dragon. The Dragon resets and goes to full health. And this has bought 4 members of I Want Cookie time to get into place. The thing is, True Shot Barrage has been used. Yeah, Loosen Singularity is down. That's going to give them all the vision that they need. Now with the Consume, take a look at this. Curse of the Sad Mummy. There comes the final spark. Laser, it's a bit messy. Members of teams all over the place. Impale goes down before Skarner gets, blown up himself. But unfortunately, 4 members of I Want Cookie, just a little, not enough, especially without their AD carry. Darien is going to be able to get away with his life. Nobody's focused Genja just yet. Finally, somebody jumps onto him. They stun him, but it just gives Genja yet another kill. Now, Janna's in and amongst the mess. Flashes over the wall. Shushei is going to be forced to flash as well. Does he have it available? He does. Finally forced to flash. Dragon goes to Moscow 5, and they give away 2 kills. I Want Cookie were always going to be 4 versus 5 there. They didn't use the laser early enough. I've got to question the decision-making.
It's a beautifully executed fight from Moscow 5. Everyone making it out on just the smallest possible health they could. Admittedly, as you say, it was 4v5. Ice Fantasy is up in the top lane, just used his ult to join in. But still, to get everyone out on that tiny little bit of health, they knew exactly what was going on, where the summoner spells were. And now Genja is going to have to go and try and defend this tier 2 turret in the top lane. He has sold the ward he was carrying for a Zeal, and he's going 3 Doran's Blade and Zeal. Maybe he's carrying on with that standard build, just with that extra Doran's, a little bit more health, more lifesteal, more damage, just a smidgen more, but we'll find out whether it's worth the gold very soon. Alexic has got that needlessly large rod and should be ready to complete his very quick Zhonya's Hourglass after our next couple of fights, and that's going to change this game again. Just like we said before, when that Diana lands a Crescent Strike, leaps in amongst your team, moonfalls everyone into a clump, which against a Mumu is terrifying. You try and blow what you can out to try and burst it down, and she just Zhonya's it. Suddenly you're left in a very precarious position. There's a lot of CC raining down on your head, and Kog'Maw has spent the whole time sitting there, Arcane Barrage just chunking away at your important champions.
Yeah, so much damage, so much ability, and the team play factor of it. If you combo that, the Moonfall, Curse of the Sad Mummy, and Absolute Zero, there's very little reply. Yeah, fair enough, you've got a cleanse on Ezreal, but that's so much CC if he doesn't get that cleanse immediately and jump away. You know, Olaf's just going to chase him down, etc. Have a look at our items. Renekton, 10 CS advantage, 012 double Dorans and the Giant's Belt. We see Lux working towards that Athene's Unholy Grail, 112 CS mirrored by Alexich, but as you pointed out, need to see Large Rod. And then Cogmore just slowly a little bit behind in terms of CS, but with 4 kills in the bank, he's already starting to get to that very, very strong mid-game phase.
YoungBuck actually taking a little bit more damage there than he might have originally counted on from that turret in the bottom lane and Darien combined. He does go back into her color. Make the Ragnarok comes out from Darien though. Lands another bit of damage. The true damage goes out. The axes are going down. More true damage. YoungBuck's on the run trying to get what CS he can. Calder to try and get more health. Does slice and dice through Darien though, trying to escape back to his turret, and he might have just pulled it off.
What a brilliant play, committing to the fight, seeing, you know what, let's see if I can do this, let's see if I can win. And after realizing, hey, you know, I'm actually not going to be able to win this duel, let me just take my time, think about it. He goes in, slice and dice, Cull the Meek, Ignite is down, the second slice. Is the Ignite going to do it? Darien finally goes down on the second to last tick of it. Really nicely done. Acer Amazing tries to get in range for an Impale. A beautiful Monsoon from Muvert throws Genja into Amazing's hands. And Amazing just says, thank you very much. Get over here, I will take that one. And that was such a great play from Janna. That was just beautiful.
Amazing actually dragged Genja out of Ezreal's ultimate. He dragged him to safety and made that damage miss. But there were so many of them there, it didn't make any difference. They got the kill anyway. Shushei now has to be careful going to steal those rates that aren't actually there, because Alexich is around the far side at his rates with a Mumu. So that support could result in a dead Shushei if he's not careful on his way back into that mid lane. And Alexich does go in with the Lunar Rush. Has landed the Crescent Try for the reset. There's the exhaust goes down, but that flash ult comes in from Diamondprox. There's the bandage shot, and he picks up the kill under Sushei's turret. As in the top lane, Gosu Pepper's trying to defend this turret as best he can. Has got Darien coming around behind him after teleport to a ward, but Gosu's left it too late. Does get the slowdown after his death, but Ice Fantasy with no mana ultimately pulls away from Muvert to try and save his support. Tries to get the turret and dies to go Genja as he returns.
Yeah, trading 1 for 1, but you know what? I think Ezreal will be happy with that. Anybody can stand up and just sneeze on that tower to take it down at any time that they want. He's going to be able to, he's going to be in a position where he can pick up that Trinity Force pretty soon. Or no, he's going to get at least the next components of it, a Phage, or Zeal, something similar. But not too bad overall. That kill in the bottom lane from YoungBuck was so good. Like you said at the beginning, YoungBuck, very famous for his Renekton play, and he knows exactly how much damage he can deal, he knows what he can get away with. And he knew Ragnarok was not available for Olaf, so just dove straight in there. Ignite, Cull the Meek, and what's his Q called? Cull the Meek, Ruthless Predator, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
And
So,
very nice kill.
7-7, still an 800 gold lead for iWantCookie. So they've been ahead for a while, they've stayed ahead for a while, but it's not that big of a gap. It's very close, and there are 2 turrets in their favor, which Moscow 5 haven't got yet. So if Moscow 5 start to take those global objectives, then they're going to go back ahead and have that gold lead. We do have the dragon respawning shortly. We should see everyone get ready for that. But ultimately, again, if we look down this champions, Moscow 5 just have it if we go past the 35-40 minute mark. And for that reason, iWantCookie need to make something of the early game, this mid game. This is the point where they're strong. They need to use it, gain a big enough advantage that they can straight up end the game, or at least hold on there for 1 or 2 more fights in the late game. The way this keeps going, Moscow 5 are just going to outscale them.
And the flip side is, well, it's quite interesting you said it, because think about Tales of the Lane and the Eclipsia rosters that they were running. You know, they had Renekton featuring quite often, and they had teams that you'd sort of go, look, this team should not be able to win the mid to late game skirmishes, but somehow Eclipsia kept making it happen and kept making it work. Even in the previous game, you know, with that super strong late game team that Moscow 5 had, iWantCookie almost snuck it on the back of one good team fight. So we'll see how this one plays out. Once again, iWantCookie a little bit split up around this dragon area. They did manage to pick the Drake up. Muvert forced to flash over the wall, as Genja has that Phantom Dancer in hand already. Actually, no, I'm lying to you. It was a BF sword that he picked up. It wasn't finishing the Phantom Dancer. And almost mirroring the build. So you got a Zeal BF versus a Sheen BF from Ezreal.
I'd be very surprised, however, if Genja went Trinity Force, as Alexich and Diamondprox kill an invisible blue buff. I don't know if it was invisible on your screen, but it was for me. It is now banished, as Amazing is using his oracles to kill a ward that's on the floor in the middle of that mid lane. So we shall see, but it was a free dragon for iWantCookie. They were there before Moscow 5. And Moscow 5 wanted to fight, wanted to contest for it, but they were just a little bit too late. Alex was still in base as it was killed. And it did extend that lead for iWantCookie.
Yes, a small lead at this moment in time. 20 minutes in, only the 2 towers down. But it is 2 towers that iWantCookie have picked up. So, in theory, they have the map control. But look at this farm that Genja's picking up. He was struggling a little bit early when he was sitting on the top lane. Is now finally starting to get himself into, back into this with the help of all of those kills. And another free tower for iWantCookie. They're going to keep this pressure on. Ezreal has now just thrown out that True Shot Barrage. Luckily, that creep wave that was there is now finished. But 5 members in the Light Binding's going to hold Olaf in place. He doesn't need to burn Ragnarok because he's not under any pressure right now. But 5 members of iWantCookie and eventually 5 members of Moscow 5 now that Genja's going to be joining the party.
So, you do see the siege coming on from iWantCookie onto this tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Do you have Genja now rejoining the ranks of Moscow 5? Darien, though, doesn't have his teleport, cannot go anywhere other than stick with his team for now. If that was up, then maybe he could have tried to roam around a bit, split push one of the top of the bottom lanes and get Moscow 5 their own turret, get them a little bit of global gold on the table. It is not the case. So we do see Ice Fancy going in to grab himself that blue buff, or in fact pass it off to Lux, but in doing so, it has opened up this mid turret to Moscow 5. They are here in full force and will pick their first turret of the game with the help of Darien's massive axes.
Yeah, really nice little counterplay. They've lost their tower, they have replied with 1. Very smart play from YoungBuck as well. He's shoving that bottom lane, so now that the bottom lane is going to be pushing in his favor, it allows him time to rejoin his team. The top lane's pushing in iWantCookie's favor as well, so now's the time that they need to start pushing out, group up, push together as a team, and see if you can force another tower fight, or force, maybe it's a bit too early for a Baron fight, but try pick up one of the neutral buffs or something similar. You can see Moscow 5 immediately replying. Genja, he's sent down to that bottom lane and said, right, go pick up that CS, sort it out, try and farm yourself into this, and immediately, as we pointed out, iWantCookie throwing out those ultimates, final spark going down the mid lane, clearing out all of those creeps, but unfortunately with no creep line to back them up, you just got this Mexican standoff of, well, what you gonna do, punk?
Very much so, but now the creeps are arriving, and iWantCookie are here again. So, Moscow 5 do finally grip back up just as the creeps do get in there, and their wave clear is almost enough. But a quick snare goes down on from Shushei, but YoungBuck's initiated onto by Diamondprox. The ult comes out from the moon, but he immediately has to back away because he is very squishy. Yet to see anyone fall just yet. YoungBuck, though, does have to dash out with the slice and dice. Goes Superb, flashes away. Alex goes in, but he gets dragged back by Amazing. Amazing has to flash over the Ignite taken down. YoungBuck has returned into the fight. Darien's going to get lasered! Sniped by Shushei right at the back of the fight. And Moscow 5 immediately fall back to their tier 2 turret. But with a full force, iWantCookie flashing in for Shushei, landing a Light Binding and a Lucent Singularity. Moscow 5 are not out of the woods yet.
No, they are not. This fight is still going on. Beautiful play from iWantCookie. They coordinated their targets well. They used their abilities very well together. And a nice moonfall from Alexic. It unfortunately just wasn't enough to secure the kills that they needed. The Impale was thrown out, but immediately had to be flashed away because Amazing was in risk of going down. But you got to question Moscow 5. They committed to a fight on YoungBuck. YoungBuck with a Hex Drinker and a Sunfire Cape. Ooh, Shushei's committing to this. The laser goes down. The proc bounces 50 HP. One more bit of damage. Is it going to be enough? The Light Binding does pick it up, and Shushei with a beautiful sequence of kills. Lux, the champion who you'd think maybe not scaling quite as hard, has hit her peak moment. These next couple of minutes is when Lux is really going to shine. Has enough gold to pick up a needlessly large rod, and that damage just going to get even higher. How short is her cooldown on that ultimate right now?
Let's see. She's 14, so it's not quite max rank. She does have how much cooldown reduction? 39% running that blue buff, and it's going to be very short. Something around the 36-second mark. Let's count it. 36 seconds exactly.
Yeah, it's absolutely immense. You think about their previous engagement. They used the final spark to clear the creep wave, then used it in the team fight, and then used it again a little bit later on. It's insane how short that cooldown is. And right now, Shushei is making it work. So, well played to iWantCookie, and they're in the driving seat right now. They're setting the pace, they're controlling, and they're holding Moscow 5. And if they continue to do this, maybe they can even out the scores 1-1.
Very much so. I kind of feel that a lot of it to do with how squishy this Amumu is. There we see Ragnar being put by Darien to escape the 3-man gank in the bottom lane, but a quick laser will clear the wave and keep that push going. For Diamondprox, just Moby boosts, Aegis the Legion, and then 2 GP10s. That's not very tanky for someone that's going balls deep right into the enemy squad. Darien managed to steal that blue buff with an axe as it was trying to be taken by iWantCookie. And does result in Moscow 5 grouping back up and retreating towards their mid lane. Darien has teleport now though, so will we see him push in the top or the bottom lanes, try and grab that turret Moscow 5 so desperately need to get back into this global gold game? After this after this dragon fight. Dragon goes free to iWantCookie. Darien comes in with an axe, landed the slow. YoungBuck pops his ultra, trying to keep him down. Great ult from xPeke, locking him in the dragon pit, but iWantCookie doing so much damage, and Moscow 5 have to back away from this. Diamondprox needs to save his oracles, trying to head down towards the bottom turret. Amazing does drag Alex Ich back in towards the dragon player. Rice Fantasy doing so much damage. Laser hits no one, but Alex Ich has fallen anyway. Genja's now on the way out as YoungBuck does finish off Diamond. That's the end of the oracles. Great snare from Shushei, catches Genja, and when Ice Fantasy gets in range with a red buff, that's too much. Genja managed to finish off Amazing, so it's an oracles for an oracles, but he falls himself, and using that passive, it just tickles Ice Fantasy a little bit, and allows iWantCookie to start pushing on the bottom and the mid lanes.
Yeah, great fight and great engagement once again. You got to wonder how crucial was missing that bandage toss from Diamondprox in the Dragon Pit. He threw it out and it just skimmed the tail of iWantCookie. If he'd been pulled forward, maybe would have got him in range just that second earlier to put the Curse of the Sad Mummy down. On the flip side as well, you had Genja at the top of the fight. He was focusing Shushei down, and yes, he forced Shushei out of the fight, but Shushei doesn't mind. He's got great range on those abilities. The laser is so powerful. He just hung all the way back and said, alright, well, you've left your team alone. You're the AD carry, and you didn't back up the people you need to be backing up. Darien is chasing on this bottom lane. Vicious Strikes is up. He's got Ragnarok as well, so he's not going to be able to be stunned. And he does pick up at least one reply kill with those Rekkles swings. But 12-9, iWantCookie have got to be very happy with where they're sitting right now.
Oh, Darien, that blue buff, plenty of true damage because of it. And here's what I was waiting for. Double Smite and Consume means Moscow 5, with the help of Genja's Via Arcane Barrage, can rush out of Baron. It's down to 8,500 health right now. Alex is here, but so is iWantCookie. The laser comes across, does some damage to Baron. Ezreal goes down, does some more damage to Moscow 5. They're all going very low from this. The Baron's down to 4,000 health. We've got to Consume for a lot. We've got Double Smite for about 1,500 damage, but Amazing's coming in. 1,800 health in the Baron. Amazing's closing in. He's going to drag Alex back, and now the Baron does fall to Moscow 5, but Amazing is down. Darien gets that kill. xPeke is credited with the Baron kill. There's a good snare coming out from Shushei, catches Darien and xPeke. Good light binding for the slow as well. Genja trying to get in range of Ice Fantasy, can't quite land that. But Moscow 5 had picked up the Baron. They did kill Amazing, and now they're backing away to safety to spend their gold and to get their health back.
Yeah, really great play there from Moscow 5. They controlled it well. They knew what they could get away with. Oh, look at that in the middle. Alex is just deleting Ezreal. Gets caught by that Zephyr as well as the Howling Gale. Muvert is pushing forward. Got to be very careful though, because the burst is huge. Alex does go down to a couple of auto attacks and that Sunfire Cape damage from YoungBuck. But again, trading 1 for 1. And Alex really wanted to hold on to that Baron buff. The regen, the mana, the ability power, it all would have played into his favor. And now it's gone. Now it's not there. So it's only Olaf, Genja, Diamond, and of course Gosu that it's sitting on. Have a look at the 2 chain vests. One in the hands of Alex, one in the hands of Darien. So maybe 2 more Guardian Angels coming from, the team that made it the cool kit to wear.
Yeah, there is, of course, Chain Vest and Null Magic Mentals in there too, as you say. So they're both components of it. How much gold are they sitting on? 902. It's 2,000 gold on Darien. He could afford it right now, actually. He just hasn't left the lane since the Baron. He's been shoving that out from the top lane. He should be getting that Guardian Angel shortly, I suspect. But with a 4,000 gold lead still in favor of iWantCookie. Moscow 5 have not got this in the bag yet. We did mention earlier how they have the late game comp. We're approaching 30 minutes. That's not quite as late as they needed to be. Lux is still bursting through champions. Alex Ich, we saw there, fell very easily to a combo of her and Renekton. Genja is by no means the strongest champion in this game either. He has an Infinity Edge complete with this Zeal, but this is the first time we're about to see him with that. Can he really make the impact we need? Moscow 5 did lose one at Dragon, but they managed to rush out of Baron. What are you going to do, iWantCookie? Can you end this game somewhere in the next 5-10 minutes? After that, I have a feeling they may be a little bit too late.
It's interesting you point out the items as well. Take a look at Ice Fantasy's Ezreal. He opened with Sheen. That was his first item. He went there before he went Doran's Blades. Then followed into BF Sword Bloodthirster. And now is sitting on an Agility Cloak. So, maybe going Phantom Dancer before Trinity Force. So it's a slightly non-traditional build that we see out of Ezreal's. He's farming pretty well. You know, he's keeping up with in terms of kills and assists and whatnot, albeit swapping them. But yeah, a little bit of split decision making on his items than what we're used to seeing.
Very much so. And Darien has based. And Darien has bought his next item. And Darien has gone old school. At Mogs Olaf. Genja forced to flash away though. Shushei comes in to try and steal the blue buff. Shushei gets melted as he's caught out of position by Darien. He comes in with another axe, catching the slow onto both Muvert and Ice Fantasy, but the Ragnarok still going. Muvert is getting ripped apart by Darien as YoungBuck is being chased by Alexich. He goes in with another Lunar Rush, can't quite finish him off though, as the Slice and Dice gets him out of there, but now Amazing is sacrificing himself for the team. Preemptive flash from Gosu, sits him right in front of Amazing as he flashes over the wall. Perma slow means he's not getting out of there, and there's the ult from Diamondprox as he catches a great long-range bandit toss onto Ice Fantasy. Darien doesn't have the Ragnarok left to go under this turret now, but Muvert is here. Bandit shots onto a creep, but now Ghosty's coming around the backside of the turret. He's tanking it. Does get a slowdown onto Ice Fantasy and Muvert. Darien's going to tank the turret for a little while, lands another great axe, closing in onto this tier 3 turret in the top lane, the in-here turret. Darien is still tanking so much damage. Now Genja comes across, and with one last burst of true damage, the kill goes to Darien. He needs to get out from this turret though as YoungBuck comes on in. YoungBuck now has 4 members of Moscow 5 chasing onto him though, and he has to back out. They are going to leave with Alexich tanking the turret using the shield he gets from that... I've got what it's called. Hello, Pale Cascade, thank you very much. And they do get this tier 2 turret in the mid lane and do show what their strength has just become.
And what a great bandage toss there, just above the red buff, managing to catch it onto Ezreal as he was trying to get through the bush there. So a beautiful, beautiful passage of play. There was a 4,000 gold difference with the Baron, with the farm that they've picked up, the tower, and now Dragon. They're actually going to take the gold advantage. And all of that on the back of catching one champion. On the back of catching Shushei out, holding him in place, slowing him down, and just blowing him up. They lose all of those kills. They lose the towers, they lose the Dragon. And just the entire sense, the entire feeling of the game is now just swung completely in favor of Moscow 5. iWantCookie, they were setting the pace, they were in the driver's seat, but now they've got to reply to this massive, massive play that Moscow 5 put together.
They are going to start doing that by taking this tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. Another laser from Shushei just cleaning the minions out. That's all I've seemed to see him use it for at the moment. But when it's on a cooldown, which has just got shorter because he's 17 now, 32-second cooldown to be exact, and it will get even shorter again when he picks up a blue buff finally. Puts it down closer towards the 24-25 second mark. He's just going to be able to spam that out all over the place. So... what are we up to? We've got another Baron respawning shortly. Both teams know when it is. They were there when it died. Moscow 5, of course, rushing it out without the knowledge of iWantCookie. They did come in a little bit later and watched it die, despite Amazing's best attempt to steal. But Moscow 5 are ready for it. They do have Darien with them here, despite the fact he has a teleport. So if the standoff lasts too long, he could split off to one of the sides and force someone on iWantCookie to come and deal with him. We'll see exactly how they shape it up. YoungBuck has got himself a Guardian Angel, as of which neither of these members of Moscow 5 had done themselves yet. Sorry, I lied. Alexich has, yes.
I was actually just going to point that out. Darien is going against the Moscow 5 meta, and it looks like he's going towards a Randian's Omen before a Guardian Angel. I don't know what we're seeing, but this could be a first.
Could be a first. I think it might be somewhere in their contract they have to build at least one Guardian Angel in every series they play. So
it's also interesting as well when we look at how Alexich is playing. In the previous game, he rushed his Zhonya's Hourglass first, and this time around has opted to go for the Death Cap and then the GA. So slightly different to what we see in the previous matchup. And we do see now Moscow 5 chasing. They don't manage to catch the undertow from Darien, unfortunately. Shirley's Reverie is out as well as that Blood Boil. You're going to see who's going to commit onto who here. But you got to feel that if iWantCookie are caught, if iWantCookie eats Curse of the Sad Mummy, they lose the team fight. If they can mitigate the effect that Amumu is going to have on those team fights by blowing somebody up quickly, jumping on them first, or just avoiding him altogether, ideally, you've got to feel that iWantCookie could probably win the team fight.
Very much so. And as I said before, if Shushei can just get that Bind Singularity ultimate combo down onto someone like Genja, that's a lot of damage he's outputting right now. Let's check his actual ability power. What's he sitting on? 472, sorry, as he buys. And he's got a potion to drink, so it's going to go up when he decides to do that. If he can burst through Genja, that's a huge portion of Moscow 5 out of the picture in a fraction of a second. So that alone can turn this game.
And Genja's only sitting on 51 magic resist. You know, he's only got 51 MR. You know, you add that Void Staff into there, and it's just going to mitigate all of that. Darien does get jumped onto, though. Ragnarok is up, and we see an immediate disengage from iWantCookie. Shushei was not really in a position to pick that fight, but they did burn Olaf's ultimate, so at least for the next minute and a half, they have a somewhat of an advantage over that berserking Viking.
Very much so, and that Ragnarok is such a great part of Moscow 5's fight, as we said before. He can just pop that and run straight to the back, straight onto Ice Fantasy, straight onto Shushei. Now that he doesn't have it, he can be kited, he can be CC'd, he can be controlled, and that's what Moscow 5 can't do. Now that that's been used, they have to wait, let him get it back off cooldown, because their team fight is just crumbling around them with every little ultimate, every little flash, every little ability they use that is not in a fight.
And Genja currently sitting on 1,800 gold in the bank. Look at this engagement here from Diamondprox. He's going to be chasing forward. If he can get a good bandage toss, then maybe he can turn that one around. Loosen Singularity goes down. That's slow. It's not necessarily the most powerful. Surely as Reverie gets popped, they're going to get in here and see if they can steal away this blue buff. And it does actually go to Moscow 5. I think it was Diamondprox that picked that one up. Yep, he did get it. I think it was with the smite as well. But nonetheless, you know, moving that, using their abilities, using the Shirelles and chasing together, Moscow 5 are sticking together as a team, and they're sticking together well. And now we're going to see how this plays out. Janna, Flash! Impale actually gets mitigated by the Flash. Now all of a sudden, Amazing's the one on the back foot. He's burned his Flash, he's burned his ultimate. YoungBuck has caught Darien. Darien still does not have Ragnarok, but it will be back shortly. The longer this fight goes, the closer we are to getting that berserking Viking back. There is no Impale for Orskana just yet. The cooldown wasn't blown, luckily, so he needs to close the gap with the Shirelles Reverie and that, you know, crystalline exoskeleton. But look at the damage from Genja onto Shushei. One auto attack and his living artillery, and Shushei loses 250, 350 hit points.
We did see right at the start of that fight, Shushei fired off his laser and it went straight across Genja and it took half his health away. And straight from the bat, that alone meant he couldn't get close. He couldn't come in to try and do any damage. And these very, very tanky members of iWantCookie were just able to bully Moscow 5 back and away. So that was very well played by them, but unfortunately they weren't managed to push home any advantage or any objectives from it. The smite is now back up from Diamondprox as Baron has respawned. Ez is going to ult top lane to try and turn that push around. Does take out a lot of the creeps, but not quite enough. Just going to slow it down slightly. But Moscow 5 going to back away. Genja goes back to his fountain as Darien has a Randuin's complete, and he finishes his Guardian Angel.
Yeah, so 2 GAs on the side of Moscow 5. Let's see how much gold is still in the bank, because I think YoungBuck had a decent chunk sitting on 1,000. Amazing sitting on 1,000. You've also got Ice Fantasy sitting on 1,200 himself. Genja, you know, he just picked up that GA. He's going to start working towards, you know, maybe a Bloodthirst or something similar, but luckily the Zeke's Herald is going to be helping out for some lifesteal. And, you know, all across the board, look at that, 7 wards in the back packet of Janna, and 5 wards for Gosu Pepper with his 52 CS. Gosu not afraid to farm, it appears, on the Moscow 5 lineup.
No, Gosu, I don't think I ever see any other support hit that number of CS, unless they're maybe playing as Zyra, in which case it's not always intentional. So, yeah, certainly a unique thing for Gosu Pepper. Well, he puts it to good use. He's got himself that Zeke's Herald help out Genja. They are now chasing Muvert. Using bandage toss across to the blue buff. They're looking to steal that away, hopefully for Alex each. And as there's no one close, stole it! Shushei got it! Shushei got the blue buff with his laser at max range. They're still chasing Muvert though, as he is running from creeps in this top lane. Now Genja has found him. Doesn't miss the slow. He's going to get knocked up and keep the chase on, but he's got bandage tossing from a Mumu coming around one side. Alex is coming to the other, but iWantCookie have done a great job here of sandwiching in Moscow 5 and saving Muvert.
Yeah, really nicely done. The passive from Janna is just so powerful. Just gives that additional movement speed and be able to get away. And then, of course, you know, Howling Gale on Zephyr. It's really great disengage abilities. Now you just get the feeling that the Baron fight, the Baron bait battle is the next thing that's going to take place. Oracles is up, so I'm going to clear out this Moscow 5 ward. We'll see what vision they have. This is what iWantCookie are playing with, and this is the vision that Moscow 5 have. They can still see a couple of members of iWantCookie around. We're going to go back to full caster vision. And all of a sudden, Moscow 5 are the team members that are split up, you know, 3-2, 2-3 split as it were. We'll see if anything's going to commit of it, but neither team really confident enough to either use Baron to bait or to commit to a big engagement right now. They're both just waiting for that perfect engagement opportunity.
You see YoungBuck taking a little bit of damage from Darien as he goes a little bit far out from his team in that mid lane. Darien there clears that mid-wave with an axe, and Alexic helps out with the Crescent Strike. We do get a Lux Laser. Look at the damage that does to Alexic. Absolutely destroys him. He's going to get back to the fountain and try and hit it back up before the next mini-wave comes in for I Want Cookie. They don't seem to mind so much, though. They're going to go straight across to the Baron.
And that damage was from two abilities, a Loosen Singularity and the Final Spark. And that chunked down, Alexic to less than 2/3 of his hit points. So we're going to have keep a close eye on the HP of the Baron, down to 7,500 HP. Consume and double smite for Moscow 5. Is it going to be enough to steal? Darien is looking this 1,800. Renekton manages to pick it up, so it actually wasn't even the smite from Amazing that got the final tick. Now Darien, Ragnarok is ticking away. It looks like they're trying to focus YoungBuck, which is who they don't need to be doing it onto. A beautiful Monsoon from Janna throws Diamondprox away. He flash forwards, uses his Curse of the Sad Mummy. It's been a 1-for-1 trade. Olaf for Skana. Where is Genja? Diamondprox. Alexis jumps all the way backwards onto Diamondprox just as he's about to go down and out of the fight. Guardian Angel has been popped for Diana. Can she get away with the life? The laser deletes Alexic, but it's enough damage there to pop the GA for YoungBuck. Somehow, Gosu Pepper is still alive. That minion creep damage, is it going to be enough to pick up the kill? No, it's not. Nor is the lost auto attack or the lost mystic shot, but a 2-for-1 trade. And Baron's I Want Cookie. All of a sudden, they're in the driving seat. Flash from Shushei. He misses the light binding. 273 crit damage. Howling Gale knocks Genja up. Guardian Angel is now proc. This battle is still going on. A little bit early. The laser plus one more auto attack from YoungBuck is going to be enough to secure the kill onto Genja. This is going to be the first inhibitor of the game, potentially two, because the bottom lane has creeps on it. And all of a sudden, I Want Cookie. We've hit late game. It doesn't matter. They are deciding who's going to win this match.
Yeah, they're playing that phenomenally. That coordination, just getting through the back. And to be honest, Kog'Maw didn't really seem to do too much damage to them now. They are very, very tanky. They've all got a lot of armor. And, well, there's no Last Whisper on that Kog'Maw, so the damage he's doing was only onto the people like YoungBuck. They did see him pop his GA because he was right at the front. He couldn't get to the squishy members of I Want Cooking. By the time he could, his tanks were dead. He had no protection, so he just had to leave. And yeah, we need to get a Last Whisper up soon. He needs to be able to rip through YoungBuck faster than Ice Fantasy can rip through a Mumu. And right now, that's not happening.
Now, where is Shushei going to spend his money? 2,700 gold in the bank. Are we going to see a Guardian Angel for his 5th item? And it is. Guardian Angel outright for his 5th item to add to all of the ability power damage that he still has. He still has the option to pick up yet another item the longer this game goes. He spent all of his cash, so he's only sitting on 180 right now. But there's still maybe Deathfire Grasp or hell, maybe even a Morella's Evil Tome or something for additional cooldown reduction if that's what he wants to go for. There's so many options available, and the damage that Final Spark is dealing, Moscow 5 simply cannot deal with it right now.
It's so much, and it's so often. These fights, are, because of how tanky everyone is, are being drawn out and across the map and this and that. We're getting 2 or 3 off per fight. And when they're doing, I'm going to read the number now, of course you've got magic resist to factor in, but when they're doing nearly 900 damage, getting 3 900 damage bursts off in a fight onto multiple targets is something you cannot afford to let Lux do. And now that she's got a GA, how do you stop that?
Yeah, it's so difficult. Look at that. Light Binding comes out. Doesn't get followed up with a laser, though, because unfortunately for this time it is on cooldown. Genja dropped to less than half. Darien's committed to the fight. Randian's Omen has been popped. Where's Curse of the Sand Mummy? That does manage to lock up 3 members, but Genja forced out of the fight by the giant crocodile. And now YoungBuck is the man that's in trouble. He's dropped low. He doesn't have a GA. First member of the team to fall down is going to be Darien. Arcane shift forward from Ice Fantasy. He picks up a double. If he could have got closer to Diamondprox, that could potentially have been a triple. Amazing has a GA available, but doesn't need it. Compliments of that Eye of the Storm, and all of a sudden Moscow 5 with the late game team find themselves with 3 inhibitors down. They only have 2 towers to their name, and right now I Want Cookie are looking for blood. Double super minions are spawning in every single lane. They're going to pick up the first Nexus tower. Now they're going to turn their attention to the second. Look at how many creeps there are. Diamondprox is committed. He's doing the best that he can to slow them down, but game number 2 goes to the Cookie Monsters. I Want Cookie forcing us to a decider match.
Very impressive performance indeed. They kept up the whole way through. They never let their heads drop down. They played that perfectly. I mean, even without having to kill people, just that laser onto Alex, giving them that Baron right at the end there. Just, they knew how low he'd be. They knew he had to go back to base. They knew he wasn't alone on their Genja had actually gone to shot with him. They went straight down. They rushed out the Baron. They got it low enough before Moscow 5 arrived. They killed it, and then they fought perfectly straight off the back. Absolutely pristine execution. deserved the win, and I am so ready for Game 3.
Yeah, definitely. And it definitely comes down to, team play. They had great, there was no single individual carry the entire team performance. They had good engagements, they had good decision making, and I Want Cookie definitely deserved the win there. So we're going to go to another advert break while we get game number 3 up and running. And when Panky and I return, the winner of this game will face FNATIC in the grand final to be declared the winner of the Raidcall Dominance Invitational and take home that $1,000 prize. And welcome back, everybody. Immediately from a advert, from chatting, from everything, Moscow 5 kick this one off. They're back into the first pick, first bans. And this is, of course, the Raidcall Dominance Cup. Guys, go check the program out, raidcall.com. It's a voice over IP software. It's free to use, free to download. You can create your own channels, you can create your own groups, you can instantly message, you can chat. Latency is great, service is great. It's really, really worth checking out. My awesome co-caster Panky has been with me for the last couple of games. Panks, how you doing, dude?
I'm doing good. Good to be back to casting. I forgot how long it had been, if I'm completely honest. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I must admit it's been a while for me as well. So it's good to be back in the seat and feeling a bit more warmed up and a bit more used to it. And yeah, an awesome game to cast. I mean, I Want Cookie. They looked like they were on the back foot in game number 1. They almost turned it around in the back of one awesome fight. Game number 2, on paper, their composition should not have won at 40 minutes, but they did. So what are they going to do this time around?
I don't want to call it. They've done some funky things. They brought out some different things. They brought out Lux. Yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll see her again. That seemed to work very well for Shushei, especially against Alex's Diana, which I suspect we will see again because she is so awesome. I don't think we'll see a double jungle again from Moscow 5. I think we'll see something a bit more safe, home, familiar out of that lineup. But again, nothing quite as crazy as the first one with Kale mid and Elise top.
Yeah, that's for sure. This time around, let's have a quick look at the bans. Moscow 5 removing Maokai, Katarina, and Jax. Jax for the 3rd time in a row. Over on the flip side, we see that I Want Cookie, they've removed Rengar, Lee Sin, and Orianna. Both Rengar and Lee have been removed simultaneously, or both games, with Zinzao available and not banned or picked, instantly locked in. So we know Diamondprox is going to be getting his melee spear toting warrior in the jungle. On the flip side, Ezreal and Nunu. So we've seen Nunu 3 out of 3 games so far.
He is awesomely powerful in every way. Everyone seems to underrate him because he just slows people and buffs people, but that's huge. You can get that slow onto an enemy AD carry. It's a massive attack speed and movement speed slow. You then buff your own AD carry with attack speed and movement speed, and that ultimate controls teamfights in such a huge way with the AoE slow that can do a lot of damage if it's left unchecked.
Yeah, exactly. The way that it'll channel up, it really, really hits and hurts hard. Corki and Sona is going to be our bottom line for Moscow 5. So Gosu Pepper going to be running most likely the Muse Sona skin, as he is particularly famous for. And interestingly, over on the flip side, we see Shushei. He's instantly locked in Lux, so we know at his AP middle, Shushei's decided to go for Lux as he had a great game in match number 2. But YoungBuck is currently hovering on Malphite. So I'm thinking about the combination of an unstoppable force into a final spark into a true shot barrage, and it would be immense. But at the last second, it looks like it's being swapped to Zyra potentially.
Interesting. Hopefully it is. Zyra is become very quickly now that I actually got around to buying her, one of my favourite champions in this league again. She's just great in support and in mid, and she's fun and she's relatively easy and so good at controlling the game. That massive AoE knock-up ultimate, long-range, multiple-person snare. And the plants. A little bit of a tangent, but the amount of times I've just put a plant down in front of a Blitzcrank, it's hilarious watching him trying to grab it every time.
Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult to deal with her, and the amount of CC, slows, damage, especially if you play AP in the middle, the burst from those deadly blooms or deadly blossoms, it's just so good. So it looks like we're going to have most likely Nunu in the jungle, and it's probably going to be an Ezreal Zyra bottom lane, Shushei in the middle, and they've left YoungBuck the final pick. But I do want to point out that Irelia has not been banned this time around. Would you put Irelia against Shen in that top lane if you were I Want Cookie?
If I was Cookie, no. I'd probably put maybe an Olaf back in there against Shen. Run him with a teleport, keep him there to counter the split push. Maybe a Renekton again, in actual fact, from YoungBuck. He could play that. The early game should be enough, especially with a little bit of help from Nunu, to overpower overpower Darien's Shen. We will wait and watch. I don't want to really make too much of it because it's still not quite 3-minute delay. We're not quite there ready with finalized summoners, but Smite and CV from Gosu Pepper. If they don't both stay, I suspect the CV will. That is something that Moscow 5 have been trying to bring back in for a while now. Haven't quite managed to do it, haven't quite brought it back into tournament play, but Sona especially, without having an escape, without having that flash, she's so squishy now, she will just die over and over again.
Yeah, unfortunately, with a little bit more time, it does get swapped out to Flash Ignite, but it does need to get pointed out. Alexic has decided to go for a Kassadin against Lux. Now, that makes sense. Null Sphere Silence, as well as the Rift Walk to get away from, the Light Binding, as well as the Lucent Singularity. And, even bigger, we're going to be seeing an Elise once more. So, YoungBuck, Elise top lane against Shen. He did it in game number 1. We'll see whether or not it's going to work out. In game number 3, we see Shushei rocking Lux in the middle, Zyra is in the bottom lane, Nunu in the jungle, and there's a lot of great synergies, a lot of great potential for both teams and champions. The thing that I see not really being in their favor right now, they're a very squishy team. If Xin and Shen manage to jump onto them, they're just going to lock them up with a knock-up and a taunt, and they're going to get finished from Kassadin and Corki. So I'm a bit scared about their lack of tankiness and beefiness in the roster.
Now, Kassadin v Lux this time, I think it's going to be very much in favor of Alex. It's a much more favorable matchup as far as Kassadin is concerned. At least we've already seen her go up against Shen. It worked very well for YoungBuck last time round. I suspect it'll be exactly the same build if he's allowed to play it like he was before. He might get a little bit more attention from Diamondprox this time, though, as that at least did become quite a bit of an issue towards the end of that last game, despite the fact she's meant to be quite weak in the late game. So we'll see how they treat her this time around. Gosu has switched his summoners about a little bit, and as I wait, is the delay kicked in? It has. I can look from my own screen. Where are the rest of them set up to go?
Well, we're busy taking a look through the runes and masteries at the moment. YoungBuck has actually got 9-21-0, so very defensive off the start. And take a look at Diamondprox rune page. Plus 3% move speed, plus 1.7% attack speed, 5.4 magic resist, 17 armor penetration, magic resist per level and armor. So it's like a real mishmash of stats and abilities. It's a really, really interesting collection there. Asa, amazing. I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary in terms of his runes. 0921, so opting to go for the utility page, getting the cooldown reduction, the magic, sorry, what's it, the spell vamp, that's the word I was looking for. Attack speed, movement speed, etc. So nothing really too out of the ordinary. On paper, I have to say I prefer Moscow 5's composition, but in the previous game, I did that as well, and Cookie still won.
Very much so. Muvert taking Ignite as the support Zyra this time. Not so sure where I feel on that one. Because of how long range she is, because of how squishy she is, I'd be very surprised to see him get in range to land that Ignite and actually survive. Especially against Gosu Pepper and Genja, one of the best bottom lanes in the business. So if Muvert can pull this off successfully, repeatedly, I will be quite impressed. As will I watching Shushei against Alex each. Kassadin, one of these champions which a lot of people agree, and it's personal opinion, that he just doesn't have a place in the game at the moment. He is very, very weak towards the end of the game, and unless he can snowball very heavily earlier on, he just becomes useless and you end up playing more or less 4v5. So maybe Diamondprox has got something up his sleeve. Maybe that rune page is very well suited to ganking a middle lane. Yeah,
potentially. We're going to have to see, Kassadin really starting that snowball early, because once they hit level 6, level 7, if he does get caught by a single light binding and final spark, and that's going to be a dead Kassadin. I mean, the amount of damage Shushei was putting down. We also see him going for exhaust once again. So he's going to be relying, once Alex just does jump onto him, throw out that exhaust, put out his damage shield, put down the snare, and then just get away to safety. And yeah, that could throw things into his favor. But have a quick look at the rest of the spells. Cleanse on Ezreal versus the Exhaust on Genja. And I think that may be also in reply to just how much damage Elise was putting out in the previous game. Elise, a lot of damage. Ezreal, a lot of damage. And if they can get close enough to Lux, it'll prevent a lot of her damage as well.
So, loaded screen will obviously decide the outcome of this game, because that's where we'll see the skins. And in actual fact, it's going to go to I Want Cookie.
I have to agree. Just in terms of skins, Nunubot, Sorceress Lux, I am a fan. I must admit, though, Arcade Sona and Harbinger Kassadin are very, very cool.
They are very, very cool, but I mean, Genja is just permanently letting Moscow 5 down. He's never used a skin. I can honestly never remember a time where I've seen Genja use a skin, so they're always at a disadvantage in those numbers.
Yeah, that's true. It's all the negatives of all the matches ever in the history of League of Legends, so unfortunately going to go against your favor. So let's tidy up this little scoreboard. Shen up in the top lane. Where is Elise and our junglers? And yeah, I think there's a lot of kill potential in all of these lanes. And whoever gets the snowball early is going to win the game.
Very much so, and let's see how they achieve that. I mean, Moscow 5 are notoriously aggressive in these early levels, and that's how you get a snowball going. Be aggressive, get those early kills, get that early gold in, pick up some possible early global objectives, take the buffs from your enemy jungler as fast as possible and keep him locked down and behind. That's what you need to do. Can Moscow 5 do it well enough? If anyone can, I suppose it's them, so let's see.
Yep, so true. Take a look at the Zyra start. Pink ward and 4 green wards and 2 potions. So, gonna go heavy on the vision. Really gonna trying to snowball this lane. And do you think we're gonna see a lane swap again? Because we got Corki Sona down near the bottom lane. Elise and Ezreal are floating around this top lane briefly. So, well, they're going back to middle. So I don't expect to see a swap right now. But yeah.
Yeah, I think Zyra is just warding around the map for others, but one at Wraith, one in the top lane. A lot of early wards in here. They're expecting something special from Xin, and now as a 5-man, I Want Cookie are making their way in towards the Moscow 5 red buff, where they have found a Ghost Soup Pepper.
Yeah, a nice little ward going down. And actually, I haven't asked your opinion on the ward skins, Panky. I'm seeing the little spooky, haunting ward. What do you think about renting skins?
I think I'm not rich enough to get away with that. I've already spent way too much money on champions and normal skins. I'm not about to start spending money on ward skins. I'd be lost forever. Yeah. But they do look really cool, and if you have that money to spend, yeah, go for it. They're awesome. Yeah,
true, I suppose. That's the case. If you can, why not? But if you can't, buy champions with IP, it's way more important. Red buff gets reset. It can't decide where it wants to run, and starts off to the right, then goes off to the left. Amazing, manages to pick it up with Consume, so a very nice pull, very nice leash there. He saved his smite, and that's going to help him out. Now we'll see if the snare goes down. Oh, Zyra, unfortunately, no cooldown available for her Grasping Roots. And if she'd caught that Sona, Zona has less armor than minions these days at this level, so it could have been in a lot of trouble.
Ice Fenty taking a lot of punishment from Genja in the bottom lane. Just some auto attacks and some phosphorus bombs, as we do see Amazing in the mid lane, but so is Diamondprox. He gets the knockup out onto Shushei, forces the flash away as the ignite goes down from Alex. There's a consume onto minion, meaning Amazing seemingly hasn't lost any health, and with his auto attacks he's applying that red buff. Diamondprox procs his knockup again, doesn't get the attacks off to land enough damage though, and ultimately that will be the disengage as YoungBuck and Darien start to trade in the top lane. YoungBuck's going to take the ignite with one quick more Vorpal play. He does turn back after landing a stunner to Darien, does trade the damage in return, and in actual fact they come out very even again.
And yeah, every single lane pressure, every single lane taking in damage and trading, and exactly like you pointed out right at the beginning of the game, Diamondprox's rune page must be set up, I mean, we can't say conclusively after one gank, but 3 minutes in, he's ganking mid lane and he's trying to snowball that Kassadin already. I'm very interested to see how Alexic decides to build his Kassadin. If we're going to see some sort of Korean meta that like to go for the Magi Soul Stealers, Ghost Soup Pepper forced to flash away from the Grasping Roots. Now Genja, he's used his W, the Valkyrie, to get to safety. And a damage reduction from Amazing, or at least reduces some of the damage from that Ice Blast, but a lot of aggression extremely early on, and whoever gives up that first mistake, that first momentary weakness, is going to be giving away first blood.
Very much so, and Amazing hasn't actually left in this bottom lane, but Diamondprox has. And Amazing is about to get Genja face check into him. The double buff, the slow is there, as well as, of course, the Ice Blast landing on the backside of him. Another Ice Blast goes in, but Ice Fantasy comes over the wall. Genja flashing into the tower range. Does drop down for first blood. Cleanses the Ignite that Genja managed to land and walks away with his life, as we do see top lane Darien falling to YoungBuck as well 1v1. As Shushei is in the wrong side of the wrong turrets and falls to Diamondprox.
And there's too much happening for one single cameraman to follow. So first blood gets picked up by Ezreal. YoungBuck picks up the second kill of the game before Shushei is on the wrong side of the team. And at least gives a reply kill to Moscow 5. But this is the games we like to cast. These are the games we like to watch. And a very, very, very great use of that cleanse from Ezreal to get that last tick of Ignite down and prevent himself giving up a kill.
Ice Fantasy move it very low, are going to push out this bottom lane and should then base just before Corki and Ghostu come back to enable them to shop, spend the gold they picked up from that first blood. YoungBuck about to do the same as Darien has just returned. We'll try and make sure this goes into the turret though, so that he loses as much XP as he can. Ice Fantasy though staying a little bit too long in the bottom lane, does get taken very, very low by Genja, but ultimately he survives. Amazing comes back towards the mid lane, knows the snare goes down from Shushei onto Alex. There's the slow and the red buff coming out from Amazing. He is going to pick up the kill with the last Ice Blast as Shushei backs away, lets him pick it up safely and avoids that final silence.
And I want Cookie 3-1 up. 1 kill Nunu, 1 kill Elise, 1 kill Ezreal, and Lux 0-1-1. We've seen Shushei not necessarily rolling away with the kills in the previous game, but you know, he farmed himself into the match. He picked up as much CS as possible, stole away the Wraith camps, and was still dealing huge amounts of damage. So a great, great start for this third and deciding game for I Want Cookie. The winner gets to face FNATIC in a best of 3, and challenge for the $1,000. This is a winner takes all event, and I Want Cookie are looking very strong right now.
Which is Amazing picking up another red buff in his journey around that jungle. As YoungBuck is keeping Darien pressured under the turret. Ghostu though going to get snared up, take a bit of damage here from Muvert and Ice Fantasy, but Ice Fantasy taking the trade back from Genja as they both try and comfortably CS. Ghostu though very, very low at the moment. Just going to sit back for a while, spam out those heals, keep everything chugging on through. And interesting enough here at the moment, Alex is actually winning in CS against the Lux on Shushei.
I definitely think that's due to a lot of early game pressure. Up in the top lane, Darien is being ganked by Amazing and YoungBuck. Amazing's Nunu is phenomenally good. He's ganked about 4 times, and I think 3 of them have led to kills at least. Showed his presence twice in the bottom lane, twice in the middle lane, once at the top, and so on. Just doing so well. Elise now 2-0. Double Dorans and the tier 1 boots, she's going to start snowballing and start getting to a point where she can burst down Shen. We've seen in game number 1 of the series just how much damage Elise actually has at low level. Opted to go, Haunting Guys first, and that was when she was really, really chunking Shen down. So Darien's got to be getting nervous.
Very much so. I mean, at least he's got to be thinking about, maybe I could learn this champion. Or at least not pick Shen while she's still open. One of the 2 options. But they are down. Moscow 5 down by 2,000 gold at the moment. We saw them slightly behind in the first game though, and they managed to turn it around. So all hope is not lost for Moscow 5 fans. We'll see exactly how this does shape up. Genja picks up a plant for an extra little bit of gold, as the blue buff is traded over to Alexic from Diamondprox's jungle. Is he going to make good use of this up against the Lux? She has caught up in CS and she's got a chalice for her own CS. YoungBuck does trade again with Darien, but still very even, and YoungBuck has health potions to keep him getting back up again. Amazing is making his way down towards the bottom lane. We've already seen him pull off a lot of very successful ganks. Can he do it again down in the bottom lane? No, he's going to back away and leave again. As YoungBuck is fighting Darien, he gets the snub down. He's going to leap in for that percentage health damage, force Darien to taunt to safety under the turret. And he will have to recall again. So he really is suffering up there.
Yeah, take a look at the damage. 185 magic damage plus 8% of the target's maximum health. It's a huge, huge number. And especially as a champion like Shen, who does tend to build HP. In the middle lane, Alexic and Shushei, they're trading back and forth. Alexic relying on that blue buff, Ancient Golem buff, to top his mana back up. Whereas Shushei needs that Chalice of Harmony. And he's about to get his blue buff as well. I think if he carries on trading, if he can keep Alexic at bay with the range and his abilities, maybe he can turn things around in that lane. 57 to 55. And on a champion like Cassidy, who's notoriously difficult to farm with at the early stages of the game, Alexish is doing extremely well to not only keep up, but actually hold the advantage for a large portion of the time.
Very much so, YoungBuck. 30 CS over this Shen, as well as those 2 kills. Ghostu's going to get snared up in the bottom and taking a lot of damage. Amazing comes around behind him. There's the slow goes down. He's going to try and just trade this off to Ice Fantasy. Doesn't want to go and take the kill, but the Shen's coming down. Ice Fantasy's coming across. He's taking very, very low, cleansing the last bit of damage. The Genja comes across for the final auto attack. Muvert is now out of health. Shen has not managed to join it. The teleport was not completed. Amazing though had found Diamondprox, and the charge in is not enough because the slow from Nunu a little bit too strong. Does dash in under the turret again. Can't quite get the knock up onto Muvert though, and has to back away.
Yeah, really nicely done. Let's see what Alexish is going to do though. He has Riftwalk, he has blue buff. He's going to consider this dive. He's going to notice there's nobody there. How deep is he going to go? That's the question. He's not going to find anybody though, because everybody has backed away. And it's just giving Shushei all the time that he needs to start picking up that CS. And all of a sudden, just a moment or two alone, he's able to pick up the Wraith Camp, pick up clear out his wave and shove the lane down. And if Lux with blue buff and Chalice of Harmony does decide to start shoving the lane down, Alex is going to have a difficult time farming because Kassadin is pretty difficult to farm with underneath the tower, you know. How is he actually living? He should be putting points into Null Sphere, which he is. 4 into Null, only 2 into the Force Pulse. And it's not exactly the best wave clearing ability until he's got a good chunk of AP.
2 and 5 then, Moscow 5 trying to claw their way back in ever so slowly. Still though, a 2,000 gold lead for iWantCookie, and they're farming well. Alexish trying to get those raids. Does lose out to Shushei, but he keeps shooting himself up. And now Amazing is here. Alex is going to get snared up. The laser goes down. He fails his flash. Does Rift walk away instead though, but Shushei is going to chase with another flash of his own. And with the last Lucent Singularity, Prox, the passive, gets himself another kill and takes the total to 6 for his team.
Such great play from Shushei there, managing to secure the kill, landing the flash, landing all of his abilities. The thing that's key there, that's the second time Alexish has missed a flash this game. In game number 2, I think it was, he gave up first blood on the back of a face check and then failing to flash through the wall. So, you know, a little bit off color from Alexish. Now in the middle lane, Shushei is going to go down to the Ignite from Shen. I didn't see if that was just moving down into lane. Now Diamondprox red buff as well as the 3 talent strikers looking for blood. Unfortunately not able to close it out on Amazing, and at the exact same time bottom lane is trading back and forth. Both AD carries have been dropped very, very low. All sorts of abilities, ultimates and summoner spells have been used. Cleanse and Flash and True Shot Barrage not available for Ice Fantasy. He's going to start backing away from this, but 6-3 up. Very nice baiting from Ghostu Pepper. If Diamond can get in range for his Audacious Charge, maybe he could secure another kill for his team. But it looks like iWantCookie are going to be able to get away from this one.
They do. Well done by them. Nice prediction skills. They had no walls. They couldn't see Moscow 5 coming at that point, but they knew it must have been happening soon. And especially the way Ghostu was baiting there. Yeah, it just about played it out, but unfortunately for him, they didn't stay quite long enough within the right position. The Diamondprox wasted a little bit of time, but he killed the wards around Dragon, so he's not going to be too pissed. Alex's return back to the mid lane is now a long way behind Lux. The tables have turned massively. And this is going to start becoming well and truly Sushei's lane. Unless Alex can get some kills, start his rolling snowball, or even roam a little bit. But he's just not strong enough to do anything at the moment. And honestly, this is why I don't like Kassadin. This is why a lot of teams don't like Kassadin. I think that's him out of the game. I don't really see what he can do later on. Moscow 5 might as well be playing 4v5.
Yeah, it's so true. It is a champion that can, slowly bring himself into it, but the problem is, it's going to take so long to get to a point where he can deal damage that Athene's Unholy Grail is going to be finished for Shushei. He's going to have the magic resist from that. If he decides to pick up something like an Abyssal Scepter or somebody else's, something similar, they're going to have all the defensive statistics. And just look at how easily he's clearing out these Wraith camps. 12 minutes in, 110 CS, currently sitting on 400 gold, getting very, very close to finishing that Athene's Unholy Grail. And we've seen in the previous game just how effective his final spark lasers can be. So yeah, great start for iWantCookie. First tower of the game is down. YoungBuck, 95 CS to the 66 of Darien. Haunting Guys completed and enough gold to finish those Sorcerer's Shoes if he does decide to go that route. And yeah, at the moment, iWantCookie in the driving seat, but when we hit team fights, when we hit 5 versus 5, can they concentrate the burst enough to make it a 5 versus 4, 5 versus 3? Or if they miss the laser, the true shot, can Moscow 5 survive long enough to, get through the burst and put some kills of their own on the table?
So, Amazing down in the bottom lane again. Just clearing wards with the Rekkles, not really trying to hide the fact that he's here. He consumed a creep as well. And Shushei doing the same thing. So all 4 members from the bottom half of the map belonging to iWantCookie are down in the bottom lane. They have now cleared everything they want to. They pushed it up where they need to, and they were walking towards the dragon. Changed their mind though, sending the bottom lane back to where they came from, taking the blue buff for Lux, because now they know that Diamondprox is down here, and they are no longer in the advantage. YoungBuck's still in the top lane with Darien, doing a lot more damage, but ultimately just forcing him to back away from it. That's fantasy. Muvert back still down here. Diamondprox still trying to hide from ward. Decided it's go time. Walks straight out onto the ward and kills it instead.
Yeah, Oracle's Elixir has been working away. Something that does need to be pointed out is look at how the CS is in favor of Genja at the moment. 113 to 90. That's a pretty big difference at the 14-minute mark. And I think it shows because Muvert and Ice Fantasy have been playing very, very aggressive. They've been, you know, playing for the kills. They've been playing champion versus champion as opposed to the lane, so to speak. And you know, they're starting to fall a little bit behind. Now we have a look. Ice Amazing has jumped in there. Is True Shot Barrage available from Ezreal? It has already been used. Stand United comes out from Shen, but it's not really enough. They've killed the support, but now Genja and Diamondprox in a position to maybe get 2 or 3 kills. Do they have the damage? Can they get in range? The Missile Barrage is blocked. Genja's taking too much damage from Fantasy and forced to flash to safety. And unfortunately, just Diamondprox not really having the speed or the ability to get in there and close the game out. While all of that's happening, iWantCookie just forced down the middle tower, and they pick up another global objectives. Null Sphere plus Force Pulse. Cass Rift walks over the wall to get to safety, and Diamondprox still hanging around in the bottom lane. It's not really going to play into his favor though. And look at this. YoungBuck is a full level ahead of Alexich. Gets caught by a light binding. What was Alexich doing? He tries to Rift walk through the wall. Oh, that was actually a flash.
That was a flash, and it failed again.
And you gotta wonder, what was Alexich doing there? He walked straight into the light binding. Flash was available, Rift Walk is available. I don't feel like his head's really in this game right now.
2 flashes in this game, more in the entire series. I don't know. Maybe it's a hardware issue. Something up with Alex's mouse, maybe?
Well, maybe it's just not his night. Maybe it's just not his night. You know, it happens.
On top of that, I don't want to take this away from iWantCookie, in all fairness. They're still playing very, very well.
Agreed.
And do deserve every little win they get here. So, good luck to them. This game's still not over yet. They are still up by 5,000 gold though, so they're looking very, very good for it. YoungBuck as this giant black spider starts to make his way back towards the top lane again. Goes through recalling down bottom. And with 2 turrets in their favour, and now that dragon as well, iWantCookie are, again, as you said before, well and truly in the driver's seat. Can they keep it going though? That's the question on everyone's lips. And honestly, right now, I think they can.
And it'll be such a great game as well. You know, if iWantCookie pick this one up, they were sort of the underdog, so to speak, coming through this one, defeating Moscow potentially 2-1, and in such great fashion. Shushei's Lux, it's a slightly unorthodox pick. It's one that can do very well and is a great champion if played well. The skill shots that he's been landing, especially at like point blank range, the first kill that they picked up onto Alexich, a point-blank skill shot is pretty difficult to land, especially against somebody like Cassidy who can rift walk and can flash. Gosu gets caught out, throws down Crescendo, stuns up 3 members, but Diamondprox and Genja were just nowhere near close enough to react fast enough, and they just end up giving Ezreal yet another kill. He's behind 20 CS, but being up on kills and assists, it's going to put him in the advantage.
You see a lot of pressure still coming out in that bottom lane then from iWantCookie. Alex has come down to try and help out where he can. Does immediately leave though with a rift wall back towards that mid lane. But iWantCookie have not stopped yet. Mover's still down here. Amazing still down here, as is Ice Fantasy. And they are doing a lot of damage to this bottom turret. The Blood Boil from Amazing helping Ice Fantasy do just that. And that will be turret number 3 for iWantCookie. So another 1,000 gold, taking their lead to 7,000. And it's still growing. Alex is coming across from the mid lane via the Wraith camp, because now Shushei's down here as well. Don't think he's been spotted yet actually by Moscow 5, so they have to think a little bit as to where he is. He's still hidden, and Diamondprox has left, so it's 4v2 in that bottom lane. YoungBuck does take a taunt from Darien as he turns a bit of pressure down to him, misses the stun though, and has to give up on the chase. Diamondprox comes in with a great charge in onto Muvert, but a quick flash means he's going to miss the ultimate. There's slow coming down from Amazing though, but it's not enough to save Muvert as Alex Hughes comes in the backside with a quick burst of damage. He's now going to fall down to Shushei's snare there, but Ice Fantasy is in a horrible position. Will drop despite the lasering out from Shushei. Goes through the get a bit too deep, drops to Amazing's Ice Blast. Darien's been here because of his shield the whole time, and he's now trying to chase down with a great taunt onto both Shushei and Amazing, doing a lot of damage trying to take down these Oracles. Diamond though needs to be very careful. Shushei still has a lot of damage. He can finish off that Xin Xiao if he tries to come back in too deep, as does Darien now realise as he starts to back away. Gets a taunt onto Shushei there from the bush though, but the Ice Blast comes across with a slow loosen Singularity. One last flash and a follow-up flash from Amazing gives him the last auto attack and the return kill. Diamond, will you get snared? Not quite. Right on the tip of Sushei's light binding ends the fight.
Yeah, another great passage of play. Even though Moscow 5 did pick up a couple of kills off the back of that, you still feel like, you know, I want Cookie are in advantage here. They managed to shove the down. They got a lot of damage up into the secondary tower up in the top lane. They pulled Diamondprox and Darien away for so long. Look at this. Shushei's finally going to go down after sticking around a little too long. He maybe should have, you know, let bygones be bygones and said, we're not going to get any more damage on this tower. But I think he felt he could kill Xin Zhao. Unfortunately, it was not to be. So 612, 6,000, no, that's an 8,000 gold lead in favor of I Want Cookie. 406 on Nunu. That's the only concern, if I could even call it that, is if those 4 kills were on Lux, Ezreal, or Elise, you can just imagine how much harder this game would have been snowballing. Admittedly, though, a Shurelya's Reverie, Aegis of the Legion, and Boots of Mobility at 20 minutes means Nunu's in a pretty good spot to, you know, affect the game from a teamwork perspective.
So, 6 and 12, Ice Fantasy with that agility potion, grabbing himself a red buff. He's gone straight Bloodthirster this time, so there's no funky Sheen action first or Trinity Force like we see more often. Just straight in, Bloodthirster, and probably with Last Whisper from the looks of his follow-up items. We will wait and see. Diamond's got himself that Oracle still there. He's going to try and clear out the enemy wards, but as Muvert was there guarding it, Amazing comes in and does the job first. So Diamond's not ready to leave just yet, but he's still a bit worried about going back in for that. Muvert is there waiting for him, so rightly so. Darien still trying to push this top lane onto the turret. Not going to happen though. YoungBuck's there and he's keeping his 40 CS lead growing. As he takes out this big wave that Darien pushed up from that, he's stopping that push onto the turret. And well, Darien doesn't have ult yet, so he has to be careful about fighting, or about the rest of his team fighting as well, because he cannot go to join them. So YoungBuck keeping control of that shed very nicely.
Yeah, and in comparison to the first game, when you consider how you know, they were all over the map and they were everywhere, it's really great to see how I Want Cookie have adjusted their playstyle and adjusted their thinking and their approach to the game, because they're really doing well against Moscow 5. Alex is just committed to a fight. You've got to be very careful though, because you've got 2 members of I Want Cookie coming from the river, Zyra and Nunu. Look at that Blood Ball's ticking away. He's going to be running. Boots of Mobility is giving him such great speed. He gives the Blood Ball over onto Shushei. A flash from Alex, which means he gets out of the Stranglethorns, but the flash into Riftwalk, it's just too much mobility, even for a Boots of Mobility Nunu to close the gap on. 12-6 up. Moscow 5 still on the back foot, still forced to defend and try to pull this game back into their favor. And exactly like you pointed out, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper from Ezreal, that is a sign of confident play. That is a sign of, you know, confidence in your teammate and your ability, because Ezreal wants blood and he wants it as quickly as possible.
And we're now onto this tier 2 turret in the top lane. He's taking Darien down very low while the rest of the team takes the dragon. There we go, slaying it down. He's amazing, picking that up with a consumed smite combo. A lot of true damage, gets through it very quickly. As Nunu really has been doing work. It shows you why he's such a strong pick, why a lot of teams like to ban him at the moment, and well, why he was such an early pick and strong jungler in this case. Moscow 5 there. I don't know, don't think they're going to be too worried. We'll wait and see. Darien taunting away from YoungBuck again. They are still up by 9,000 gold, but Alex is coming across here with Darien. Does go in onto YoungBuck, but flash away from that slow means he's out safely and just walks away in spider form.
And you know what? That's great play from YoungBuck. You know, it really needs to be pointed out. 1 versus 2. He's 2-0-1. He's got Abyssal Scepter, Haunting Guards, and Sorcerer's Shoes, and he doesn't play cocky. You know, he was overextended. He's seen Kassadin coming, and the moment Kassadin closed the damage, he burned the flash. There was no second guessing. There was no maybe I can get away with Repel or something like that. He immediately popped that summoner spell, got to safety, and saved his life. So really great play from YoungBuck. He's keeping the pressure up on the top lane. He's about to commit to this battle with Darien. He's going to carry on fighting. Now it appears he may have stuck around a little longer than he should have. Audacious Charge manages to get one. Is Repel available? It is. Drops right back down. It manages to land the Cocoon as well before an Audacious Charge from Diamondprox closes it out. Picking up 1-for-1 trading, holding 2 champions up top, while Ezreal farms the bottom and potentially takes this tower.
Yeah, as Fantasy did have Genja there to deal with, but the lifesteal on that Bloodthirster was just too much. Genja couldn't trade with him, he just lost out, he lifesteal all back, and he had to base. So Ice Fantasy took the turret on his own. Moscow 5 now rotating down and around towards that red buff area, towards where Ice Fantasy is, but he's going to be out and recalled and safe long before then. 23 minutes, 9,000, nearly 10,000 gold lead for I Want Cookie. With a Nunu like that, 4-0-6, with Elise like she is, and with Ezreal like she is, I would not be surprised to see them force a Baron fight very soon. In fact, I would be more surprised to see them not force it, considering Acer Amazing is currently wandering around with his oracles, clearing all the wards that could possibly spot them.
The thing that I'm interested to see is how I Want Cookie want to play this, because I've been saying it since the start of the game, and I'm still a bit nervous about it. If they get into a big engagement, get caught by a Crescendo and a Shadow Dash taunt, 3 or 4 members, there is the potential that they can blow up a squishy. Elise will go down quickly if you focus her, especially if Corki's in the fight. Lux and Ezreal will go down quickly if you catch them in some CC. So I Want Cookie have been playing the split push team and the split push game for the last 15 minutes, and it's working out for them. But at what point do they convert this 10,000 gold lead into a team fight game where they go, look, we're at this point, we need to convincingly win a fight and then take either an inhibitor or a Baron. Darien is taking a lot of damage, does manage to get away from the Mystic Shot and that light binding. But yeah, I'd like to see a big engagement because we still haven't seen one.
We do not see one of that turret either. Tier 2 turret in the top lane taken down again with ease by Ice Fantasy and that Nunu buff. Now they're going to try and steal this blue buff. Moscow 5 are completely happy with it. They're not coming across for it. Shushei just going to pick that up when it stops resetting. And there is that 10,000 gold lead. At the mark, it's been hit. Moscow 5 scared to go into their own jungle. YoungBuck doesn't even care about moving. He knows he can be seen, but Ghost is just carrying on anyway. And now Amazing will come around with his oracles and clear out those wards. Ice Pansy picking up another red buff. 5 turrets to 0. And I Want Cookie just free roam the entire map. And Muvert, although showing just that, does get caught and forces a sonar ult. Flashing away though just in time means it was actually completely wasted.
Yeah, exactly. Burning a flash for that sonar ult is so huge. Alex just takes a little bit of damage before he's forced to Rift Walk to safety. An aggressive arcane shift from Ezreal. Diamondprox follows up with that Crescent Strike sweep. The laser just misses Genja's tail. If that had hit, that would have been one dead Corki. But unfortunately, it just skimmed the back of that jet bike and he manages to get to safety. Stand United is available for Darien and Shen, so we'll see whether or not he's going to throw that one out. And look at how low Genja is. He's still sticking around. Cocoon lands at the Diamondprox to eat an Ice Blast for his trouble. Shorelia's Reverie. Now comes the light binding. Imagine he jumps around. YoungBuck picks up the kill with a percentage HP damage and takes an Ignite for his troubles, but I feel that was a premature Ignite, really. Eventually, there's no sustain on the side of I Want Cookie, but they pick up that tower. Now they're going to shove down the bottom lane with this huge number of creeps. And if they get this first inhibitor, you have to feel that's going to be a very safe Baron.
A very safe Baron, especially in the fact that I don't see anything that Moscow 5 can do here. They're just so weak, even though there's a lot of health missing here from I Want Cookie. There's a good burst coming out from Alex. They do manage to take down Muvert, but now that there's no turret, YoungBuck goes straight in onto Alex. He does fall. Ice Pansy gets that kill. Darien is the next one, and when your tanks are down that quickly, and you're only left with a support and AD carry, and Ice Fantasy is 2v1ing them, what do you do but surrender? Diamondprox comes in, does get a lot of damage down onto Ice Fantasy, but a quick shield from Lux and a snare turns that around and stops it. Genja will fall down under turret. Last auto attack from Shushei. There goes the bottom in here. Ice Fantasy with that Blood Boil again from Amazing, doing a lot of damage to turrets. And he's lifestyle a lot off for the creeps as well while it's here. So turret number 1 will fall. They wait for the minion to go and tank the next turret. And in actual fact, they decide it's not worth the risk. Back away, leave, go and heal. And now they will Baron for free, just as you mentioned.
I tell you something now, I Want Cookie are playing so well as a team. Look at the kills. 4, 4, 4, 4. Each one of the integral playmakers has got 4 kills, in the addition with Zyra sitting on 1 as well. Add that to the fact that when you watch them in those team fights, their coordination and their control is so good. Look, they've got a huge margin of error. They're 10,000 gold up before all those towers and Nexus, 14,000 right now. So even if they overcommit, they've created such a great window that even if they make mistakes, it's going to be difficult for them to go down. But they're playing so well. They're moving as a team. They're committing as a team. They're jumping on the right targets. And you know what? They deserve this series if they do close this one out.
Very, very much so. 14,000 gold lead. Shushei is going to start the Dragon to make it 15,000 because there is no way Moscow 5 are going to stop them from doing that. And the rest of his squad are closing in around Baron. Ice Fantasy still hasn't based. He has no mana. He's a Bloodthirster. He's a Last Whisper. And another 2,700 gold in his bags. Darien is now being chased out of the top lane by Amazing and YoungBuck. They got around behind him. He is now under the turret, slowed as well. YoungBuck's going to come in and do so much damage, and he's not even in spider form. When he is, he's going to have the percentage health damage. The cocoon does go out there and cancels the teleport, and down goes Shen.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. You could see he was trying to bait the cocoon out, but YoungBuck knew what he was doing. YoungBuck knew exactly what Shen was trying to plan, and he just saved that cocoon. All of a sudden, Baron is now open and available without Shen there, without that mobile ability, and the super creeps on the bottom lane. There is nothing that Moscow 5 can do about this, and you just got to feel that I think the Kassadin pick wasn't necessarily the strongest against Lux. You know, it could have worked well if they picked up some kills. But I Want Cookie, they're playing this to perfection. 5-0-10 Nunu. Elise 4-1-4. We've seen her go Frozen Heart in game number 1. Now, Abyssal Scepter, Zhonya's Hourglass, Haunting Guys, it's a full AP build. And they're just playing, they're blowing my mind with how they're playing right now.
Very much. And in actual fact, it's all FNATICs here. You got to look at Darien too. He lost that top lane very, very hard, and as a result, YoungBuck is doing work. I mean, I spoke to Extinct actually in a couple of points during that. Elise is a very strong laner. It's late game where she falls off, but when you've been fed this hard, you don't fall off because you're just so strong. You're so far ahead. It doesn't matter if your damage is less than most people. If they do go in under the turret and take down Diamondprox, there's the repel. He goes across onto Genja. He's been exhausted, but he will pick up another kill for Ice Fantasy. Now Darien's very low. Ghosty's going to drop down. There's another kill for Muvert and a triple kill for Ezreal. Alex is out of range though for the Quadra, or is he? He's coming across to try it. Alex is on the fountain. He's gonna, oh, it's gonna miss. He comes across and picks up the Quadra before being executed by the fountain as his team finishes the Nexus.
What a dramatic finish to the game, and a very, very well-deserved series for I Want Cookie. Closing the series out 2-1 and earning themselves a spot in the grand final against FNATIC. And this is going to be for the $1,000 cash prize. Winner takes all. That's the way it's going to work. This is the final game score. I'm going to leave that with you for a couple of minutes as we run a quick advert break and we get in touch with FNATIC to jump into the final match. And welcome back, everybody. We are finally into the picks and bans of this grand final. This is a best of 3. FNATIC Raidcall have the first pick, first ban this time round. And they are, of course, facing off against I Want Cookie, who just seen on stream defeating Moscow 5. Panky, how have you been hanging, dude?
Been good. Just sipping away on my water, keeping the throat going, ready for this final.
Yeah,
It's exciting.
It is. It's going to be a good one to watch. FNATIC picking up a win against... actually, let's pull a bracket up because my memory is terrible. Picked up a win against Giants on stream first. Then they went 2-0 against Alternate. Alternate managed to take out Curse and unfortunately defeat you while playing here, Panks.
Yes, my corky bottom lane wasn't quite up to scratch, apparently. Although, I'll admit, I didn't have the worst score.
Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. Up on the other side of the bracket, I Want Cookie took out Eclipsia. Moscow 5 took out Mighty Midgets, and I Want Cookie went 2-1 against M5 to now qualify in the grand final. This is a winner-takes-all best of 3, and if you don't win, you get to cry to your mom. So let's have a look at the bans. Rengar Nunu removed for FNATIC. Oriana and Katarina removed for I Want Cookie, and you've got to feel FNATIC were watching that final game against Moscow 5.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They finished a long time before I Want Cookie did. You got to find out who your next opponent is. Why not get a bit of last-minute research going in, see how they're playing, quite where they're performing, what they want to do, what they like to do in this particular occasion. So yeah, watch that game and fruits of the labour. No, you want to ban Nunu.
And, well, apparently someone has no mana, but nevertheless, the final ban, Cho'Gath from I Want Cookie. Who was third ban? I can't see a third ban on my side for FNATIC, so I'm going to see exactly who it was. See if Peke can get back to me. And it looks like they're going to lock in Zyra. Now that's interesting because I've seen Peke playing Zyra in the mid. We've seen nRated playing Zyra in the bottom lane. So again, options for FNATIC with that pick.
Lots of options. I want to see. I mean, I haven't seen FNATIC. Admittedly, I was busy for the first round, so I haven't seen them play all day, and I haven't seen them for a while, to be completely honest. They've just kind of slipped under my radar. I know they've been scrimming with Curse here in the last couple of weeks, whenever both of us could be available, both the teams could be available. Didn't really get a chance to see many of them, but they're going to be a DreamHack. What kind of shape are they in? They are currently boot camping. They are getting ready for it. They are ready to upset. They're in the same group as Curse and someone else. I forget the second member. I think it's Mighty Midgets.
I'd have to check. I don't recall. I've actually got I've got the tab here as well. So if we look at the groups, it is Council Gaming Giants and Asa in Group A, and Curse, FNATIC, and Mighty Midgets in Group B. So yeah, not too bad. I can tell you what now. I mean, you mentioned you haven't seen them. I managed to cast them against Giants in round 1. Yep. Rekkles is going to be playing with them for a while. He's going to be there for a couple of months. I don't know if he's officially full-time FNATIC or not, but I know he's going to be there for a couple of months. And Harry, the team manager, was telling me that they're going to be boot camping until Christmas. So the team is going to be spending a lot of time together, a lot of time practicing and playing and trying to get to grips with one another. They played really well against Giants. As I said, they had like a 3-minute tower dive, 3 versus 1 in the top lane. They were committing to champion kills. They were playing very, very aggressive. And it was a FNATIC I'm not used to seeing. You know, they do tend to play a little bit more conservative in the early game, at least used to. And this time around, they were doing well. So while we've been waffling, let's have a look at the rest of the picks. Oh, I should point out, Peke's third and final ban was actually Lux. So they banned Lux and Nunu from I Want Cookie. FNATIC, Zyra, Diana, Shen, Vayne locked in. And we're waiting for potentially their jungler or mid laner. And it looks like maybe Galio or a Mumu. We'll see how that locks in. On the flip side, Ezreal, Janna, Kayle, and Xin. So Shushei, Kayle in the mid again, probably.
Yeah, quite likely. They tried it in the first game. It was Moscow 5. Didn't quite work out for them. But this isn't Moscow 5. This is FNATIC. This is different. This is Peke. Maybe you've got something else up your sleeve, Shushei, that Peke can't quite handle. Maluna is getting loud again. And he's going to go in. There we go. He's had a reminder from Angus. Thank you, Angus.
Such a nice group of buddies there over in the Curse side. But let's have a look at this champion. So we see xPeke has locked in a Mumu, so that's obviously going to be swapped over to Cyanide in the jungle. We'll probably see sOAZ rocking out Shen up in the top lane, Diana in the mid, and a Vayne Zyra combo on the bottom. And again, that's a lot of CC, you know, Moonfall, Curse of the Sad Mummy, Bandage Toss, Strangle Thorns, Grasping Roots. A lot of abilities that can lock everybody up. On the flip side, you've got a great amount of counter initiation from Janna, Jax in the top lane, Kayle in the middle, Zinzao also with counter initiation in the jungle. So you've got a great initiation comp from FNATIC and a great defensive counter initiation comp, as it were, from I Want Cookie.
I'll sit there and wait and see if these summoners stick through and go as they are. Peke currently sitting on a teleport, as I can see via stream. I mean, it's not unheard of to have mid laners run a teleport. It's a little bit confusing if he's going to be running Diana, but I'm sure he can switch it around once he's locked that Amumu in and still the rest of his lineup. YoungBuck hovering over that Jax is what I can see. But you've already said that's been locked in, so...
Yes, correct. So, we're into the 3 minutes. You should be able to connect and see the picks and bans for yourself. 3 Ignites for FNATIC. sOAZ, Peke, and nRated all running an Ignite. And a Flash Cleanse on Rekkles, Vayne. Summoner spells over on the other side. Cleanse Flash on Ezreal. We see Exhaust on Kayle, Ignite on Janna, and Ignite on Jax as well. So, we're going to see once again Shushei with AP Kayle. And I want to have a look at his runes and masteries. 2109 in the mastery page. Flat ability power, flat magic resist, and magic penetration. So going for that really early game resist damage and resistance against Diana. Interesting page from Peke. 9, 11, 10. Indomitable, so -2 incoming damage. So I assume that's going to be for a lot of poke in the early game. And yeah, 9, 11, 10. So mixing it up a bit with those masteries.
There's a lot of maths involved in getting all these organised. These guys know exactly what they need to be doing. theory crafting it for a couple of hours, especially if they're being boot campers and sort of thing, trying to discuss amongst themselves and get the best possible outcome from your runes and masteries for every possible matchup. When you've got 20 options now, they can have quite a few little tips and tricks up their sleeve. So it could be that we don't know how this matchup's going to fare right now, but if it goes badly for one side or the other, we might see the same matchup again in the next game, but with different runes and masteries, and that can change the game beyond anything that most people realize. Because at this level of play, I mean, these guys are so evenly matched. There's a lot of other things to take into account, and runes and masteries make big differences.
Yeah, it's such a big change, especially just those early games, just how those first engagements actually take place and the differences between 20, 30 HP and death. I mean, look at Movert's Jada, 113-16 in his rune page. Or masteries rather. Runes, just flat magic resist armor and GP10. So, real interesting. And the game is going to get a complete shake-up in the next couple of weeks because there's going to be almost a complete rework on the masteries pages. New ones being added, moving around some abilities. I believe the spell vamp and lifesteal is going to be combined into one, but put in the utility page as opposed to offense. So whatever we know right now, we're going to have to relearn later. And look at Cyanide, 6% spell vamp with his jungle Amumu. And that makes sense. Tears, Tantrum, get the life and get the sustain.
Yeah, keep yourself going. I mean, he's already fairly tanky, he's fairly strong, fairly fast, and if he can keep himself sustained going on that, then then he's gonna just stay in that jungle for a little bit longer. Extinct is sneaky having a look at Peke's masteries and declared that he's just copying Extinct. Everyone's just copying Extinct's masteries.
Well, fair enough. If it works, why not?
Yeah. Live and learn.
Exactly. So we need to decide in this grand final game number 1 who is going to be victorious based on their skin, and I have to give it to iWantCookie because they have victorious Janna, and that was the word I used in the description.
It's a nice way to go, but unfortunately Shushei letting the side down with no border. Where's your border, Shushei?
Yeah, what is up with that? Previous
I don't
Smith
remember him losing his elos or the likes.
Probably Smurf account. This is probably some Smurf account that wasn't the right level or something like that. I'm sure. Well, let me get my overlays up and running. In theory, I've got them correct, which I do. FNATIC versus iWantCookie 0-0. I don't know if iWantCookie have a what's the word I'm looking for? A team logo just yet, but if they do, I don't have it, unfortunately.
I saw one was generated for. I can't remember what it is. It was just the cookie monster and a cookie with I want stuck on it. It might actually be on this PC. Let's see.
Well, if it is, I'll definitely have to get it at some point. But FNATIC were very aggressive in game number 1 of the tournament that I've seen. As I mentioned, they moved all the way up to blue buff. Exactly the same. nRated was actually lagging a little bit behind. They placed a buff at blue and went back to their own red. So we'll see if they mimic that. Over on the flip side, iWantCookie very, very aggressive and very deep themselves. But at this rate, nobody's going to find anybody.
No, very uneventful start so far. But they are both roaming around as 5-man groups. If they are going to find each other at all, it's going to be one big explosive burst of action. So we'll wait and watch as the guys from FNATIC do start to head over towards where iWantCookie are hiding. There's a ward in the bottom of this for iWantCookie. As soon as FNATIC come out of here, they're going to be seen. And if Muvert completes this recall before that happens, it's going to be 5v4 in favor of FNATIC. There's the recalls coming down, but no, they cancel him in time. sOAZ going to lead the charge in. The stun coming out from YoungBuck. Amazing going down very low. sOAZ immediately has to back away. The Ignite signal on him. Cyanide's been exhausted. He's coming back in though. sOAZ as the Ignite running off. He's going very low. Still no casualties just yet. Just a lot of health missing for everyone. Peke getting some water attacks off. Crescent Strike goes in. Muvert so low. Does drop first blood for Vayne. Rekkles picking that one up. And everyone now suddenly very low for iWantCookie. Amazing is on his way to back out. Another great taunt. Another kill. Zyro picking this one up. Ice Fancy's going to fall down. The snare goes in. YoungBuck fouls his flash. He's going to drop to nRated. No, he leaves it for Rekkles. They're still chasing onto Ice Fantasy. And Amumu's coming around the top side. Shushei though is back and safe under his turret. And nRated has not given up this chase. He's trying to throw over the wall. Does just about, but Ice Fantasy sees it coming and backs away off to the wrong side. of that little pathway.
And you gotta feel with a 3-0 advantage, 2-0-1 on Vane. Gonna recall pick up probably double Dorans. That's one. Let's see where the second one goes or what he decides to do. Just enough gold. There you go. Double Doran's Blades at 2.5 minutes. Massive, massive advantage and start to this game. nRated is still hanging around. He's got that grasping roots out. We'll see if he can time this for the steal. If he steals this from Xin, that is going to be huge. And he does!
Oh.
He steals it! What? Phenomenal, phenomenal play there from nRated. He's going to run into a Janna, put some damage down, but with a blue buff. And does he have enough gold for GP10 yet? 652, maybe not. Actually, he may be giving it away. Take a look at this. Rekkles is now rejoined. Rekkles may be picking up a third kill of the game. Decides to go back and try save nRated. In the background, Shen picks up the kill. Now Rekkles is going to start chasing. If Xin goes down, that's going to be a blue buff and a kill. Rekkles accidentally shoots Muvert, resets the silver bolts. Flash! Third kill for Rekkles. Killing spree at 3 minutes. Now chasing down into movement. Silver bolts goes out. One more auto attack. Rekkles is going to pick up his 4th kill of the game. Blue buff, 750 kills. 4-0 Vane. A game where, you know, Vane is weak in the early, and now you've given them that. Is it too early to call GG, Panks?
No, it's not too early to call GG. Rekkles is also about to be given a red buff here from Cyanide. He's just going to counter jungle that from Xin. Xin has got no buffs. He's had no XP. Actually, Cyanide does take it, but there's no buff, no XP. Rekkles is 4-0-2. I'm sorry, but the way this game snowballs, the situation we're in this meta at the moment, that's game over. Like, FNATIC are way too far ahead. Okay, we're going to wait another 10-15 minutes to let the farm go up, but by the time we have a first fight, Rekkles is going to be that much further ahead of everyone. It's just going to be too much. There is no way that I can see I Want Cookie clawing back this disadvantage without FNATIC playing terribly. And again, at this level of play, that doesn't happen.
Okay, so let's have a look at how these lanes are matching up. First and foremost, we got Diana versus Jax in the top lane, and I think that plays into Peke's favor. I think, you know, low level without items, Diana should have the advantage against Jack. Look at Rekkles just through the wall with that cheeky attack. In the mid lane, we've got Shushei and Muvert coming up against Rekkles and nRated, and in the bottom lane, we've got Ice Fantasy taking on sOAZ. Up in the top lane, as I'm saying, Peke should have the advantage. YoungBuck proves me wrong and forces him down with a whole bunch of auto attacks. But great play. Condemn not leveled up just yet from Rekkles, so he couldn't get the stun. In the bottom lane, a damage HP proc. That was for Kale. And sOAZ out dueling Fantasy. FNATIC are really in the driving seat right now.
Yeah, and nRated even cancelling recalls and forcing Muvert low as xPeke is going into YoungBuck. The Crescent Strike has landed. The Ignite's already taking one more auto attack. It doesn't even need it. The Ignite tick is there. It's enough. And Peke walks away with his life. There's no jungler in sight to stop it, so he's just going to keep farming anyway. Muvert now forced off his turret as nRated lands a snare. Rekkles are going to come forward. He's got the blue buff. There's an Ignite comes down from nRated, and Rekkles goes unstoppable at 5 minutes. 5 kills in 5 minutes. Rekkles. There were people in chat complimenting, calling him the best AD in Europe right now. Do you need any more proof? This guy's amazing and really underrated, I'm not gonna lie.
And I completely missed the kill on the bottom lane. sOAZ and Cyanide diving the tower, level 4 respectively. They land the stun, they land the taunt, and it was enough to pick up the kill. Unfortunately, just too much. Look at that bandage toss onto Amazing. He's going to use Audacious Charge. Turret aggro has been picked up by Cyanide once again. sOAZ and Cyanide dancing and juking. If they get some crowd control up, Amazing may be giving up the 10th kill of the game at 6 minutes. Bandage toss lands. Auto attack from Shen. He picks up the kill. You know, Howling Gale manages to catch sOAZ, but it's like, well, what's the point? That's not going to do anything. Vane has enough money in the bank to pick up a BF sword, and will most likely be doing that. 10-1. I Want Cookie maybe being caught out a little bit, and just giving away way more than they should have.
10-1 at 6 minutes. I don't even know how to analyze and go into this sort of thing. It just doesn't happen. There's nothing more to it. I Want Cookie. There's no other way to say it. I've just been playing appallingly to start with. FNATIC really did make the most of it. YoungBuck forced to pop his stun in the top lane. Gets nothing from it. And nRated, though, does screw up that snare, actually. But he's going to get some more damage down and move it. Forces him into the bottom lane. Ice Fanty's there enough to support him. But just that alone, that's there. The fact that nRated could be where he was there, standing and waiting for Muvert to come and ward Dragon, shows that Vane needs so little help. nRated is now picking up the CS while Vane's at base. They don't need to do any saving. They don't need to freeze it under turret. They don't need to try and hold it in place, keep their AD and get as much farm as possible. She just put back what Ninja Tabby bought Zeal outright. That's a 13, 14, 15 minute Vayne build. It's 7 minutes in.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing that I want Cookie have because it's going to be able to stand up to that.
The mobility it's going to give, the critical strike it's going to give, absolutely everything is just playing into Rekkles' favor so well. I'm keeping an eye on this top lane. Peke, level 7 to YoungBuck's level 5. Look at the farm, 45 CS for Peke to 27 on Shushei. But now as I say that, let's see whether or not Peke can get in trouble. Stangenite comes out, look at the damage onto Amazing. Immediately forced back, a very nice stun from YoungBuck, cancels that aggression. But, you know, just Peke could have effectively 1 versus 2 with the amount of damage he put down onto Zen.
Amazing hasn't left though. FNATIC keeping their harassment down onto the pair of these. Peke a little bit lower mana. And Raidcall does find Muvert again, but Rekkles is here with him in the mid lane. And there's a killing spree as Cyanide helps it out. 3-on-1. Poor little victorious Janna. War hero Janna, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's Victorious Janna, if I recall correctly, or was it War Janna? But yeah, nonetheless, up in the top lane, a little bit of damage going back and forth. Peke misses that Crescent Strike. He doesn't really have a whole lot of mana for a huge number of combos. We do see a taunt. We're going to see at least 1 kill in the top lane. Now I'm going to flash down to the bottom really quickly. Ice Fantasy manages to juke past the snare, but eats a stun. 6-0-3 Rekkles. 13-1 is the kill score at 9 minutes in. The top tower is most likely going to... Well, no, it's not going to go down. They don't have the damage just yet. But at the minute, it's just, you know, 7,000 gold lead at 9 minutes. I don't think I have ever seen a lead this high in professional League of Legends in the time that I've been watching.
No, I can agree with you on that one. I mean, this is FNATIC saying, okay, you want to fight as level 1? Well, we're going to do it properly. This is how you do it properly. We've got on our advantage, and now we're going to press it. And they've just been constantly pressing it further and further in towards the throat of I Want Cookie. Cyanide popping his ult in that mid lane. Flash taunt coming out from sOAZ. Does pick up Muvert. You see nRated coming across. Bandage shot from Cyanide. Should finish off that kill. He does get it with an auto attack. And now Shushei dropping down in the mid lane to nRated. He's not even... Oh, he did just hit 6, but it was not worth the cost of an ultimate. I lie. My bad. He did use ultimate. I'm making stuff up now.
Yeah, unbelievable. What?
That's a forfeit.
Oh! Well, I disconnected,
Wait, no.
reconnected.
Disconnect.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Shushei DCing. Yeah, he just came straight out and went back in. So that was DC'd after the engage and rated. Yeah. Just being honourable with the kill as Rekkles goes godlike down in the bottom lane.
Yep, godlike already. I also felt that was a bit strange because Shushei just stood there. After he got caught in the Stranglethorns, he just stopped. He didn't attack, he didn't focus the champions, didn't try to run, so a bit disappointing about the disconnect. I also know that coming into the game, Shushei was talking about connection issues with his line. Look, it's something to deal with, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to make excuses here, but that's what happened in that particular instance.
That's the first time we've seen it. That's not what gave
Exactly. You know, that was the first time we've seen it. Rekkles now has enough money to either finish the Phantom Dancer or pick up a BF sword, and he's done it. Phantom Dancer, Ninja Tabi, double Dorans at 10 minutes 30. 10 minutes 30. I mean, what do you do? Up in the top lane, Peke is going to get jumped on. Manages to flash to safety. Amazing almost goes in for the kill. Takes 1 tower hits, and I feel if Peke had landed that Crescent Strike, maybe would have thought about pushing further. But you know what? 10,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. You've got to say, game 1 in this best of 3. Call it a game, give it up, and move on to the next match.
16-1. Shushei still coming up top. They want to do something here. YoungBuck now coming past the turret. Muvert's in here as well. There's the Shenel coming down onto Cyanide. Oh, Luna rush over the wall. Beautiful play from Peke picking up that kill onto Jax. Rekkles goes legendary as he kills Muvert, and now Shushei is in a horrible position. Running past this tier 2 turret. Does flash a bandage toss, which had already missed actually. Can he get through this for the execute though? Has the damage been done? Cyanide, no, he misses the ult as well. And it's an execute. Shushei played it beautifully. As a collection of lol comes out in chat, and I do believe a selection of good luck have funs as well. Not good luck have funs, yeah. GG, well played. Everyone agreeing that's game over. Surrender. Game is ended with that result. But well, there's no contest. FNATIC win game 1.
11 minutes 40. I'm going to go on the line to say that is officially the quickest game of League of Legends in the history of professional competitive LoL. GG, we're going to be going into game number 2. I'm going to quickly get in touch with the players and the admins. I do need to throw an advert break up. So guys, we'll see you back for game number 2 in the grand final shortly. And welcome back, everybody. We are jumping into game number 2 of the grand final between I Want Cookie and FNATIC Raidcall. This is potentially a $1,000 matchup. If FNATIC pick up this victory, they go undefeated without dropping a single map tonight, and they take home the $1,000 prize. If I Want Cookie are victorious, then we are going to be going into a third decider game. According to Amazing, who is the jungler for I Want Cookie, it is going to be going to a third game, so let's see whether or not they can actually give us the decider that we want. Due to some timing, unfortunately, Panky has had to call it a night, so he will be heading home. I will be casting with him again tomorrow. Make sure you check out our social media and you can see exactly when and where, but it'll be tomorrow in the afternoon. For tonight, though, let's get this potentially last game underway. In terms of bans, Oriana, Diana, and Katarina all removed from I Want Cookie. They have left Vayne in there. They have left Zyra in there. But on the flip side, FNATIC have removed Rengar, Zyra, and Nunu. So they've removed all the champions. We've seen Rekkles, the 2 or 3 times we've streamed him, he has played Vayne. So potentially going to see another Vayne pickup for them. But I wonder if they play Vayne with Zyra, or if they can play her with another champion. So I Want Cookie, they decided to call it a day at 11 minutes in the previous matchup. They were pretty certain there was no way to come back in it. It's true. When a Vayne is that fed, there's very, very little you can do to focus that Vayne down and get the kills that you need. So unfortunately, nothing happened. At the moment, Amazing is sitting on Ezreal. We know that Ice Fantasy has played Ezreal many, many times this evening already and has done well with the champion. But potentially, we'll see who's going to be supported by this time around. It does get locked in. Currently sitting on Flash and Smite, but that is because it is Amazing, who is the jungler. On the flip side, Cho'Gath and Shen instantly locked in from FNATIC. They know what they want to do. They know who they want to play. And there's not even a second guess there. It's just instantly putting the names or the champions down. So my guess is we're going to see, well, that could be anywhere really. You could have Cho mid, you could have Cho top, you could have Shen in the jungle, you could have Cho in the jungle. It gives FNATIC a lot of choices and a lot of options based on how the rest of I Want Cookie's picks go. Cho'Gath as well is also seeing a little bit of a resurgence in the mid lane. I know especially when he's played against Katarinas. This time around, Katarina is of course banned, so we're not going to see that. But nevertheless, it's an option. It is something that Peke could consider if he wanted to go that route. So a couple seconds on the line. We're still waiting for a little bit more time to tick down. So I do just want to once again give a shout out to Raidcall. Thank you very much for putting up the prize money, for putting together this event. It would be awesome if you guys could throw some love. Raidcall.com. Check out the program. Check out the site. And we do see a lock-in of Udyr and Vladimir. So YoungBuck, known for his Vlad play. We know how good he is with Vladimir up in that top lane. That's my assumption. And that we're going to see the man-bear pig of Udyr in the jungle. Don't take it personally that I call him a man-bear pig. I am aware it's not his animals, but it's just a bit of a fun, a bit of a joking reference. Anybody that knows The Simpsons. So 2 more picks coming out for FNATIC. Who are they going to lock in? We don't know who they want to play. We don't know who they want to play with at the moment. They have options, they have availability, they've got the ability to move lanes around if they so desire. And once again, Rekkles is going to be playing Vayne. Who are they going to put as a support? We could potentially see Lulu. It's actually going to be Blitzcrank, so this is an interesting one. Blitz makes a lot of sense if you can play to the walls, if Rekkles has got his timing on Condemn down. As soon as the rocket grab comes in, throw the Condemn into the wall, follow that up with a Power Fist or something similar in that sort of order. And against Ezreal, it's a bit difficult because, of course, Ezreal can just arcane shift away. This time around, Lux was not banned out, so Shushei may be locking in Lux. And this means we're going to see a Nasus. Nasus has been locked in. So, who is going to be support? Is this going to be a Nasus support? Okay, well, this is an interesting composition. This is definitely not one that I'm used to seeing who's going where. Somebody make some predictions on chat about who you think's going where, because this is a very, very new comp as far as I can see. Let's go Lux, Ezreal, Vlad, Udyr, and Nasus locked in for I Want Cookie. FNATIC playing Cho, Shen, Blitz, Vayne, and who is their final pick? It is going to be Morgana and Morg for awesome picks, awesome compositions. I cannot really predict who is going where. While we're waiting for the last countdown, I do just want to give you guys once again, that is raidcall.com. Check the program out, check the app, voice over IP, it kicks ass, great quality, low latency, you know the rest. And then of course FNATIC.com, they're the guys who've sort of organized and put it together. They're between Raidcall and us and the viewers and the gamers, so check that one out, guys. Go drop by and share some love. Now, having a look over onto the champion selection at the moment, Shushei currently sitting on Lux. YoungBuck on Vladimir. Muvert is going to be playing support Nasus. So it's going to be an Ezreal Nasus bottom lane. This is one that I've never seen before. I would have predicted the Lux as well. That is what chat is saying, but it's actually going to be Nasus in support. And it sort of makes sense if you think about it. He's going to be able to put down that AoE on the ground. It's going to be reducing. It's going to be reducing armor. And of course, he's going to be able to put that incredible slowdown. So I like the combination. How is it going to work against a Blitzcrank Vayne? I don't know. But what is nice about that as well, he's going to be able to slow Vayne down. He's going to be able to control, Vayne's mobility and movement within the lane. And that's going to be very key. sOAZ is taking Shen up to the top line. Cho'Gath is taking... going into the jungle with Cyanide, which is a great champion to be in there, etc. And we're having a look at his rune page. 4.5% movement speed, 15% attack speed, magic resist, and armor. Over on the flip side, let's have a look how Muvert is going to be running his Nasus. Masteries page 115.14 in terms of his runes. Armor, magic resist, and gold per 10. So, yeah, nothing too exciting or nothing we see at the moment. Let's have a look at Amazing's Udyr. Let's get this to load up, actually. 0.21.9. He's going for very defensive runes. Obviously going for a bit of mobility in the defensive, in the utility tree. Movement speed, attack speed, magic resist, and armor. So great combination of champions and abilities thus far. It is 1.5 minutes before we get this game underway. Guys, I do need to run one more ad break. I'm very sorry about that. So we'll see you in 1.5 minutes with the loading screen and of course the skin battle.
Right back, here we go again. It's so insane, cause when it's going good, it's going great. I'm Superman with the wind in his back. She's lowest lane, but when it's bad, it's awful. I feel so ashamed. I snap, who's that dude? I don't even know his name. I laid hands on him. I never stoop so low again. I guess I don't know my own strength.
Just gonna stand there and watch me burn. But that's alright, because I like the way it hurts. Just gonna stand there and hear me cry. But that's alright, because I love the way you lie. I love the way you lie. I love the way you lie.
You ever love somebody so much you can barely breathe when you're with them? You meet, and neither one of you even know it hit them. Got that warm fuzzy feeling, get them chills, used to get them. Now you're getting fucking sick of looking at them. You swore you'd never hit them, never do nothing to hurt them. Now you're in each other's face, spewing venom in your words when you spit them. You push, pull each other's hair, scratch, claw, pit them, throw them down, pin them. So lost in the moments when you're in them, it's the face that's the culprit, controls you both. So they say it best to go your separate ways. Guess that they don't know you, cause today, that was yesterday. Yesterday is over, it's a different day. Sound like broken records playing over, but you promised them next time you'll show restraint. You don't get another chance. Life is no Nintendo game, but you lied again. Now you get to watch her leave out the window. Guess that's why they call it window pane.
Just gonna stand there and watch me burn. But that's alright.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into potentially the final game of the evening. If FNATIC pick this up, they win. They take home the prize. They take home the money and the honor of being crowned Raidcall Dominance Invitational #1 winners. If the Galactic Nasus support of Muvert works, we may be seeing a third and decider game. This is going to be an awesome, awesome matchup. I need to make sure my overlays are all set up and configured, and just to let everybody know, I've seen a bunch of chats and guys chatting about it. Originally born in South Africa, but raised, born in South Africa, etc. My family are British, so I consider myself more British than South African. And I'm currently living in London, actually. I left Berlin to move to London. But, yeah, let's get this all sorted out. So our lanes matched up. Vlad versus Cho'Gath in the top lane. Udyr versus Shen in the jungle. Lux versus Morgana in the mid. And, of course, Vayne and Ezreal in the bottom lane. And two slightly unorthodox support picks coming out from Nasus and Blitzcrank. Now we see FNATIC going very, very deep. Dark Binding doesn't manage to catch anybody, but the Rocket Grab does. Muvert fails the flash, and Nasus immediately gives up first blood once again to Vayne. 4 supports across the board, and so unlucky there. Muvert threw the flash out, but it was just too late. They did not manage to get out of range, and Grab pulled him back. Dark Binding lands onto Fantasy. Flash! Rocket Grab works. Cleanse immediately. Means he can get away, but that is a flash blown, as well as the Ignite from Peke. No other summon spells just yet, but a beautiful, beautiful start from nRated. He's landed 2 great Rocket Grabs already, and we'll see how this plays out. So, Vayne, where is she at the moment? Picked up an attack speed dagger, actually. So, maybe not enough gold to go for the Doran's Blade, which is the case. And decides not to sell anything, and does decide then to go back. So we'll see how this lane plays out right now, and hopefully this will be an interesting battle between these teams. Vayne 1-0-0. It's going to counterplay that slow start that she has. The additional attack speed definitely going to help out. Amazing, rocking out the Phoenix stance jungle path. Going to go for a smite pull on this one, it looks like. Actually, yeah, does decide to smite it. Didn't get a very hard pull from Vladimir. And, yeah, the game sort of resets. Oh, beautiful Dark Binding from Peke. A lot of early damage onto Shushei, but it's been traded fairly well. The Lucent Singularity goes down, as well as the auto attack. Parking the passive, that Illumination Flare. I'm going to keep an eye now on this bottom lane. nRated Rocket Grab almost catches Ezreal, but just misses him. A very, very nice start to this poke from Rekkles. He's put some Silver Bolt damage as well as that tumble. There comes the slow. Now going to carry on chasing. Let's see how nRated does. If the Rocket Grab is ready, he may actually 3 seconds, 2 seconds plus Ignite. They may be able to get even more kills. Previous game, oh, the Rocket Grab just misses. Look at the damage. Auto attack, plus the tumble damage. And it's just a very, very volatile lane. nRated's mana barrier has been blown. So he's going to need to wait for that mana to regen, or wait for the cooldown to come available before he's safe, as it were. Shadow Dash Taunt does manage to catch onto Vlad. He Sanguine pulls underneath the Rupture. Feral Scream is available, but does finally go out. sOAZ goes in. No Ignite. Rupture! Flash away from YoungBuck. Cyanide is going to carry on chasing. Finally decides against it. In the bottom lane, Nasus and Ezreal pick up a kill onto Blitzcrank. Ignite is ticking. Nasus gets away with 5 HP. Rekkles is all of a sudden the man in trouble, and he's forced to flash to safety. He still has Cleanse available. If Ice Fantasy can jump in with a Mystic Shot or similar, maybe can turn that one away. But Blitzcrank going down. Now, in the middle lane, Exhaust is down. Light Binding, Bear Stun stance. Phoenix is ticking away. And I Want Cookie pick up 2 kills fairly early on, giving it to the right people as well, Lux and Ezreal. And we are in for a game. We are in for a game, ladies and gentlemen. Immediately coming back. Now they're going to jump onto Cyanide. Passive proc is taking over. Red buff is there as well as the blue buff. A very nice Rupture from Cyanide, but he manages to get away to safety. The slow onto Udyr was just a little bit more powerful than he had counted for. And all of a sudden 2-1, but a high octane, high action game. And we're going to see how this goes. Rocket Grab onto the creep just to secure it. I don't know if Blitz was really trying to actually snare anybody, or just securing that creep kill. But Vayne picking up a cloth armor this time around. 10 CS 10 to the 26 of Ezreal. All of that pressure, all of that poke on the bottom lane, trying to put pressure onto Nasus, trying to put pressure onto the Ezreal, ended up resulting in getting him killed, losing all the farm. So it's worked out negatively for them at the moment. going to keep seeing how Muvert is leveling up his champion. So Spirit Fight, 2 points into it, just a single into Wither. Going to be maxing that armor reduction, going to be maxing that damage over time. It's going to end up pushing the lane, which is a negative. But if somebody gets caught in it with a slow or a stun, loosen singularity from Lux or a stun from Udyr, it's just going to allow the mana to be reduced. All of that up in the top lane. Vladimir does get killed once again from a very, very nice lane gang from Cyanide. He snuck up into the bushes, landed Rupture, landed Feral Scream, and it was enough time with the silence and then the taunt to keep Vladimir in place before the Sanguine Pool could go off. So really nicely done. So even the scores up 2-2. Cho with a kill on the board, Vayne with a kill on the board for FNATIC. And very early boots of mobility from Cho'Gath. We'll see if that actually converts into more kills or not. But we know Cyanide, he does like to go those mobility boots. He does like to play a gank-heavy style of jungle and a movement-heavy style. And it really works with Cho. He clears faster. He's got a lot of auto-attack damage from his Vorpal Spikes. If he puts the Rupture in the Feral, good clear time. And he decides to open up with an Oracle's Elixir. Shen, with his 2 assists and 40 creeps, goes recurve bow first. It is slightly different to what we're used to seeing. We do tend to see the GP10s. So it's a bit of an aggressive start in terms of itemization. Vlad, realizing he's a little behind, I've got that wrong, realizing he's a little behind, does decide to go for a KG's lucky pick. Is fearing a little bit of camping up on that top lane, and the GP10 is just going to help him get to that mid to late game stage a little bit safer and a little bit smarter. nRated with the rocket grab. I sense that could have been a bait for the rocket grab actually, because Cyanide is there and it looks like maybe they were. Let's see how this plays out. Now they're going to jump onto Muvert. The silence, flash into a knockup. A Rupture needs to land. Jukes past the Rupture. Now they're going to turn their attention to Fantasy. There's no red buff for Cyanide, and Rekkles has taken so much damage. He needs to be careful. But yeah, that was a very, very nice juke from FNATIC. You can see they've been playing the mind game just as much as they've been playing the actual game for mechanics and basics, because they intended that failed rocket grab. They tried to bait Nasus and Ezreal into that engagement. Unfortunately, though, the Rupture, the Feral Scream, just wasn't enough to hold them in place, and Rekkles just was too low, really, for that engagement. How are we doing gold-wise? 2,000 gold in the hands of Rekkles to 2,300 in the hands of Ice Fantasy. He manages to juke past that rocket grab with a very subtle sidestep. And the game has just slowed down now. The game has just slowed down now. 7.5 minutes, 2-2. We haven't seen too many ganks. We've seen Vayne going very, very low. Mystic Shot and Nasus damage is just, it's really hitting. True Shot Barrage goes out. Rekkles forced to flash to stay safe. Now Ice Fantasy, he pulls a little bit of tower aggro. Here comes Stand United from Shen. He's going to pull him in place. That's going to be at least one more for Rekkles. Rekkles is now trying to set up a killer. Condemn manages to land the stun. Immediately cleansed out from Ice Fantasy. He picks up the double. Can he pick up the triple onto Cyanide? Cyanide realizes he can't really go in a toe-to-toe, especially now that Shushei is here. They're going to consider this dive. The light binding misses entirely. The singularity, however, does hit. Now Udyr is here. When he gets the stun, we'll see how this plays out. Silence. Ice Fantasy is going to get dropped in the background. Ignite is there. Now we see the Soul Shackles. Is it going to be enough? Laser picks up a kill. Morgana with a double kill of her own. And all of a sudden, the middle lane becomes the bottom lane. And they end up trading in total 3 kills for 3 kills over the course of that. However, Ezreal comes out ahead. He is 3-1-1. BF Sword already completed. And he's already in control of that bottom lane. And he's just going to be stamping his authority even further now with that additional damage. But I really like what I'm seeing out of these two teams. Both playing aggressive, both playing for the dives, and both responding very well to the dives. Both Morgana and Lux were in that bottom lane incredibly quickly. So very, very nicely done. This is a best of 3, and the pressure is on I Want Cookie. They cannot afford to lose, because if they do, they go out, they play second, and they take home absolutely nothing other than getting the recognition of defeating Moscow 5 and then dropping out in the final. That's all there is to it. Rekkles forced to use Tumble to get away. Ice Fantasy going very, very aggressive. Arcane Shift as well as Mystic Shot. Trades pretty evenly. Vayne down to 50% HP. All of a sudden, nRated is now thinking about picking a fight here. Muvert forced to... Well, he forces nRated away, actually. Blitz versus Nasus. It's going to go in favor of Nasus. He's got the damage over time, he's got the slow, and his ultimate is going to give him a big chunk of HP. gains 300 health. And on a support champion that can offer a slow, that can offer some damage, especially when you consider that's damage over time, hey? 3% of nearby enemies' maximum health every second. That's a very, very useful thing to have on a support that deals damage. It's something that is a little bit rare these days. It's not something you see very often. So, Vayne, double Dawns, working towards her Zeal, and then potentially Phantom Dancer, as we have seen in all previous games. Unfortunately, 25 CS behind, as well as going to lose this tower. There is very little that they can do right now against this incredibly powerful Ezreal. True Shot Barrage goes out. Both players manage to juke past it. And Udyr has managed to sneak up here. We see some blue pings over a tri-bush. Nobody knows that they're there though. So we'll see how this tower down plays out. Will FNATIC start to force some team fights and maybe try and use the Cho'Gath and Shen to their team fight composition, or are they just going to allow Vayne some time to farm up some items? A very defensive Dark Binding manages to catch amazing. Rupture lands as well. Rocket Grab pulls him back. Let's see how this plays out. Immediately blows the static charge, but Vayne isn't really brave enough to chase just yet. Does not have Zeal, so didn't want to go in too deep. It was a 4 versus 4, and Blitzcrank was forced out very, very early. The thing is, Morgana had Soul Shackles available and a needlessly large rod, so I don't see why she didn't go for the engagement, why she didn't go for the fight. Nevertheless, 5-5, 1,500 gold. I Want Cookies are in the lead right now, on the back of Superior Farm, as well as a tower. And the question is just how well are they going to convert this to the team fight? Shushei does get spotted by that ward. He's going to chase xPeke. Loosen Singularity goes out. Dark Binding goes down. Now we're going to see the magic resist. Soul Shackle has been used as well as Ignite. It's going to burn through the shield. It should be enough. Now the Nasus is there though. Will the Ignite damage be enough? One more creep. Is it going to land? It does land, but it's not enough damage. And xPeke almost taking down Shushei. 25 HB. And he manages to get away with his life. Ice Fantasy just sidesteps that rocket grab, and he gets to safety himself. And look at the damage. Oh, look at that. Just stand still. A little bit expected. You actually thought that Ice Fantasy was going to try and avoid the Dark Binding or the Rupture. And he ends up not moving and dodges it anyway. So let's see how this plays out. Rocket grab once again missing. nRated started well, but unfortunately not really converting it. Mana Barrier is out. 4 members of FNATIC against 3 members of I Want Cookie, but they're incredibly low on life. And all of a sudden, the game is just slowly tilting towards I Want Cookie. Rupture goes down, doesn't manage to land on anybody. In the background, Lux is looking to set up. Rocket Grab does land, but unfortunately means that the Dark Binding then misses. Loosen Singularity's out. If the laser hits, that's going to be a dead end rated, and it is a dead end rated. They were thinking about starting this dragon, but instead decided against it. Stand United has already been used. Okay, so Shen does not have that available. He's picking a fight that he can't really pick. Dark Binding catches onto Udyr. And I Want Cookie slowly taking control of this match. Every little step, every little kill, every additional ability is pulling them into a position where they can push this to a third deciding game. Now we're going to see Cyanide. He's trying to get in range to try and set up a kill. Forced to flash over the wall. Dark Binding does catch Nasus. He had used his ultimate. That's not going to be enough. And Vayne finally going to recall. She'll pick up probably that Zeal and either another attack speed dagger or potentially a Vamp Scepter. We'll see how he decides to spend his money. But Shushei, 3-0-0. What an awesome start to this game. He already has his Athene's Unholy Grail completed. Sorcerer's Shoes in the bank. And the damage he's dealing is over 9,000. Yep, that's right. I went there. I don't really know how else to point out this game other than I Want Cookies have just been taking little bits where they can. You know, they've won the bottom lane quite convincingly. The middle lane Lux has picked up kills by ganking and moving around the map, but is technically losing out on farm. And the top lane, Shen has picked up 3 assists, so he is slightly ahead of Vladimir in that regard. Both teams have got tanky champions. Udyr, Nasus, Blitz, Cho, even Vlad to an extent will get a lot of HP, so while he may not build resistances just yet, it is going to play into his favor. The Light Binding does catch on xPeke. Are we going to see the ultimate? That's what I'd like to see. Not available just yet, so that's why it didn't come out. But really good damage. Dark Binding catches onto a minion creep. Not onto the champion that it needed to. And nRated is trying to... Oh, manages to catch the creep just barely. Feral Scream goes out. Dark Binding in the background. Mystic Shot for his troubles. And the amount of poke that they've got with this team. The Light Binding, the Lucent, the Mystic Shots. Even the ultimates to an extent. I mean, True Shot Barrage and Final Spark are not on high cooldowns. nRated needs to land a grab here. He manages to pull Udyr. That's not really who you want to land. Now we've made a big engagement. This is 4 versus 4. Static Charge has come out. We'll see how sOAZ does. If Ignite ticks away into YoungBuck, it may be enough to pick up a kill. It actually is. Morgana gets the credit for that on the back of her Ignite. Now all of a sudden, this is a great fight for FNATIC. They've picked up 2 quick kills. Lightning goes down, and look at the damage onto Rekkles. Oh, beautiful rocket grab. Dark Binding as well. And Rekkles gets the killing spree bonus, which is definitely going to be helping him out in this engagement. And it may cost them a tower. If Ezreal and Udyr decide to stick on this, they should be able to close it out. True Shot Barrage goes out, doesn't manage to cancel any recalls. Nice fantasy. One auto attack. Look at that aggression there. Easy kill onto xPeke. Easy kill. And he gets the blue buff. xPeke should not have been there. He should not have stuck around that long. You know, a 3-1-1 Ezreal at the time with a Bloodthirster, it was not a smart move. So unfortunately he's lost his life. And he's donated blue over to Ez. So he's just going to get his ultimate and his spells available once more. And he's going to be moving around this map, you know, causing all sorts of havoc. Vayne, 540 gold, picked up that Vamp Scepter. Is now going to be working closer and closer to the Phantom Dancer. I think she needs 1230 odd gold to pick that one up. So it won't be too much further. And now they're giving red buff to Ezreal as well. He is going to be such a menace. 4-1-1 Ez versus a 3-1-1 Vayne. You know, a Bloodthirster, the buffs, and I think potentially a Zeal now. We'll see what he picks up. Ez is going to be offering more damage that Vayne is at this, you know, the next 5 to 10 minutes. But once Vayne gets to a position where she has a Phantom Dancer and Bloodthirster, or Phantom Dancer and Infinity Edge, she's going to be able to out-duel and out-DPS Ez. The thing is, can FNATIC survive that long? That is the real question. To everybody that has just tuned in and joined, thank you guys for stopping by. This is the Raidcall Dominance League of Legends Invitational, where teams will be playing for $1,000 in a winner-takes-all event. Right now, FNATIC, as you can see, are 1-0 up. Panky was casting with me for the last 2 games, but unfortunately, due to some time constraints, he did have to leave early. But nonetheless, you'll be able to listen to 2 of us tomorrow and at DreamHack later this week. FNATIC will be playing at DreamHack. I do not believe that I won Cookie R, but I would need to double-check that. And yeah, it's going to be a really kick-ass LAN and a kick-ass event. I'm looking forward to it. So, 4,000 gold. Let's see how those numbers mash up. There's the gold graph at the bottom of your page. You can see exactly who is sitting where. And for a couple of guys asking about Rekkles and asking where Lamia is, Lamia has left the team for quite a while now. Oh, look at the damage onto xPeke. Laser just misses, but the Soul Shackles comes out. That was onto xPeke, not Rekkles. He gets away with his life thanks to the Black Shield, and True Shot Barrage just barely missing. He threw down that Soul Shackles, got some life back from it, and that definitely played into his favor. But yeah, Lamia retired. He's moved to the east. And in substitution, I know Rekkles is playing the AD carry role for FNATIC. He will be with them for a while. I don't really know if it's 100% confirmed, or if he's full-time or whatever the story is, but he will be with them for at least a good couple of months. So welcome Rekkles to the FNATIC lineup. And yeah, good luck, guys. So 7-8 up. Game has slowed down just a little bit. If that laser had caught onto xPeke, it would have been yet another kill to Shushei. Athene's Unholy Grail and a needlessly large rod in hand. You see just how well it goes. Look at the damage there. Auto attack, red buff, and Mystic Shot, and Rekkles loses 20% of his HP. Dragon should be up fairly soon. So we're going to wait to see how this engagement plays out. And FNATIC need to start clawing these objectives back. They've got 0 towers on the board. They need dragons. And they need some global gold because they're 6k behind right now. Shen and Vlad are up in the top lane. Stand United is available if they decide to go for a fight. Very nice ward placement from Peke, so they're going to see Shushei falling back. They're going to know that that's happening. Rocket grab goes out, doesn't manage to catch anybody. You can hear the sound effect in the background. The thing is, the moment Shen uses that stand united, it immediately means that Vladimir is going to take that top tower, and you can actually see that even though YoungBuck is a level below, he's got the damage, he's got the skill set, he can pick a fight wherever he wants. Let's have a look at the vision. I1Cookie do not know that this is happening. And we're going to see Udia running into 4 members of FNATIC. If he gets caught, this could be bad. Black Shield is onto Rekkles. That may be a little bit early. Loosen Singularity Yield. Dark Binding doesn't manage to, but a beautiful Rupture. Now we're taunt on the back of the stand united. Rekkles is going to be putting down as much damage as possible. A laser manages to go across a whole bunch of them, but Soul Shackles has been used. Rekkles is forced out of the battle. Now nRated turns his attention. FNATIC are a little bit confused. You can see the champions. They don't know where to go. They don't know who to target. Somebody needs to take charge. Where are you boys going? They've decided to back off. They picked up one. They've lost the top tower. Vlad is onto the now inhibited tower turret, and they've got to be very careful. A very nice line fighting onto Rekkles. Look at this right now. Vlad has put a little bit of damage onto that top tower, but FNATIC cannot afford to just leave Vlad uncontested. He's just going to carry on pushing those lanes and picking them up wherever they can. Now, Lux and Ez are trying to tank out this dragon. And we can see Udia is coming in. Now, if a Dark Binding lands, this could be good. Dark Binding does manage to catch. Rocket Grab just short of range, but look at the damage onto Blitzcrank. He just gets melted. Mystic Shot and Final Spark, and there you go. That's one dead giant robot. YoungBuck just steals away the red buff and carries on pushing. It's just AFK farm a la Hotshot GG. That's what we're looking at right now. Letting the rest of his team fight, and you know what? When they're winning fights, he can afford to, so you may as well leave him to. So, 8 to 9. So your items, a couple of big items are slowly being completed. I've just had a look at the gold. If anybody wants to see exactly whose gold is where, the numbers are down on the bottom of your screen. That's exactly who your biggest earners are, but the story right now, 1,600 gold between Vayne and Ezreal. It is such a big number. Lux and Morgana, call that, 1,500 gold. That's a big, big, big component for both of them that they are behind. FNATIC are in a bit of a pickle. A bit of a pickle. NASA support 043. He hasn't exactly been in a position where you can say he's put a stamp on the game or he's really shone. I mean, that's a bit overly harsh, because they did win their lane particularly hard. 4-1-2 airs, he out-farmed, they got a very early tower, etc. But I don't think he brings quite as much to the table as I would have liked to have seen. Nonetheless, we are going to start getting into these mid-game team fights. We've already had a few big 4 versus 4s, and it has worked out fairly well. For FNATIC, they got 1 or 2 kills. They haven't lost more than they did to. True Shot Barrage. Final Spark is down. Cyanide is out of this fight before it's even begin. Now Morgana's jumped into the battle. Soul Shackles goes down. Goes across a whole bunch. Morgana is going to be the first to fall. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Both AP middles are dead. Rekkles is forced to run back. Hemoplague is there as well. Stands united. Unfortunately, the rest of FNATIC is falling in the background. I'm missing all of the kills as Fantasy picks up double. Now he's going to carry on chasing down. Rekkles has gotten away with his life. It's a 1-for-3 trade. And Ice Fantasy got both of those. FNATIC simply got caught. They got burnt down sOAZ his recall is interrupted. And this could be the first tower, inhibitor tower, maybe even inhibitor going down. Vayne's not going to offer a whole lot of defenses against these 3 champions. And it does look like it is actually going to go down. So, 24-minute inhibitor. FNATIC with their backs to the wall. They have a good composition if they can scale. But there's so much pressure on them right now. An inhibitor down, as well as all of this damage that comes out from Ezreal, the damage that comes out from Shushei, and the damage amplification that Hemoplague puts down. Are we going to see a Desperation Baron? We see some pings onto Ez and onto Vlad. There's not a lot of vision here. FNATIC going to chase. We'll see if they can catch anybody. Maybe if they get some CC. But my assumption is this felt like a Desperation Baron. Dark Binding goes out, doesn't manage to catch. Maybe if FNATIC get this, they can hold themselves in there. But 10,000 gold behind. 9,000 HP on Baron Nashor, and you can see there's the rocket grab being used. That's key. That's not going to play into their favor. True Shot Barrage and Final Spark is about to come in. Puts a lot of damage down, and look at that HP being chunked off them. Whoever gets caught by this slow is going to go down. A lot of damage was removed. Light Binding goes out, doesn't manage to catch anybody. xPeke has jumped on. Shushei will go down to the Soul Shackles, which he does. Dark Binding onto Vlad. Now all of a sudden Vlad's the next one to go down. Rekkles is in a good position to put damage. Nasus has been Dark Binded. They're very, very low, but it is 5 members versus 3. And that actually turned out pretty well for FNATIC. They clawed back 2,000 gold. They fed a kill to Vayne. And that's not too shabby. You can't complain about that. Oh, look at this though. And then unfortunately, they decide to recall instead of running. I don't understand it. Why would you not just run? Peke throws up the Dark Shield. So he can't get stunned or will reduce some magic damage. But when you've got a Last Whisper Bloodthirster Ezreal on your case, it's very, very difficult to mitigate that damage. 12 to 12 on kills. 9,000 gold behind. Ice Fantasy with a fully stacked Bloodthirster. He's going to steal away this blue buff. And once again, that gold difference is back up to 10,000 gold. FNATIC, they haven't given up. They are still trying. And hey, everybody still keeps joining, so thank you guys for stopping by. If you have just tuned in, I Want Cookie defeated Moscow 5 in their semi-final. FNATIC took out Alternates. And once again, we are seeing yet another Baron being started. True Shot Barrage and Final Spark is there. Or you just pulled Udyr forward. That's maybe not what you wanted to do. The damage comes across so many of them. Or first one to fall is Blitzcrank this time. Hemoplague is caught on 4 members of the team. Dark Binding misses. Look at that damage. Stun goes down onto sOAZ, but Amazing was left alone. Nobody else chased him. Beautiful damage onto Pekka. So he's the first one to fall from FNATIC. This is 2 down after. Gonna steal from Cyanide. He comes over the wall. Manages to get it with, was that Feast? No, it was a Smite steal actually. They stole the Baron buff, so that's a huge chunk of gold in their favor. The problem is it only landed onto Shen and to Vayne, so you know that's not ideal because the rest of their team were dead. But they prevented that buff going to the members of I Want Cookie, and Cyanide, yet another Baron buff steal to his name. We see him doing it time and time again in so many different tournaments. The problem is, it's too little too late. This is I Want Cookie's game to throw. They are so far ahead right now. 2 inhibitors in their favor. You know, a 7-3-1 Lux, 8-1-5 Ezreal. The damage is just so immense across them. And you know what? Even if you blow them up, Vlad can kill you. Udyr can kill you. Even Nasus, if left unchecked, can put some damage down, especially with his ultimate. And you know, he's got his natural lifesteal, he's got his on-hit Q, and he's got a Zeke's Herald. He's also going to be doing some good damage. So you really, really, really cannot count out any member of I Want Cookie. 2 kills advantage, but that doesn't tell the story. So much gold, so many plays. And really, really nicely done. So, one last fight coming up. We'll see how this match goes. You know, on the back of a 35-40 minute team fight, maybe FNATIC can force down lanes, you know, if they've got inhibitors up and try to get something like that, then that'll do well. But truthfully, it's nearly impossible. It's nearly impossible. My money is on this game going to a decider, going on to the 3rd and final match. And it'll be the first map that FNATIC will have dropped all day long. So yeah, really, really good game thus far. 30 minutes in, 28 kills on the board, at least 1 per minute. And Cyanide, sOAZ, the only member of FNATIC to have not died yet. Warmog's completed. Looks like he's working towards a Guardian Angel. That is my assumption. But is it going to be enough? That is the question. Muvert places a ward down. There's no vision for FNATIC just yet. Rocket grab just misses. And when you're this far behind, you need those rocket grabs to land. You need to be able to pull somebody back and make those gameplay changes but on the back of an 11-minute defeat, iWantCookie have struck back and struck back hard. Rocket grab, they've caught Lux. Is it going to be enough though? Lux got the ultimate out, as did the True Shot Barrage. Now the Soul Shackle is down. Immediately Shushei is removed from the fight. He cannot offer anymore, but Vayne is down. Now follows Cho'Gath. They've turned their attention to Peke. This is the GG game. This is the GG win. 4 members of FNATIC are down. They're just going to dive in with the super creeps. We are going to a decider match. sOAZ is getting slowed from the red buff and from all the damage. Best stance onto him. Ace for Fantasy. And a surrender from FNATIC Raidcall. Ladies and gentlemen, one more game to be determined. One more game to find out who is going to be crowned the victor of the Raidcall Dominance. And it's $1,000 on the line, guys, so we'll be back in just a minute for the final game. Welcome back, everybody. We are into the third and final game of the matchup. This is FNATIC Raidcall versus iWantCookie. This is the $1,000 matchup. This is what we've been here for. This is what we've been watching all night long to see. And of course, the competition is brought to you by Raidcall. Voice over IP application. It kicks ass. Low latency, great quality. Go check it out. So, into bans and picks. Rengar, Nunu, Lux, all removed from FNATIC, and you can see why. Shushei's Lux is particularly strong. Over on the other side, Orianna, Katarina, and one more ban still to be removed. Are we going to see another AP middle ban like we have been seeing thus far? Are we going to see another AP middle ban being removed, targeting Peke? Or are we going to see maybe a Vayne being taken out from Rekkles? I mean, the previous game, he didn't really do very well with Vayne. Still picked up a good couple of kills, but unfortunately wasn't able to hard carry his team like he has been doing in the previous games or the previous matchups of the day. So, it is going to be Zyra. They are removing the support from nRated. It was Zyra that led FNATIC to a great level 1 battle in the first game of this series. And for the first time today, Rekkles may be playing a different AD carry. It appears he may be locking in Ezreal, which is definitely going to play into FNATIC's favor, because I believe Ice Fantasy has played Ezreal in every game thus far. So, you know, forcing him in the decider match to play a champion he hasn't played this evening. It's just going to throw him off just for a tiny bit. You know, you get used to Ez, you get into the groove, the vibe of playing a champion, and now you've got to change that up for the most important game of the day, because it doesn't matter what you've done before, it doesn't matter where you've gone before. This is now what matters. This is now the game that counts. So Ice Fantasy considering picking up Graves, currently sitting on him right now. Has not been locked in. Ice Fantasy and Muvert, the bottom line for iWantCookie. Who are they going to play as a support? We see Nasus in the previous game. And is it going to be another unique support this time round, or will we be seeing a slightly more standard, maybe Graves Taric combination? There's even the possibility of Lulu, of Sona, of Janet. Number of options there, and it is actually going to be Lulu, so I'm really happy to see Lulu. We've seen her once or twice today already, once I think, and I really like the combination. It works well, especially if you've got an aggressive dive type champion, somebody like Diana, who is available for selection, I should point out, somebody like Malphite, somebody like Nocturne, anybody that, you know, commits, that goes in nice and deep. So Peke and nRated, the next two champions to lock in. And while they are doing that, I just want to show you guys the bracket once more. If you guys head over to fnatic.com, you can see the news, you can see the post, you can see exactly who took part. iWantCookie made it here by defeating Eclipsia and then Moscow 5. FNATIC, on the other hand, defeated Giants and then Alternate. And they are now 1-1 in the grand final. It's the first map that FNATIC has dropped today. So is that going to put some pressure on them? Is that going to put them on the back foot? For the guys that are watching that have enjoyed a little bit of my casting, facebook.com/Quickshot, that's QU1KSH0T. I'm going to be giving away a Riot Graves skin after the stream is completed. It is my very, very, very last skin, guys. So if you've been enjoying it, go head over to the page, like the page, and you'll see exactly when I'm going to post that. The game will be over very soon. We are going to see nRated taking Blitzcrank once again. So he's decided that, you know, the previous game they just lost the lane a little bit harder. It wasn't necessarily the champion. So they decided to go for that once more, and he is going to be comboed with a Mumu. And we will see a Mumu in the jungle. We've seen some great Mumu play earlier this evening as well. So I like the lock-in. I like the large AoE CC. You've got the static field from Blitzcrank that's going to be silencing everybody. You've got the Curse of the Sad Mummy, which is going to be snaring, holding everybody in place. So great amount of combination. And Jace is available, so we may be seeing a Jace top line from sOAZ. And it was really Jace that made it very, very popular over here in EU West. So it could turn out to be really, really cool. And I haven't seen sOAZ playing Jace since the Season 2 European Regionals. So I'm excited for that one. Skarner and Cho'Gath locked in for I Want Cookie. So that's going to be either Cho in the middle or Cho up top. Either of them works. Skarner will be in the jungle. And I think they're going to leave it to this final pick. They're going to say, all right, look, Cho'Gath versus Jace, you can leave those two. It ends up becoming a bit of a farm fest. Jace can't really put enough damage down onto Cho as long as he's farming well to put too much pressure on him. But if he does snowball, then it's possible. But then again, if anybody snowballs, you can kill your lane opponent. So my guess is it's going to be Cho top. And no, it may actually be Renekton, which means it's going to be AP Cho'Gath in the middle against Vladimir, probably being played by xPeke. So all that waffling, all that chat, and I Want Cookie, they're going to give YoungBuck his favored champion. They're going to give him the giant crocodile, which is who he's probably most famous for. So let's wait for this to be locked in before we see if it's 100% certain or not. And yeah, I like, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I like the idea of the Skarner as well, because Skarner can go in Crystalline Exoskeleton, combo that with Wild Growth, knock everybody up, interrupt their abilities, and just drag one single target to his team. So it's a good initiation, it's a good collection of champions. While we're waiting for the last minute to count down, I do once again just pull up the social media. Quickshot on Facebook, Quickshot on Twitter. If you guys have had some fun, come join me. Myself and Panky will actually be shoutcasting DreamHack at the end of the week, where we're going to be following FNATIC. And we've seen Giants earlier today. They will be taking place as well. And Curse Gaming, unfortunately, they were playing with a sub. They were playing with Panky, and Panky was very, very heavy, so they couldn't carry him through. So a couple of big names. And, of course, two teams from the Bring Your Own Computer LAN will be qualifying for the $50,000 tournament. But that's only later in the week. Today, Raidcall Dominance Invitational, where teams are playing for $1,000. Winner takes all, and this is the game that will decide it. So 10 seconds left on the clock. Let's see who is going to be changing what summoners. I think for the first time we will be seeing a heal actually in the hands of the AD carries as opposed to cleanse, and that is going to be the case. So Rekkles on Ezreal, flash heal. Ghost flash on Peke's Vladimir, flash ignite, and flash ignite for our support and top laner. Over on the other side, Graves, flash cleanse, flash ignite times 3. So very, very aggressive. There is no exhaust for Jace or for Ez. That's I cannot stress that enough. No exhaust for Jace or for Ezreal. But then again, there's no exhaust for Renekton either. So that's a bit of a brave one. Let's have a look at YoungBuck's Giant Crocky. How's he doing? 921-0 for his masteries. Runes 15, 13, 12. Nothing really exciting there that we don't know about. sOAZ going to be rocking out his Jace 2190. Mastery page, physical damage, and flat defenses. Once again, nothing exciting. Cyanide, he was rocking 6% spell vamp the last time we've seen him with his runes. 2109, 0219 rather. And once again, 6% spell vamp, 15% attack speed, armor, and then some defensive stats. So slightly different AP or jungler movement to what we're used to seeing, but I like it. It works, and it works well. Now we see how Amazing is doing. 0219. His rune pages, movement speed, attack speed, and flat resistances. So opting to go for that very aggressive movement speed type build, and you sort of need it with Skarner. He needs to be mobile, he needs to be moving around the map, and he really needs to be doing a lot of damage. Mobility equals damage for him. Finally, xPeke 2190. Ability power, move speed, HP, and magic penetration. We're into the last minutes and a half of the final game of the day. So one more ad break, and when we're back, it'll be the grand final.
water, tell me crystalline, and you've got the faith that I could bring paradise.
I'll forgive and forget before I'm paralyzed. Do I have to keep up the pace to keep you satisfied?
Things have gotten closer to the sun, and I've done things this one roses. So don't think that I'm pushing you away when you're the one that I've kept closest.
And welcome back, everybody. We are into the loading screen where we need to decide which skins are the best. And unfortunately, a couple of skinless I Want Cookie players means that FNATIC pick this one up. But truthfully, Bloodlord Vladimir, Pulsefire Airs, Boom Boom Blitz, and the Full Metal Jace, which always reminds me of is it Samus, the Nintendo hero, Metroid. Always reminds me of Metroid. It just looks so similar. So while we wait for everybody to buy their items, let's arrange our lanes. Jace in the top, Renekton, it's going to be Lulu and Graves, Blitz and Airs. And there we go. So we got top lane is Jace and Renekton, Amumu and Skarner, Vlad and Shushei, Vlad and Cho'Gath, Ezreal Graves, and of course Blitz and Lulu. I like the bottom lanes, both of whom are very aggressive and based around being in your opposition's face, built around looking for them. Oh, a nice Rupture from Shushei. So we already know what his level 1 ability is. FNATIC a little bit split this time. They've got 3 members invading up in the top lane. I wonder if they're going to wait. That's what I'd like to see, whether or not they're actually going to try set up something for a kill.
30 seconds.
Nevertheless, pretty clear that nothing really is going to happen. Pick is going to be a bit careful. He does get caught by the Rupture, and I think he's just going to recall at some point and heal up. Maybe he'll stay in lane, be brave. Just this little dance, little dance. Pekka just juking. Oh, beautiful rocket grab! Managed to catch onto Cho, but he immediately flashes through the wall before I could even get the camera up there. Very nice play, very nice play, and great psychological play from FNATIC. That's the second time I've seen it tonight where they've done an intentional psychological play whereby nRated, he blew his rocket grab intentionally. He threw it intentionally while they had Cho'Gath in the previous game waiting. He tried to bait out some play, and it worked. It baited the ability, but they didn't secure a kill. This time now, nRated and sOAZ, they're jumping onto YoungBuck. He's going to try to get to safety. He does have Flash and Ignite available, and the Rocket Grab has been used as well. So a little bit early from nRated. He needed to save that for the escape. In the bottom lane, Tears of Cyanide. Going to carry on tearing. He's just got his second ability, so going to put that into his Tantrum most likely. And once he actually decides, and then yeah, starts themselves off on a pretty good footing. Muvert and Ice Fantasy, they're coming up behind Rekkles. He's already put a point into Mystic Shots, and unfortunately, they gave away their position a little bit early, so they're running that way. While that's happening, nRated is in a lot of trouble. Ignite is now down onto nRated. Actually, that was onto Amazing. He's trying to get himself into a position. He does flash over the wall. The Rupture does not land. Now in the bottom lane, Rekkles, he's put some good damage onto Muvert, but he's lost 50% of his HP himself. And nRated with a nice escape, almost giving up first blood. Both teams, you can see they are playing with the intention of getting kills early, with the intention of playing very aggressively, and that's what we like to see. Great aggressive plays. Skarner invaded, was hoping to pick up the red. He does have Smite. Unfortunately, it was taken. Now YoungBuck, he manages to flash past the Banish Toss and get to safety. And again, it's just been gank attempt after gank attempt, invade after invade. Nothing has really led to a kill just yet. YoungBuck does not have his flash, but he does have his slice and dice, so they need to be a little bit careful. Ice Fantasy got caught by that rocket grab, put some damage down, and then just quick draws to safety. And Amazing pretty much just saying, look, I'm here. You guys know I'm here. And I'm really just trying to scare Rekkles, make it a bit difficult for him to farm. Oh, then but did manage to catch onto Lulu. If she puts some damage down and pulls tower aggro, it's not going to play in their favor. And you got to think now, imagine if Flash and Ignite was available there. Imagine if nRated had been in the bottom lane, did not throw that Ignite down in the jungle. They could potentially have picked up that kill onto Muvert's Lulu. But unfortunately, that is not the case. So we're going to stick to the middle lane now. Shushei and xPeke. We'll see how Shushei's leveling up his champion. 2 points into Feral Scream. Now we're going to see if the Banish Toss lands. YoungBuck is going to be in trouble. Tantrum, a very, very nice flash from sOAZ. That's going to be first blood. It does go to a Mumu, which isn't necessarily as ideal as it landing in sOAZ, but nevertheless, the additional gold, the bonus, and first blood down to FNATIC Raidcall. If sOAZ decides to shove this lane up and deny some experience, it's going to be even more costly, because you've got to remember, not only do you give the gold advantage to the opposing team, you also lose the experience and you lose the gold. So you need to factor that into your equation. You need to factor how many creeps were lost to the tower. In this situation, Amazing is close enough to at least not let any of it go to waste, albeit as long as he lands them. But there's definitely something to keep in mind. 2.5 second silence, as well as decent damage on Feral Scream. Shushei going to be trying to put himself in a position where he can silence Vlad, prevent the Sanguine Pool from happening, and then potentially secure a kill. I see a couple of guys asking about the skin code. It will be on my Facebook page, but it's only one skin. It's a first come first serve. Whoever punches the code in first manages to pick it up, and as soon as the grand final's over, I'll post that one up. You can find the link above the chat. It says connect info. Now xPeke is trying to bait onto Shushei, and we'll see whether or not Cyanide can get in. Actually, something that neither myself or Panky has actually mentioned just yet. Shushei, of course, the old top laner for FNATIC, but it's been many months since he was no longer part of the team. But I think this is the first time I've casted them in a game together. That's for sure. Cyanide is in trouble. He gets caught by the Rupture. Now Feral screams out. Cyanide's going to be the xPeke rather is going to be the first to fall. He flashes forward, throws down the Sanguine Pool, but the silence was in place. It's not going to be enough, and a feast onto Shushei. That was poor decision making there. xPeke, he was very, very low. You knew that Cho'Gath was going to put the silence down. He should not have gone in there. He didn't actually burn the flash as I thought he did, so that wasn't too bad. At least it's not a waste of summoner spell, but unfortunately, just not enough. He got in range of Ignite. Ignite picked up that kill. And then, unfortunately, Cyanide using a bandage toss that put him in range of a Shushei feast. And all of a sudden, oh, look at the damage from sOAZ. Really, really good. sOAZ double Dorans. How much armor pen does he have at the moment? Let's just turn camera off here. Armor pen 6 and then 10%. So just from his Runes of Masteries, really. Nothing over the top. And YoungBuck under a bit of pressure in this top lane. One Doran's Blade behind. 2 points into Hypercharge. 3 into Shock Blast. So that's an interesting one. No ultimate yet. Both Bandage Toss and the Rocket Grab miss from nRated and Cyanide respectively. So unfortunately that really doesn't help them out. And we can see once again just a little bit more pressure. sOAZ he's just trying to control this lane. He's freezing it as close to him as possible. Impale is available for Skarner, so they've got to see how this is going to play. How long is Amazing going to hang around before he decides that it's not worth his while? That is the question. sOAZ hasn't taken the bait. He hasn't gone overly aggressive. Here we go. Slice and dice, slice and dice. The stun does land. Impale's going to pull him back. Now Ignite is down as well. sOAZ still has his hammer available. Is going to knock Amazing backwards. Is going to fall in the process. Acceleration Gate comes up. He's going to carry on chasing down in the bottom lane. Blitzcrank picks up the kill onto Graves. While Ezreal picks up the kill onto Lulu. They shove the lane down. nRated picks up a couple of CS there. And they're immediately going to push down into Dragon. So nice turnaround there from FNATIC. They convert what's potentially going to be a top tower. Oh no, that's actually not even going to be the top tower. For a Dragon. And Jace is going for a Brutalizer. Double longswords in hand. Smite goes down. They secure the Drake. And a recall from members of FNATIC. It is an award, but there's absolutely nothing that can be done about it. And the top tower will go down with the secondary wave of creeps once that gets there. So Shushei's blue buff has been picked up. That was his blue buff. With that, the Chalice of Harmony and his Mechai Pendant and Amplifying Tome. He's really out farming xPeke here right now. 15 ahead already. And that's just going to snowball even harder, especially with that blue buff. Now Peke is going to be able to farm a little bit more effectively, you know, the higher level he gets and the more ability power. Ignite is down, Feast cannot be used just yet, and a very, very nice flash means that Peke actually gets out of range of the Feast. He's managed to adorn, Hemoplay goes down, Transfusion, he's just staying out of range of Shushei. Shushei wants to use the Feast on Vlad, but it's not going to be enough. The Tears will be enough. Now in the bottom lane, the Rocket Grab pulls Lulu forward. Ezreal is going to pick up the kill onto Lulu once he comes out of his Munchkin form. And they decide not to turn their attention onto Graves. Actually, they are going to decide to stick with him. Rocket Fist is available. They're going to knock him up in the air. Can Banish Toss land? That is the question. Banish Toss, Fist. And another kill goes to Cyanide. 3-1-0 on a Mumu. Boots of Mobility as well as Philosopher's Stone. Dragon in the bank. Very, very nice kill in the middle lane. Shushei trying so hard to land that kill onto Peke. And unfortunately, it just ended up costing him his life. It didn't quite play out the way they'd hoped. And there's a very, very big creep wave that's going to start being lost. Maybe able to pick up this bottom tower. And the game is actually very even right now. Both teams making some pretty good plays. Vision Ward for sOAZ, so he's about to run into some trouble. Pale is available, so we'll see. He's going to try use his Acceleration Shock Blast to steal this away. Put some damage down, but does not steal the buff. And the stolen blue buff gets donated to Skarner. So a pretty even game thus far. 6-3. FNATIC making a few more plays, managing to pull a few more champions in for the kills. But with the exception, both trading towers. One dragon in favor of FNATIC, and now potentially the middle tower going down for FNATIC. I Want Cookies is in a good position to take this down. 4 members, there's no one from FNATIC that's going to reply. So this is a great counter push. Immediately going to shut this one out. And take good control of this top half of the map by having both upper and middle tower down, and now the bottom tower as well. They're actually going to take the tower advantage and put themselves very close to the gold. You know, it's only going to be a couple of 100 gold difference. Rupture lands onto Rekkles. Feral Scream misses because the Arcane shifts to safety. And Rekkles, I believe it's Rekkles, Rekkles. I'll ask him after the game, but it's, nevertheless, I do apologize if it's wrong. Glitterlance lands. Shushei has Feast. Does not have Ignite just yet. Oh, very nice Arcane shift from Rekkles, and the rest of FNATIC are now coming down. Amumu's going to get there in time. He does have Curse of the Sad Mummy available, so Muvert is trying to divert him as long as he can. Shushei is now going to go down for his troubles. Try to keep both of them on trouble. Muvert is going to go down. Rocket Grab pulls Cho'Gath backwards, and 2 more kills from FNATIC. I Want Cookie just overextended. They did not need to be there. They did not need to be hanging around that long, and they just gave up those kills. Renekton is extended all the way down to the secondary tower, putting some decent damage down, but he's got no attack damage just yet. He's relying on his base stats. Opted to go for a Giant's Belt instead of anything else. And you know what? Renekton does really well. You can rely on a lot of his damage. Oh, Banish Toss does land. sOAZ is going to look for a chase. We'll see. There's no... Oh, there was Curse, but Cyanide decided not to use it. He had his ulti up. Amazing is shoving down this lane as best as he can. Gets almost all the CS. This is, I think, 1 there. And only 1,000 gold separates these teams. That's purely because of the dragon as well. You can actually see the gold numbers down on the bottom of your screen, guys. So you can see how the numbers match up. With all 3 outer towers down for FNATIC, it makes life difficult when you want to control that initial part of your jungle. The dragon, the entrances to your jungle, if they get warded and covered, it becomes very difficult to cover. So I need to be very careful with that. A couple of wards going down for FNATIC. They're going to have to increase that. Drake should be up relatively soon. And Shushei picks up his own blue buff. That should be enough gold to finish And it was enough for a Themes. I wasn't 100% sure. I was trying to do the math in my head, and he does actually pick that up. So, not too shabby. Middle tower may go down. Rocket Grab just missing. And the game is just slowed down a little bit. You know, the pace is just... You can sense that the teams don't really want to make more mistakes than they have to. Oh, Impale gets duked. Flash from Skarner. And all it cost was a Sanguine Pool. All it cost was a Sanguine Pool. And Rekkles now 5 points into Mystic, 3 points into his Arcane Shift. Given some time to free farm, trying to catch up to the farm of Graves. But when you're 3-0-3, you're not really as worried about perfect last hitting because you've got the ability to, you know, just pick up kills and build your items from there. Jace has opted to go Berserker's Greaves. Rupture lands. Now let's see how this engagement plays out. Flash. Power Fist goes out. Bandage Toss. The Bandage Toss manages to land, but nothing else does. Now Curse of the Sad Mummy. Hemoplague is on, but the very, very nice True Shot Barrage from the background manages to secure that kill. Now Rekkles, he's got the blue buff from Cho'Gath because he managed to pick that up. We'll see if he can pick up any more damage. That's the question. Impale is available for Amazing. Is Rekkles going to be able to get away? He does get caught. Now sOAZ is joining into the party. This is a huge amount of damage. YoungBuck is going to pick up the first kill of the team fight engagement for I1Cookie. Fantasy is going to chase for it. Auto attack goes down. Auto attack goes down, but it's not going to be enough. Peke is going to try to deny himself. He may actually decide to recall, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange. Israel goes down. He stole the blue buff, but then immediately gives it back. And it looks like he's going to be going for... Well, I don't know. Is that going to be Last Whisper? Potentially. You know, pickaxe in hand. It's the question that I'll have to see. But nevertheless, Dragon number 2 of the game this time gets picked up by I1Cookie. And this was the problem. Look at FNATIC's vision. They can only see the entrance to their red buff area. There's nothing else available for them to see. So they do not know that the dragon even went down. sOAZ has been given the blue buff. That's going to be a lot of poke, and that's something that you've got to consider as well. The Acceleration Shock Blast poke, as well as the Mystic Shot poke that's going to be coming down from the FNATIC lineup. It's going to help them so much when they need to get into these tower siege moments. Especially when you consider that, with the exception of Cho'Gath's abilities, there's not really a whole lot of ranged poke. You know, you've got Glitter Lance, you've got... No, that's it. Glitter Lance and Cho. So I1Cookie are not going to enjoy drawn-out tower sieges. We do have a small gold lead right now. 200 GP between them. And now we're going to just see exactly how this next moment of play go. With the dragon down, and with it being warded, and with all those towers down, I1Cookie are hesitant to advance further. You know, they've got a slightly stronger position. They've got map control, but they don't want to afford going behind enemy lines and being caught out, being surrounded, or being, you know, jumped on from behind, unless they are 100% confident that they can win these team fights. So we will see exactly how these teams want to play. Once again, FNATIC decides they want to shove down this tower. They are going to get the middle tower, and they're going to carry on sieging. The ultimates are all up. Shock Blast goes out. They're going to put some good damage down with the Jace and an Ezreal. That is going to hurt quite a lot. Rocket Grab pulls onto Shushei. Now remember, he's AP Cho'Gath, so it's not going to be a whole lot of survivability. Cyanide has been caught. He's going to be the first one to fall in the fight with the Hemoplague pocking. There's just not enough damage. Now Sanguine Pool's been popped for Peke. He's going to get shut down in the back of this fight. Rekkles needs to get in there and deal damage. Look at how low everybody is. But unfortunately, just not enough to close it out. And you got to feel maybe if Jace and Ezreal had been a little bit more committed to their battle, stayed in there, focused one target, it could have been enough. Did we even see Curse of the Sad Mummy going off? No. Amumu's ultimate did not even go off in that engagement. So, you know, again, another position. Hemoplague caught 2, and Amumu had his ulti up. You need to be able to get those ultis out. Even if they only catch 2 or 3 members, blow them up and then carry on with the fight. And unfortunately, a very, very nice Impale closed him out. Rocket Grab, as well as Shock Blast and Mystic Shot, picks up a kill onto Skarner. Rupture misses. Rekkles is going to carry on running as best as he can. A little bit of a weird acceleration gate. Now the bandage toss. There comes Curse of the Sad Mummy, immediately cleansed away from Fantasy. Another kill for Jace once again, and this is what I was talking about. When you combo those abilities together, the stun, the snare, hold them in place, and look at the damage onto Fantasy. The numbers are just so high. The rest of the team should be able to pick this tower up, and that's what they're afraid of. All of that poke, all of that range, there's very little that you can do.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Peke goes aggressives, interrupts the callback. And we'll see now what Rekkles decides to build up. He's recalled, or he will be recalling shortly. 1900 gold in the bank. I want to know what he's going to build, because he has a pickaxe and has had that pickaxe for a little while. But nevertheless, a pretty good lead that FNATIC have built up. 2,000 gold, both inhibitor turrets, and nRated is now in a little bit of trouble. He's actually going to be super cocky and pull YoungBuck. YoungBuck actually realizing he doesn't know where everybody else is, doesn't want to pick a fight. And it looks like we're going to go Phage into Infinity Edge for Ezreal. 5-1-5 for Rekkles, a new AD carry for FNATIC. And he's doing very well, has been doing well all games, all evening long. Game number 1 was the 11-minute shutout, complements all that feed he had with Vayne. But nevertheless, FNATIC now setting the pace. They're in the driver's seat. They've got the damage. We also see Jace, BF Sword, Brutalizer, and Phage. See what he's maxing out. 3 points into acceleration gate. So he went for Shock Blast first, then followed it up with his additional speed on the W. nRated is going to get caught out. There comes the stun. He does blow his flash, gets past the rupture. As I say that, he actually manages to get away just by blowing his flash. So really nicely done. And all of this, it's just this standoff, it's just this pressure that FNATIC are in a bit of a controlling position, but they don't really want to commit to a big team fight, because they can get shut down. Renekton, Cho, and Skarner are quite difficult. You can hold somebody in place with Impale, got a lot of crowds, AoE CC. So I think FNATIC are just playing this range poke game. They realize they're ahead, and they're just taking all the time that they need to close this match out. We haven't looked at the gold numbers in a while, so let's pull that up. There are the numbers down at the bottom of your stream. Cyanide just walking past danger. If he'd been caught by a glitter lance and an impale, it could have cost him his life. But luckily he did not. Checking at Dragon. It should be up in the next minute or two. Unless it's been taken recently, but I believe it should be up shortly. And I1 Cookie, playing the waiting game. I've just put my vision over to FNATIC, and FNATIC have no idea where they are. This is vision from I1 Cookie. They've decided to give it up. There's Dragon respawning. There we go. That's the vision. Rocket Grab just about catching Graves. He manages to quick draw to safety. And this is going to be the next big engagement. Look at the damage there from that Shock Blast acceleration combo. I1 Cookie decide they don't want to pick this fight. Another Shock Blast combo comes out. Shushei is down to less than half life. With visions in place, FNATIC can see when Dragon's going to be taken, and again, they're just using the range to their advantage. They're not going to commit to a big team fight. Instead, they put pressure on this middle inhibitor. Creeps are on their way up. Shock Blast goes out, doesn't manage to connect with anybody. And they're just going to try to shove this tower down. 2,500 hit points. Will they have enough damage to get it before the rest of the team engage? 50% of the tower damage is gone. Amazing does have flash available, so we may see a flash impale. And once again, Shushei just staying so low on HP from the incredible long-range poke that Jace offers. FNATIC just back this off and they play, you know what? Range is our strength, so we're going to play to range. And that's all they keep doing. Backed off, they put 50% damage on the middle tower. They've picked up Drake, put that into their favor, and, get your items, build your farm. Talking about items, Infinity Edge is completed for Ezreal. We see a Death Cap, Ionian Boots of Lucidity, as well as a Kindle Gem for Vladimir. So cooldown reductions of HP. And yeah, interesting to see where he's gone the cooldown boost as opposed to Sorcerer Shoes. But nevertheless, not too bad. Rocket Grab does manage to land on Diskarma. Bandage just holds him in place. He's going to flash over the wall. Now Rupture does actually catch. Hemoplague is up, as well as the Tides of Blood. And now Cube, the transfusion rather, is going to get him away to safety. Finally going down, one last transfusion. Rekkles is now going to carry on chasing. He's trying to jump onto Lulu. A flash forward, Mystic Shot, one more auto attack is all that it's going to need. He manages the shield while the Mystic Shot closes that one out. Curse of the Sad Mummy goes down. In the background, collateral damage picks up a kill. Rekkles is somewhere. He's chasing. He's going to now turn back. He's got very low life. He needs to be careful. We're going to stick with Shushei and Cyanide. Shushei eats a shock blast for his troubles. Ends up being a 2-for-2 exchange. Jungler and support versus AP mid and support. And FNATIC, you know, they're not that strong ahead. Ice Fantasy actually flashing for this. He's going to carry on chasing. Does have mana. A point-blank buckshot may be enough, but Rekkles is just going to arcane shift over the wall. And a bit of a wasted flash, I feel. There was no slow available. He did not have his collateral. He did not have ignite. And yeah, that was just a bit sloppy. FNATIC got aggressive. They tried to make something happen from that rocket grab. They did a lot of damage to Skarner, but he flashed over the wall, and they should have left him. They should have let him run away and then stick to Baron. Instead, you've seen Vladimir from xPeke. He went very, very aggressive. He blew his Ghost, he blew his Flash, he used Hemoplague. He tried to pick up the kill. He tried to secure the kill damage, and truth be told, he did end up picking it up. However, it wasn't. It just wasn't really worth the trade, in my opinion. You know, they got 2 kills. They gave away 2 kills. They could have got maybe a Baron out of it, especially with Skarner being forced back, low health, etc. But nevertheless, now we're seeing Israel working towards that Trinity Force. Zeal has been collected. Acceleration gate comes up. Amumu is looking to set something up here. If he can land a bandage toss, that is what it is. There comes the tears and the despair. I'm going to see time it. Bandage toss lands. Rockogram lands. Power Fist lands. Silence is now out. Wild Growth was the only thing that they needed there to save his life. 5 members of I Want Cookie now chasing. Trying to get in range, but just nothing really going to come of that. And Cyanide didn't even have Curse of the Sad Mummy. I don't know if they would have blown it, although there was Oracle's Elixir on YoungBuck, so it would have been a a fair trade. They start poking Baron and immediately fall back because Peke is just not there. And we see 4 members of I Want Cookie chasing on to Peke now. I think he may have pulled them away because I Want Cookie have no idea. They've realized that the bait is a fake. You see a lot of vision. They pulled Lulu. Lulu's immediately going to get deleted. So Cyanide picks up the kill on the back of some damage. AoE. Now we're going to see Vladimir coming in. There comes the Hemoplague. Shock Blast is down. True Shot Barrage goes across a couple. They should turn back for the Baron. Pick that up. Rocket Grab just misses. Goes between 2 members of I Want Cookie. Lulu down. 4 members of FNATIC are now hanging around, a little unsure about what to do. They used quite a few ultimates there. Sad Mummy is about to come available for Cyanide. Now will the Rocket Grab land? This is the question. No, it does not. Instead, nRated gets caught by a Rupture. And that little engagement now slows down to a little bit of a halt. Dragon should be up in about 2 minutes time. So that's not on the cards for a little while. Both teams playing a little cautiously. sOAZ getting a last little bit of farm out with his Shock Blast acceleration combo and immediately start falling back. And yeah, it's just this really slow period of play right now where FNATIC are trying to set up engagements, but they are absolutely refusing to commit to a big team fight. They're playing range, they're playing poke, and they're trying to play control. And you know, it's working for them. They're 15-8 up. They're 5,000 gold lead. They've got great vision on the map. You know, the wards are just dying now, and Oracle's in place. But they've been in a control position for a while now, and there's no need for them to give it up. If they don't want to commit to a team fight, then you know, who says they have to? So Baron once again has been initiated. And carry on getting chunked down. 5,000 HP. Skarner is very, very close though. So are they going to be able to stop him? That's the question. Who's going to get it? And Cyanide picks it up for FNATIC. YoungBuck has got his ultimate ticking. He's trying to chase it away. The Hemoplague proc is going to be able to close that one out. And now with the Shirelia's Reverie, I believe that was, as well as the acceleration gate, they're going to carry on chasing down. 5 versus 3. Look at the damage. Chunking down Ice Fantasy. Cho'Gath is going to get caught out. He manages to walk past the bandage toss actually. And now diving onto the interior, the inhibitor turret. Tower goes down. Very aggressive from Rekkles. Another rocket grab just juked past. He sidesteps it. Inhibitor down, and I think FNATIC are going to roll either bottom or top lane and pick up more towers. Just tank it up, chunk it down, and force the lanes. They've got the Baron buff. They were looking to steal the blue, but it was not there. And actually they decide not to tank it, so that's an interesting one. They're going to shove this lane up. But they've extended the gold lead now to 7,500 gold. 30 minutes in, Baron in hand, and an inhibitor down. You have to start feeling that FNATIC Raidcall are going to finish and pick up this victory. Unless iWantCookie can string together 2 or 3 really, really strong team fights. Trinity Force completed. A bunch of wards picked up as well. The Emblem of Valor has now been collected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wards picked up for Blitzcrank. He's our 1-1-1-1-1 across the board. And just doing really, really well played. With the Baron down, with the Inhibitor down, you got to feel that there's very little that iWantCookie can do to pull this one back. But they have played phenomenally well throughout this tournament. They knocked out Moscow 5. They did a great sequence of games in game 1 and 2. And let's see how this plays out now. If a Banish Toss lands, there might be some dead champions. Aggressive from Rekkles. He's going to carry on chasing. And instead, absolutely nothing happens. And Blitz this time round. Not able to get in range for that rocket grab. As I say that, Renekton gets caught. YoungBuck silence. Curse of the Sad Mummy is out. They're going to put some damage down. True Shot Barrage catches onto Ice Fantasy. There's a lot of ultimates being used, but you got to think, you know, it's worth it because they cannot defend this tower now. Tower's going to go down. There are super creeps in the middle. They pulled onto Shushei. Shushei gets stunned up. Wild Growth is down. Hemoplague is now across everybody. Sanguine Pool's worn out. Look at the damage from that. One more transfusion closes it out. So that's 1, that's 2. Now they've turned their attention over onto Muvert. Muvert's down. Now YoungBuck's the next target. Rocket Grab pulls him back with Static Charge. That's the second one of the engagement. Ice Fantasy's going to be the next one to fall. Shock Blast in the background. Peke manages to pick it up with a transfusion followed by Hemoplague underneath the tower. Triple kill. Fountain dive from Peke. Super creeps are in. GG, well played. 31 minutes in. FNATIC picking up the $1,000. FNATIC closing out the game 2-1. And GG's across the board. Congratulations to FNATIC for definitely playing well. They dropped one map, and it was a hard-fought map nevertheless, but iWantCookie, I definitely say, have got to be the heartthrobs of this tournament. They knocked out Moscow 5. They put on a really good show in game number 2 against FNATIC, and unfortunately they did get stomped game number 1, but nevertheless. So there's the final game score, guys. I'm going to play some music and we'll close this one out. If you have had some fun with me, Facebook.com/Quickshot, QU1KSH0T, and Twitter.com/Quickshot. I'm going to be giving away a Riot Grave skin code in the next 5 or 10 minutes on my Facebook. Well, it'll be sooner, within the next 5 minutes. And of course, guys, this tournament has been brought